like, nope, sorry.
Anything in particular that's Mesa that you want me to run?
No. Good reminder, though, that it's only Mesa. What am I... Oh, the Icarius blueprints are Mesa. Isn't that convenient? Oh, there's also some Aephurus Prime receiver. There's a Aephurus Prime receivers, Mesa, if you have any of that.
I do not, but I have Icarius blueprints.
I have too many of
Gauss
those.
system.
There you go. So what's up?
Hello. It's Gauss on Meso G9 as well.
Bro wants me to have 101 Gauss sets.
I want to have one.
You gotta still craft them, or for what?
No, it's just for farming. I'm on my push to MR30, so every platinum counts.
And
Yeah,
you've been playing with me and you don't have Goss? And you didn't tell me?
Dude, I have Gauss. I don't play as Gauss, but I do have it.
You just said you were pushing a mastery, so do you need to... I'm also sorry, guys. I forgot I wasn't on the in-game screen yet. Do you have to craft a Gauss Prime or no? Because you just said that it was your mastery.
I just said that Gauss is one of the things that we can farm on Meso relics. Because...
He's rage baiting. It's working. I'm kind of confused.
What? Weren't we talking about what we can farm with Meso relics? It's Meso G9. We have Gauss.
Maybe.
Gauss prime systems. Besides Icarius.
He's rage baiting!
Oh my lord. It's,
Well,
it's
if
1 a.m. Okay.
If I had any, I would run it, but I don't have any. I ran all those a while ago.
Yep.
Let's see. What can I do, though? There we go. Now I'm ready.
If we're both doing Icarius blueprints at some point, are we going to try staggering?
Yeah, that's fine. You can run yours first if you want me to just run trash.
Yeah, sure. I have 30 of them.
Well, you're going to be running them for a while then. That's what, 90 waves? If we're doing it that way?
Yep.
Why not? Also, yeah, haven't really engaged with chat yet. My bad. How you guys doing? Everybody who's here. Sorry that we had the cut in half stream today. I was very annoyed earlier. Oh!
Did you ever...
Well, now I feel better. Mama Codex is here. Hello, Mother. How you doing?
Hi, Mama Codex. Did you ever figure out what was wrong with PoE2?
Happy Valentine's Day. Nothing was wrong with the actual game. The game was running flawlessly. In fact, it's running better than it's ever had because of the back-end fixes they've done to the game, and they added DLSS, so I was getting, like, hundreds of FPS, but for some reason, it was nuking the stream.
That's kind of what I was asking. I was wondering if you figured out why.
Yeah, I have no clue. Well, at first, the actual game was running poorly, too, but that was because of the update that it required a newer graphics driver. I was using one that was like over a year old or something like that on purpose, so I updated and then that was fine. But then it was still nuking the stream, so I have no idea what was going on.
Am I using the shock wisp drop or no?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
you're using 2 sets of all 3 of them. I'm going to put 1 set down here on waypoint 1. I'm going to put it right behind the platform, all 3, and then up top.
Right behind the platform?
Yeah, not on the platform because the platform is up and down.
My bad.
I like to put it right behind it, all 3 of them, and then up top, all 3 of them again on the edge of the platform.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then we also put down a
Is your protector on top or below?
below. Yeah, we usually put down Protector Spectres as well for the 90% redirection, because it works on defense targets as well. And then we're cooking. Aside from the fact that I did not put my knives down yet, but it doesn't matter. Not corrupted. And when you get corrupted, you have to recast all those modes to snapshot the double strength, double range buff.
Yeah. Okay. And also shout out when you get corrupted so I can be absolutely sure that I have a bright bonnet down.
Understood.
There's a lot of steps if you want to min-max. I think. Oh, he just says corrupted.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
You really want to min-max? I just remembered that I have Naramon instead of Madurai.
Time to abort the mission.
It doesn't matter. You're Stynax. But actually, the thing that would be ideal for Stynax and or Wisp to have would be Vazarin. Somebody mentioned the other day in chat. I think it was Rage.
Still working on my schools. I'll get there eventually.
Yes, I mostly like the Vobin rework. Like I said, you'll hear about it in my video in the next week or so. I have the Dagoth video coming out tomorrow. Then I have the Vobin video coming out by probably on Tuesday. Recommend any other subsumes on Helgen. I don't feel like I need the. I don't feel like I need Omamori Kubros carrying. If you feel like you don't need a defensive helmet, then you can put on an offensive helmet. But if you don't feel like you need an offensive helmet because you already did so much damage, then you're down to a selection of utility helmets. So you kind of have to narrow down what it is that you want. Like there's the 3 primary categories of helmets. There's defense, offense, and utility. So which one do you feel like you primarily need? Yes, I look like Slim Shady. Thank you.
And to whoever asked that, I'd recommend Bright Bonnet, just for more strength and team buffs.
There is Molt. People keep mentioning Molt for the speed because it's a global speed multiplier, so it works on your hover speed.
Obviously, this guy doesn't have a Wisp on his team.
Well, I imagine 99% of people asking me about Hildren Builder are going to be playing it solo and not in this scenario constantly.
Can you make a counter for how many times people are going to ask you how are you so fast in
Yeah, I should have added that bot response before I started this stream, knowing that I was going to do this. It would be pretty easy to keyword that, because people often are specifically saying the words like Hildren so fast, like how is your Hildren so fast, why is your Hildren so fast, so on, so on, so on. So some variations of that I could probably bot. Probably should do that.
He's botting. He's botting.
Kina plus Amalgam barrel diffusion will be better than a Subsume for movement. Well, not relevant because you can use both, but yes, you should use that if you want maximal speed. But it's not either or, so there's no give or take there. And yes, operator is also good, although a lot of people just simply won't want to do that. Although I agree. Sorry if you said anything else since you joined, Mom. There's a lot of comments right now.
Corrupted.
Once you've gotten corrupted once, it doesn't matter. The motes are snapshot permanents.
Okay, did not know that.
Yeah, the motes don't expire. The only reason why you'd have to recast is if you obtained an even higher strength from some new buffs that you're obtaining, or if your motes got nullified, like a nullifier walks over them. Otherwise, you're good to go for the rest of the mission. Like the motes that you have down right now will still be there 3 hours from now.
Gotcha.
It's one of the nice things about Wisp. Very easy.
So you're saying we're doing a 3-hour run, right?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, bud. Now, hold on. Yeah, the problem with Zada and Roar and Nourish and all that rage is if people even need that amount of damage. I mean, I feel like most people that are replicating a lot of these builds are honestly not taking them to content where the difference between having and not having a damage subsume would do anything.
Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Maybe you'd need the damage if you don't have, you know, team buffs. If you're just doing it solo.
Well, no, I'm accounting for a solo Hildren. I mean, Hildren by herself does large amounts of damage for normal levels of content. Do you consider Warframe a pay-to-win game? This is funny after the conversation last night. No, I don't think you can at all accurately describe it as pay-to-win. In fact, it's completely antithetical to the concept of pay-to-win. Basically every design choice that they make is, again, entirely antithetical to the concept of pay-to-win. Like there's no actual gameplay altering content like actual warframes, weapons, etc. Like anything that actually impacts your gameplay that is tied behind any kind of paywall or any kind of grind wall that's so intensive that it makes you feel like you have to pay for it. Like, for example, basically every new frame that comes out these days, you can literally farm them in like 2 hours once you understand the farming methodology itself, given the ease of use of most of the pity systems that they're introducing now. Like, Noko was probably a bit longer for some people, depending on your RNG, given the nature of how the pity system from that required syndicate ranking. But even that, you could 100% get Noko the day that he came out, and the Arbicep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, DE does absolutely lose money on purpose to be consumer friendly. Like the idea, like Forma, for example. People buying and rushing Forma blueprints is one of their #1 sources of revenue, and yet they continually launch an event, even if it's not constantly, like it might be every year, every 2 years, but given the nature of the event, it allows you to stock up years worth of Forma. They continue to keep launching an event called Plague Star that allows you to farm what is effectively hundreds or thousands of dollars worth of Forma across, you know, an amount of players, and that directly hurts their bottom line, and yet they keep doing it. There's not many companies that would do that. Like people complain about the event itself, like the grind, or they don't enjoy the mode, but ignore all of that. Ignore how you feel about Plague Star in terms of like the gameplay of it and the fun of doing it or whatever, which like for me I actually enjoy doing because I like the speedrunning aspect. But think purely from the company side of things about how insane Plague Star existing is as a company who, again, one of their main sources of revenue is from Forma, running an event that allows you to farm an endless amount of free built Forma.
Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
So, that's my answer. When will this Plague Star event next occur, do you know? The earliest time that it would come back, if it is going to, it would be November-ish of this year, September or November of this year. But sometimes there's a 2-year gap between them. I think that was the longest gap 2 years or 3 years, Musa? I think it wasn't only 2 years.
Yeah, it was 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been more than 2 years. So as long as they don't create a new record gap, it would either be by November of this year or next year.
Because it was 2023 and then 2025. So.
Yeah, and there was 1 or 2 times where it was only a year gap where they ran it back to back, like initially. So it doesn't come around very often, admittedly. But given the nature of the event, like when it does come around, if you want to, you can sit down and grind out 500 Forma. And especially if you're not somebody who spams Forma constantly. Like even I, for example, who, I spend way more Forma than the average player. I still spent, quote unquote, only like 620 Forma or something like that last year. And there's people that farmed that amount from a single Plague Star event. Now that's a lot of grinding, obviously. A lot of people will probably only grind somewhere between like 20 and 100, but the point is that it's entirely up to you how much you get. There's no cap on it. If you could sit down and farm 20, or you could sit down and farm 2,000. You'll probably like that event when it comes back, neighbor. You want infinite free forma.
Of course, I'll be sitting there grinding it for a while, I bet you.
Gives you a shitload of relics too. It's the only enemy in the entire game that actually drops on the ground as an enemy drop regular relics. And I did say regular relics for those of you that want to be pedantic in the chat and bring up Requiem relics. That's why I said regular relics. Yes, Requiem relics drop off the thralls.
That's it.
Am I crazy, or does Prophet Taker do that too, though?
We'll take a look inside.
Isn't that technically a mission drop? Not a physical. If it is a physical drop, then never mind. Prophet Taker too, but I thought the relics from Prophet Taker were technically a mission.
I don't know.
No, those are. Unless it drops more than one. No, those are a mission drop because it pops up as a mission screen reward, as a rotation reward. So I don't think that drops on the actual ground. The Hemocite literally drops on the ground, and you can get multiple of them. Like you can potentially get at least five relics in a single run, which is crazy.
Oh, there we go.
Your max shields don't snapshot on corruption, right? No, they are doubled during the corruption, but they don't snapshot permanently. Arcane expertise is a moment-to-moment adjusting arcane. It constantly fluctuates with the amount of power strength that you actually currently have.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded.
And Nux, if you're asking me about the ability to play PoE 2 on stream, no, I was not able to. I'm sure I can get. I didn't really try to get it to work. I just got off, to be honest. And even if I could get it to work, I would rather do this anyway. Especially since this is Neighbor's first time. This is, well, unless you took him some other time. This is Neighbor's first time doing this.
I took him to Hydron, but not Helene, so he's gonna get a billion Orchid Cells from this.
Yeah, that's why I was specifically excited to see this map, because
please drink some water, you thirsty bitch.
I'm sure Neighbor can use a lot of these Orchid Cells.
Absolutely.
We didn't get a credit blessing, I just realized, or a drop chance blessing.
Do you want to throw a quick reset in before the timer comes up?
Can we even get one? Because didn't we both use ours less than 24 hours ago, Musa? So
no, no, because there was a reset while Neighbor was first on. I haven't done it since then.
It's not. It doesn't scale with server reset. It's an internal timer bound to you.
Then maybe. I thought it was timer, but
no, it's your timer. Yeah, it's. I believe
maybe.
It's either 23 hours like Forma, or it's an actual 24 hours, but it's bound to you. It's not bound to it's not server reset.
I wish there was a way to check that.
There's the question. Yeah, I don't think either of us have it right now anyway. So somebody else would have to give us a blessing. Is that Hilgen? How are you so fast? Wisp. There's a Wisp on the team. And if you don't know what that means, the Wisp has an ability that gives you a speed buff to your whole team.
Is this going to become the new why do you put Terravion's Octave?
I feel like this is more prominent than that question because this is more visually apparent than the fact that I'm using Terrifying Zaku. Also, what's up, Hera? How you doing? And yeah, no, Orphan, that doesn't work because it's not coded like an ability where, like Arcane, the reason why snapshotting works on abilities is fundamentally because the ability that you cast when you have all of these temporary buffs active counts as the same cast for a indefinite amount of time, as opposed to something like Arcane Expertise is a constantly live value fluctuating effect, so there's no possibility of snapshotting. You can think of it as an ability that's constantly recasting itself every, you know, millisecond. There is no snapshotting that you can do. Do I only use Hildren? No, but you may have seen me use a lot of Hildren recently because she's the main frame that I use for these defense speedruns, and I also currently have a 100% range invigoration on her, so I want to get use out of that before it expires. Speaking of which, how long is that? I have 4 days left. The AOE on my weapon right now on this frame neighbor is almost 33 meters. It's quite gross.
Gotta make it bigger.
If I could, we need to add more range mods in the game. Give me range Archon shards.
Eventually.
Wouldn't be broken
I
or
bet
anything.
you will put it in.
They will not.
Yeah. See, they gotta make it that if you do a round fast enough that you get a strength corruption while you have a strength corruption, it gives you a quadruple corruption.
If only.
Oh, in that level cap I did, I got the persistence bug, where it becomes per hit instead of per second when you're client.
Yeah, that sounds really annoying.
It's incredibly annoying. I went from like 22,000 health to 0 in about a second.
Yeah, it basically just turns the arcane off. Like, when you compare the math on that.
What's weird is that they introduced this like with a hotfix or something, because this wasn't the case when it first launched. It is weird.
You want a curious build on the channel?
Extraction is ready. Unless you
If I ever showed... Did I show... No, I don't think I have the correct one on the channel, at least. I was trying to think of... I've never done it on the Carius video. There might be 1 or 2 videos where I've shown the Carius build, though. But it wouldn't have been... Actually, I'm going to take this. It wouldn't have been the current one, I don't believe. Never used invigorations on any frame. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, you're missing out. Very fun system. Do the overrides reset even if you don't use it? If you mean like your override charge for Helmuth, does it ever like expire? No, you have your override available until you use it. Once you use 10 invigorations and unlock your override, it would still be there a year later if you hadn't used it. You do want to continue to use them though, because due to the fact that it never expires, you're not going to start accruing the next override until you spend it. So if you want to, you know, be able to experiment with multiple different overrides, then you have to spend it. That way you can get the bar back and get the next 10. Because you can essentially get an override every month because it requires 10 charges.
They should let me pay the resources every week to just continue my current override.
Yeah, real. 500 plat a week to keep my range children. It's not broken.
You might just pay that. Yeah.
I might.
But yeah,
See you,
variations
Mom.
or not. Remember,
I don't know if she's still here.
Bye, Mama Codex.
Bye, Mom, if you're still here. Sorry, I just saw your comment. Have a good night.
Remember, chat, to always actually use your invigorations. Unlike a certain person here in this call, you know, who didn't put it on their Volt. Make sure you actually apply your invigorations.
Real? Yeah. I actually did apply. I was just gaslighting you. I ran a straight week of it with Taylor, and we got 7,000 Aya. Guns was there too the whole time. He was actually carrying.
See, the thing about that is that's not any meaningfully any different from what you're doing now, because Taylor and Guns aren't going to actually get on and run the relics.
Yeah, Guns is actually the best J you've ever seen. Put your J to shame, honestly.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen Guns pregnant yet, but you know, we'll get there.
What a statement! What a statement without context. That's crazy. There's probably people in the chat right now that play Warframe and still don't get that statement. Diabolical.
Let's get back to it.
Yeah, I did a
Did you forget?
I did a new core video recently. It's on my channel. What do you say, Rod?
Did you forget to turn on your streamer client this time around?
I'm not running Radiance. We're staggering them on purpose. If you run 2 Radiants at the same time and you both drop a rare part, you can only pick one.
You will be rewarded for your
Yeah, and since we have a very limited pool of Icarus relics, I'm running mine first, and then he's gonna run them second.
Yeah, I was discussing it the other day that depending on the value of the relic that you're running, and if you're doing the kind of runs that we're doing anyway, where you're opening 1 billion relics per day, there's really no reason not to stagger them. Like if you run 50 Nova chassis relics split up between 2 people, for example, 25 and 25 at a time, and all 25 times you drop a chassis, for example, then you only got 25 Nova chassis. But if you do 50 one at a time, then you just got 50. One of those is more profitable.
It is very rare, but it does hurt to see when you get 2 rare drops that you can't take.
Yeah.
I mean, usually I don't care, but in this case, money.
Umbra, you fucker.
Oh, this bastard. You know, he was on earlier on Warframe, and he said he was gonna go get some gumbo and be back in like half an hour, and then he just never came back.
I want some gumbo. I've never had... I was gonna say I've never had good gumbo, but I don't think I've ever had gumbo, is a more accurate statement. But I know for a fact that I would love it based off of literally all of the ingredients it's comprised of, so... What I should just do is make it. It looks rather simple to put together. It's essentially just a variation on a seafood boil, and what it looks like.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it's never been called gumbo, but I've had things that, based on the ingredient list, were gumbo.
I think part of it being definitionally gumbo is it being less of a broth soup texture and more solidified.
extraction is ready.
Other than that, I'm not sure the difference between that and like I said, like a seafood boil, essentially. Yeah, we're all good, Doc. We're all good. Yeah, I'll see you later. Oh, there's my daily something in my eye, bro. How does this happen every time? My beanie is betraying me.
I keep missing your mouth.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
What? just register that for a moment there.
Took you a second.
I'm aware of the difference, Umber, and that's why I specified that fairly clearly. I was saying in regards to the preparation and a large majority of the ingredient list, it's highly similar to a seafood boil. But yeah, I know it usually uses like what's the sauce, like andouille sausage or whatever it's called. Bro, I'm not locked in right now.
When are you ever?
I'm gonna let neighbor out kill me here.
Let. He already has. Before you got on, we just we ran a 14-hour meta RB.
Based? Literally world record?
Mm-hmm.
700 wave defense and game somehow didn't crash?
No, we did a level cap interception twice.
Wave 653. Neighbor's like, let me look at my reward screen real quick. No!
if you
crashes.
didn't know, Neighbor, in arbitrations and honestly, I think in a few other game modes, if you go for a mission too long and you use tab to check your rewards, it will slow down and potentially crash the game.
That's scary.
Yeah, you can fuck the entire mission over by doing that. So don't hit tab when you're in a. Actually applies to this mission as well. Once we get to the later waves, like once we get to like 70, 80 plus, you probably want to stop checking your rewards. So you can lag
I
your,
haven't touched it once so far.
lag
It's
your
good to know
game.
now.
Now you can do it now. It's not a problem right now. It's only when you have a shitload that's dropped.
Gotcha. I'm surprised they haven't fixed that. Has it been a
there's so
recurring
many.
issue?
Yeah, for a long time. There's so many fucking bugs with like long missions and fissures that they haven't fixed.
When the game finally launches, they will fix it all and it'll be bug free.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it might be slightly harder to fix than the average like actual quote-unquote bug, because it's not necessarily a bug, it's an engine limitation depending on why it's occurring. So I'm not sure how hard it'd be to fix. I think it's just a matter of internal game memory stacking up more and more and more. Not sure. I mean, there's definitely ways to fix it. Like, I'm not. It doesn't make huge sense to me why that happens, because the way that I would do it is. How do I word this? The fact that it slows down your game more and more as it progresses makes me think that for some reason all of the loot is like internally, individually ID tagged on the reward screen, even though that's not how global storage actually works when you're out of a mission. Like if you have 12,000 ammo drums in your inventory, for example, they don't take up 12,000 individual bits of space. Like if one ammo drum is like a kilobyte, for example, it doesn't take 12,000 kilobytes to store 12,000. It just, you have one ammo drum and then it's ID tagged with as 12,000 as the units that you own. You know what I mean? Like it's not real life. You don't actually have 12,000 of something. It's just code.
See, my theory was that it's not the items. I think it's the affinity. Because you know how when you exit a mission or just when you press tab, there's like that animation where like the bar fills up and shows you how many levels you've gone through. So that would kind of make me think that they're like tracking the affinity for the whole mission. So when you go for a super, super long run, maybe that's like messing it up. It's just a guess though.
Like, I don't know, because there's definitely ways to fix it. If it's item related, it doesn't make sense to me, because items should be
Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
like each individual item. Once you grab one of them, that should be the only amount of like space that they take up, and then every thing that you pick up after that is just updating the tag amount of the item that you have. Bought Gyre over Hero and Goss, and I'm unlucky because I'm watching a video explaining it. I mean, I have a video on all three of those, but yeah, Gyre is my favorite Warframe, so very base of you.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Hey, we joke about the game being janky and spaghetti code, but in reality, you gotta admit, Warframe is more polished than the average AAA $1 more billion cost game these days. Seems like.
And I will also say, just from watching Neighbor play a bunch in the past few days, I realized they're probably focusing like 90% of their bug fixing efforts on the very early game. Because what I watched of his gameplay was like incredibly smooth, no bugs, nothing. Whereas, you know, this stuff that's like super late, multi-hour runs is what causes problems.
And to be fair, that's also is logically likely the case in most gameplay scenarios, because the more
1 hour later.
the more complex that you make your gameplay, which is essentially the, you know, definitionally tracks with endgame, like the more complex things that you're doing, and the longer that you're farming, the more of a load it's going to inherently be on any system in any game.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said long runs and more like late game content, because you can bug a Cascade Fissure like 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
Whereas, so I meant more like stuff that's done later in the game, compared to the earlier stuff.
A dojo didn't have floors yesterday. You would just fall through base. All right. Just play Hildren and fly. It's that easy.
He's actually the man on the floor now.
Yep. What they call me. I'm grabbing your feet when you walk by.
I thought this was supposed to be like a bad thing.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
That
I didn't say anything. Ah, damn, this flavor is good. This new Ghost energy drink. I've had the grape flavor before, but this one is grape cranberry.
You said the brand is called Ghost?
Ghost, yep. Yeah, Ghost. Welch's grape cranberry.
Interesting.
I haven't felt the nerves in my legs tingling diabetically today, so I got to make sure I get my daily dose in.
Well, you see, the problem is you got off Warframe.
It's true.
I mean, what did you even do that whole time? I mean, nothing of value, probably.
I mean, I wasn't on Warframe, so it couldn't have possibly been of value.
This guy gets it.
So Codex, I'm finally MR4, and I'm doing my first ribbon. It says get 36 kills without the player taking damage. It's so freaking hard. I've been at it for over 3 hours. So what those ribbons technically mean is it means specifically not taking any health damage in most cases. So if you get one of the earliest ways to solve that problem is to farm the Warframe called Rhino. And as long as you have Rhino's Iron Skin ability up, it puts a protective layer over your health and shields that enemies have to get through before they can start to actually harm you. So if you get 36 kills while you have Iron Skin up, you'll be able to complete that challenge and have it count as taking no damage. Even if your Iron Skin is allowed to take damage, as long as your health doesn't take damage. So that's how I would solve that in the early game. There's also Revenant, yes. Although,
Rhino is way easier to get.
Yeah, Rhino is actually like explicitly thrown at new players because getting one of his pieces is a junction requirement now, for example. So getting the rest of them is just sensical at that point.
I mean, Revenant's just so hard to get because you have to do a bunch of lower level bounties. I don't even have Revenant.
Yeah, that bug pissed me off, Umbran. Were you playing during the time where there was the bug in, I forget if it was all fissures or just conjunction or what, but you had to pick your relic twice. It would do the relic screen, it would count down, and then do it again, and you had to re-pick your relic, and then it would keep going.
Yep, I remember that.
So every relic phase was twice as long.
I will say the one benefit to that was there were a couple times when someone in my squad missed a relic, right? And I'd say, dumbass, you missed a relic, and they'd say, oh my bad, and then it would pop up a second time, and they'd get to put in an actual relic. So it avoided us missing.
It's true. You see, Rod, this is why we're staggering here. We can drop trash while he drops the gold.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Are you having
Press play. Don't pause.
your timings? Yes, we're going very fast because we have 2 nuke frames here. There's 2 Hildrens here, blowing up the whole map, and we have a Wisp that's making us go, do that faster basically, and then we have a Styanax giving us infinite shields and silencing enemies, so there's a lot of synergy going on here.
Yeah. We pre-recorded the stream, and Codex is playing it back at 2 times speed.
Yep. I'm actually not here right now.
Well, no, to make it realistic, you have to talk like really slow so that it would seem normal. Once the stream was sped up.
Oh, giant mighty billow. What?
Send me that audio later.
Yes, if I had a Neuralink that allowed me to play Warframe in my mind, I would never be offline. It's true.
Yeah. I want a chip that can replace my dreaming with Warframe. Because like, if my mind is thinking anyway, it might as well be thinking about relics.
Well, that would be so based. I do. I've actually thought about that. I wonder if that would actually be feasible. Because there needs to be some level of your brain being inactive to allow. Forget the names of the chemicals, but there's chemicals that you only produce when you're sleeping. That if you don't produce them, you just die basically. So as long as you could keep producing those, it would be actually super based if there was dream servers.
My problem is just that what I do when I'm dreaming in my dreams is completely nonsensical, like more so than usual, and so I would be worried about like affecting anything, even if I had the capability to log on to Warframe or anything else while dreaming.
Did you guys ever dream you were inside Warframe? I haven't.
Oh, all the time.
I'm just gonna answer no because I already get enough shit.
If I play for more than like 6 or 7 hours in a day, I just start to dream about Warframe. It happens with any game I play.
I don't really dream, to be honest, unless I take melatonin. Well, more accurately, I don't remember my dreams if I have any. If I don't take melatonin, the only time that I at least remember having a dream is when I'm on that.
I dream a bunch. I remember it for about like 20 or 30 minutes after I wake up too. I'm just completely insane when I dream because I wake up and I realize there were like 50 logical flaws in everything I was doing.
Yes, you could also feasibly use Limbo for the no damage Riven challenge. You would have to. You would most likely have to helmet on a damaging ability like Thermal Sunder or something though, so that you could actually get the kills while you're in the Rift dimension. Because you can't, if enemies aren't in the Rift. I mean, you could also just put enemies in the Rift, obviously, but if you wanted to get only weapon kills, then you can only shoot enemies that are in the Rift with you. Otherwise, you'd have to use an ability, like Thermal Sunder or something. But I think you said you're MR4, so you don't have that yet, anyway. I would just get Rhino, honestly. I mean, you have to get Rhino anyway, at some point. Because at some point, when you do get the helmet system, you're going to want to subsume Rhino for Roar, because it's one of the best helmets in the game, so there's really no downside to getting it. That and the mastery and whatnot. Yeah, the stream, that stream was not actually live on it. It bugged out. That was a stream that was ended, and for some reason it didn't end on YouTube side of things, so it was just sitting there black screen for a while.
Yeah, that screen is what Codex really looks like. He morphs himself into a guy when he's streaming Warframe.
Enemy level 132. Man, I'm struggling at 45. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot higher than level 132. These are also Steel Paths level 132, so they're actually much stronger than the level 132s that you're thinking of. These level 132s are more equivalent to like level 300 on the version of the game that you're playing. But we're getting it done.
I mean, we forgot to get a damage booster, so I don't know if we're going to be able to, but...
True. Do you know that thing where you dream something you do a bunch of was first seen with Tetris? Wow, that was a super
Was
hard
that
set.
T-spin?
That was a yes.
I knew it.
Yeah, that sentence was like real hard to parse for a moment there. So he's saying that, did you know that the first instance of people dreaming about doing something was Tetris, is what he's saying. Like, or video game wise, it was.
Huh. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it does make sense. Tetris is, by game design and biologically, just repetitive pattern recognition. That's something that's very easy to bake in.
But Codex, how can you enjoy Tetris without a roguelike structure and replayability?
Where I saw a fucking hilarious meme. I think I may have actually put it in the gen chat a few months ago. This guy was playing with his cat, with like the, you know, just the stick with the thing on the string where you just dangle in front of them and they attack it. And the guy started talking to his cat. He was like, "How are you enjoying this? There's no replayability. There's no roguelite elements that change the encounters each time. Are you stupid?" That shit was hilarious. I never had any issues on Warframe, Matt. It was only when I was trying to play Path of Exile.
Yeah, much to learn there.
Yeah, real. They're just trying to tell me something.
GG is trying to save you from them.
Yeah, Steve's hand was on my shoulder. He's like, "Don't do it."
His other hand was on a different spot.
All right, bro. You need to shut the fuck up, dog. I don't know why I let you speak.
Because I have good points. There's moments of mental clarity, you know, that peek out.
Might as well grind plat for Gyre. I'm gonna need it for augments and Archon stretch. I mean, Gyre Prime is the newest Prime frame, so she's not vaulted. You can just go get the relics quite easily and farm her. I mean, that's up to you, of course. You kind of look like Oriented, brother.
He's way hotter.
Brother. He stole my beanie look, okay? This is mine. I'm the Prime version of Oriented. He's the lesser mass-produced version.
Oriented is like a Prime Grenier, and Codex is like a, you know, one of those Kubaliches.
So you're saying I've been elevated to a new level of power? I agree. Thank you.
No, I'm saying you're psychotic.
No, we're good right there. That's all I needed here. We're good.
I'm saying you have kind of a weird face, and you know, your name is funny, and if I kill you, I might get a gun.
Well, you get 3 at least. Musa is a machine that turns free will into regret.
Oh. No, you're a machine that turns free will into regret.
That's
You're
true.
so kind, Umbra.
I made the choice to bring you in here. That was a bad usage of my free will. I agree.
The people would miss me, okay?
Did you ever tell neighbor about going to Iron Wake? Because he
we
must
told
have
him
that
about
unlocked
that.
because you have to do Chance Hera quest to be where he is.
Me
Yeah.
and T-Spin took him there after we took him to the Archon hunt so he could get his ribbons.
Yeah, the real person you had to teach together was T-Spin in that scenario.
Well, yeah, literally, I have to drag him there every time before he leaves the squad.
Need to set him a weekly reminder on his phone. Just screams at him until he checks off that he's done it all. Did you see that they brought back your favorite skin for Gyre? What do you mean brought back? It was never removed.
You know, Rod, you could have just made that joke out loud like this. Not even mildly offensive.
I didn't want to interrupt Codex.
Oh no, you should. He deserves it.
Hold on, let me go read this comment.
No.
What are your thoughts on the geopolitical landscape? Oh my god.
It's 2 a.m. my time. I'm just babbling at the moment.
Vibing.
Yeah, completely vibe coding my life.
Kodak, did you hear that Fraud Beck and several other Grenier and Corpus leaders were in the files?
All right, bro, shut the fuck up. I feel like I missed something somebody said in chat.
Opportunity to extract will appear soon.
No, Dagoth is incredible. Yeah, you definitely want to keep. You definitely want to keep Dagoth. I have an updated video coming out for her tomorrow, just so you know. So you can look out for that, which will showcase several reasons why she's very good. Yeah, it is super annoying that there's no fast travel wheel at Iron Wake. Although, I mean, I was gonna say I assume that you're kidding about refusing to go there, T-Spin, until they fix that. But knowing you probably actually are fucking insane enough to miss out on 2 ribbons and 35,000 Kuva for such a stupid reason. So I don't even know. I don't even know.
They'll probably add it up next patch.
Sure.
I do agree, though. It makes no sense why there's not a fast travel wheel to take you to Paladino. You could also add one to Clem. So why not? Add one. There's like at least 3 they could do. You could add a fast travel to Paladino. Add one to take you to Clem's little fortress on top, and to the monument to the dead player.
I mean, there's also one other thing potentially Iron Wake you might want to fast travel to.
What?
You know, the Steel Meridian faction leader.
Oh, they did put that cache for the flawed mods in Iron Wake, didn't they?
Yeah.
That too.
Is that a different room than
Maybe.
Paladino?
It's
I mean,
near
yeah, I
the.
think
It's near the Steel Meridian leader.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Good point. Yeah, they should add all those.
I didn't even know there were flawed mods before I saw that cache.
You missed Seba's 50 stream watch streak. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. I was confused as to what Matt was responding to, but the watch streak things don't pop up in multi-chats. It only pops up in the actual Twitch chat, which I don't look at. I look at the combined one. Well, appreciate that, Sebas. Very good job on the 50 watch streak. That's some dedication right there. It's impressive. Honestly, there's way too many of you that watch all of my streams. That's why I feel like I need to increase the price of my redeems again, because even at the adjusted prices for all the giveaways, you guys are still able to fucking spam them like nonstop.
Rogue. Make some plat. This guy talks about making a Warframe market video and he can't make enough plat to do a few giveaways. God.
What are you talking about? That guy made 600 plat just a day or 2 ago.
Yeah, in like 10 minutes too. It was real impressive, but you know, I need consistency.
Remove the hydrate timer and make it 2 points. Bro's trying to drown me internally. All right.
Oh, I'm sure I drown you internally.
Why do I let you speak? I keep thinking. I just don't know why.
I mean, you're setting me up for these.
Please drink some
really.
water, you thirsty bitch.
I am a thirsty bitch. Thank you. thoughts on a macro that re-rolls ribbons for you? You enter your desired ribbon attributes, and the macro does the rest, asking for a friend. I mean, I've been saying they should add a feature like that to the game.
Yep.
If you're talking about using something outside of the game that automates that, I would not condone that. No, but if it was a feature that was added to the actual game by DE, then that'd be cool.
I just want them to let me roll like maybe 10 or 20 ribbons at a time, and then have, just like there's chat filters, have stat filters so I can look through the ribbons and see what I got, instead of having to, you know, roll and then press confirm and then move over and just waste so much time in the menu.
Yeah. What weapons are you currently enjoying? I'm kind of an Ember and Nyx player, so I don't usually use weapons, but I'm going for Mastery at this point. Also Mastery recommendations. If you like playing Nyx, you can get some specific use out of secondary Irradiate on, you know, basically any secondary in the game, because you can easily mass apply the 10 stacks of radiation required to actually trigger that arcane, so you might consider that. Just as a quick example off the top of my head.
And if you're saying that you use Ember and you don't really use weapons that much, does that mean you're using a caster Ember build?
That's a great point.
You might want to try Uriel in that case.
Well, and antipsychotic medication as well.
Oh yeah, but you know, to each their own. And T-Spin, are you finally embracing the keyboard?
Continue to defend. You will be
Was he playing on controller? What do you mean?
Well, he said, I need someone's keybinds. Default is garbage.
Actually, why would I even ask that? But playing on mouse and keyboard is obviously the only way you should play, so of course he's not doing that. Again,
Yeah, I mean,
the rule of thumb, if it makes sense, he's not doing it.
You know, you need to give him a break, because Neighbor's doing it too, so.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, T-Spin's not the only one that can be special.
Yeah, that's true.
Some people enjoy having worse aim, worse movement.
I mean, I don't need a
Head
controller to
injuries
do
here
that.
and there help.
Yeah? Holy shit, I just picked up 32 ribbon slivers.
You're gonna hit 500k by the time the Paladino update comes out.
One of the keybinds that I recommend is putting the crouch command for bullet jumping, because bullet jumping is crouch plus spacebar. Put the crouch command and put the roll command on your mouse buttons on the side. That way, all of your parkour maneuvering doesn't require actually moving, like adjusting either of your hand positions.
Yeah, that reminds me, I was talking to T-Spin when we were doing the weeklies. He said the entire time he's played Warframe, he's had the reload and pick up, or like reload and interact thing turned on this entire time.
Yeah, the reload with context action input, you mean?
Yeah, so T-Spin, please turn that off.
Yeah, he actually commented under my settings video just the other day, saying that console players shouldn't turn that off.
Well, console players should just move to a better platform, so... I mean, you know, you'll reload when your magazine's empty, who cares?
What's up, RSF? We're chilling.
I think the default keybinds in Warframe are fine, but the Soulframe ones are crap.
No, there's definitely some optimization to be made in Warframe. Like I said, changing the default parkour buttons, like I mentioned, is much more efficient.
Yeah, and I mean, who would put interact on X? Just makes no sense.
Well, I guess I'm the one dropping a rare now for my intact relic. All right.
My biggest pet peeve was with transference. I hate transference on 5, so I put it on my mouse 4.
What's the fun in that, though? Wouldn't you like to see the ribbon pop up when you roll it?
No? I don't want to waste time.
Well, that's not even true, because that's exactly how you said that you wanted it to work. Yeah, when I say that, if they added the system into the game where it rolled ribbons for you, I don't mean that it, like, automatically internally calculates the odds of getting the roll that you want and, like, instantly spends, you know, 500,000 Kuba and you do 200 rolls instantly, and then it just, like, shows you the final result. When I say automation, like, it would still do the one roll at a time, but it just keeps rolling, like, maybe with a delay, for example. Like, you would see each roll as it automatically happens, and you could either let it finish out the amount of rolls that you tell it to do, or the total amount of cuba you have, or if you hit a different roll that looks okay, you could select it. You would be able to manually stop it, or it would just autocomplete, but it would do roll by roll. So you would see each roll still. It just, you don't have to keep manually re-rolling, is what my idea was.
Coming from the new player, but I'd love to see it give an option that's somewhat cheaper, but it rolls 3 options in front of you that you can select from.
You mean more expensive?
So they
Sounds like it'd be more expensive, not cheaper.
What I'm saying is, like, obviously it's 3k kuva, 3500 kuva. So they would do it at a discounted price, so it'd be 9k kuva for 3 rolls that they just show you and you can select from.
Finish your mission to find out what's
Just to increase the speed that you're picking Rivens.
Yeah, I think I get where you're coming from, but in the late game when you have like 5 million kuba, I think they would make it more expensive rather than less.
Bro wants to destroy the ribbon market. If you're responding to what I said, that comment doesn't make any sense, because nothing about the system that I just implied would have any bearing on the actual resulting ribbons that you would achieve. It would just speed up the actual rolling process. You would still be getting the same resulting rolls and the same, like, possible outcomes. So no. And you would still need to have the Kuva. I'm gonna get the Argon to craft Gyre and go to bed. Oh, what he said? The cheaper? Yeah. It's not a terrible idea. Wouldn't be, I mean...
I generally
the price that he said wouldn't be at a normal discount. It's because it was 3, you said 3 for 9,000, so that's only a discount of, what, 1,500?
Yeah.
extraction is ready.
At least that was just a new player thought.
The thing that annoys me the most about the rolling on Rivens is that the interface with controller is way better than the interface with keyboard and mouse.
Or to a specific UI, or what are you referencing?
Yeah, on the when you're rolling the Rivens, you have to choose the left and the right, and with the controller is way better. It's like on this, keep going or stay.
Probably just say prove that statement. Like, how? What do you mean?
For example, what happens when you press left or right on your arrow keys when you're in the Riven option selection, like in the left or right Riven?
I don't remember, honestly. I don't know.
Highlights it. It doesn't actually do anything, but if you are in the controller, you press left or right, you actually are choosing which role you want, and the button, the select button, it automatically goes.
A&D does that on your keyboard
right there. It does? Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, so at least assuming that's correct, because I don't actually, because I just click on them because I don't really care. But Rage is, I mean, I'm 100% certain that Rage is correct because he does all the time. He said A&D does the same thing, so that complaint doesn't exist. You just didn't know that, basically.
Whoa.
Extremely common mouse and keyboard continuous ever-present one.
Yeah.
That's it. You opened the
I was gonna say,
And what about
depends on-
selecting Nova? Do you have to press Y or Enter, or what do you have to do to snap
That
to
would
it?
be my question, yeah.
I don't know if there's a button for that. I mean, you can just click confirm with your mouse.
See, I can kind of see where Rod's coming from, but then again, mouse and keyboard. So
If you're saying to specifically switch to controller only when you're doing ribbons, sure. But if you're localizing that as a conversation, but if you're trying to more broadly say that controller is better for the rest of the game, that's just completely inaccurate.
No, it's just for the ribbon selection. That's, when I lay in my bed and I get my controller and I just roll the ribbons with the controller because it's easier to do than with mouse and keyboard.
reinforcements available.
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose that would be true if you're not in a position where you can properly hold a mouse and keyboard. Like if you're trying to lay down, then yes, I would agree. The pinky is the issue. I never had to do so many tasks at once. Yeah, that's why I was saying, T-Spin, change your crouch button to be the back button of your mouse, or back or front. I put crouch to the back button on my mouse, and I put roll to the front button on my mouse, because your hand is always on your mouse. So doing that means that you no longer have to make any adjustments to your hand placement, because your hand's always going to be on WASD spacebar naturally, and your other hands are going to be on your mouse, obviously. So by changing those two commands to your mouse, you've now made basically the entire game operable without ever having to adjust your hands, aside from typing, obviously. In terms of gameplay, you don't have to make any adjustments. So you no longer have to like reach down to control, for example.
I know this may be scary to some of you, but I have reload on my back mouse button, and I have crouch on R.
What is this guy saying?
It works great. I also have uncontrolled, just in case I forget that I changed that after playing a different game.
Did this control scheme come to you in a dream?
I don't know.
It came to me in a dream.
All my games are messed up, you know. Like controls. Because I go into a game and I still have muscle memory of a previous game I've played for a couple hundred hours. So I try to make the new game play, like have the control scheme of the old game. It doesn't fully work. And then the next game that I play is based on the second game. So it's like a lost in translation kind of thing. Each game further degenerates away from the original control scheme that I was using.
I feel like I don't really have that problem. I've heard that. I've heard people say that a lot. And it makes sense, but I'm pretty good at mode switching between games, different keybinds.
Yeah, I fully could take like maybe 3 or 4 hours of gameplay and fully switch. I'm just lazy and stupid, you know.
I wouldn't say that to your face.
No, you'd say something worse.
Just played Gyre for the first time. Really fun. Building a prime now. Mods, promote this guy. VIP him immediately. Yeah, Gyre's my favorite frame. If you haven't seen my preferred build, I just posted the video for you if you want to check it out.
Man, we really can't stop winning, can we?
We cannot.
Don't curse it, dude, please.
Rod, how many Protea systems did I drop on that cascade?
Enough to get me worried about your account being banned.
Probably should have checked how many Mesa relics that neighbor had before doing this. So I'm just now realizing.
I have enough.
Do you? We'll see.
I've got like another 50.
He's like, yes, I have 700. You don't understand that I'm him.
I mean,
No.
It's Mesa, so I certainly hope he has a bunch of them.
I mean, he might be a grinder, but he's still a new player.
Yeah. He had enough axes to do that short defense with me, so if he had that many axes, probably has more mesas. That's what I was thinking.
Whereas been doing Olympus behind our backs.
Maybe.
He actually outranked guns on the defection speeder on the leaderboard.
Is the Wisp using arcane persistence? Can the Wisp share its build? No, persistence would be not useful at all in this scenario. This is a pure buffing situation. Both the Wisp and the Steinax, and a team like this should be entirely built for buffing the two Hildrens. That's all that they're doing. So anything survivability related is completely irrelevant. Their survivability is the fact that we are killing everything, thanks to partially their buffs. So it should be basically entirely power strength in the case of the Wisp, with some duration and range, and virtually the same thing on the Steinax. nothing defensive related. It's not needed. Again, for
So
this gameplay.
It's kind of funny that Neighbor's Wisp is buffing us better than Umbran's was.
Well, if you'd like this build, you should go check out Codex's video, because that's what I copied.
Yeah, like to be fair, I was gonna say he might actually be running what you just said, effectively the suboptimal version of the Wisp build, because if he is running like my persistence Wisp, for example, that's not actually good here, but I mean it doesn't matter. It's fine.
I'm still 358 strength,
Yeah.
so it's not too bad.
No, yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying, in terms of being optimal, it's for the build for doing this, it's basically just entirely strength.
Available. Do you choose
Gotcha,
to
gotcha.
now or continue fighting?
Umbran, I don't appreciate facts. Could you just kind of like be quiet?
Yeah, just watch the video. The 10 Omni took me out, to be honest. Yeah, that was just for the meme. You obviously don't need 10 Omni, or you don't need any Omni on the build. Gyre's my favorite frame, so did it for the memes.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Gooster, how you doing?
There
Is
are
that
really
like
some Warframes that I would use full Omni, like Volt.
I mean, I don't know about
Well,
that.
there's no frame in the game that actually requires being literally fully omnied to be able to use any combination of builds in the game. Like after a certain amount of omnis, even if the remaining polarities were the wrong polarities, they would simply fit from having excess capacity due to the omnis. So that was the only reason to ever do 10 omni, is literally for the meme. There's zero build scenario in which that would actually be mandatory mathematically. I would imagine that most amounts of virtually any build variation in the game would probably fit after like 3.
Finish your mission to find out what's
Not 3 in total, but like 3 omnis plus the other ones being regulars would probably let you fit any combination that you were actually going to do. Again, don't copy what I did. It was just very expensive, and it's just a meme because I like to frame. There's zero reason to put more than probably like 2 or 3 omnis on those frames.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what I said about the Volt was more like there. Of course, it's for the meme, but if you were going to think about one Warframe that would benefit from having a lot of Omni, I think
Saren?
Volt would be. Saren, maybe, yeah. There's a
Volt's
possibility.
definitely fair. He has a large amount of potential build variety. He's one of the most diverse frames in the game. Both in regards just to the amount of different unique playstyles you could use on your own, and also the fact that he's used in several different meta farms, Plague Star, IO farming, etc.
Which reminds me, neighbor, I keep forgetting to send you my really bad dog shit. Should not be copied Volt builds.
I'm waiting.
extraction.
Isn't that just
I
all
need
your
that
builds?
dog shit build.
I mean, like I'm gonna send him the one that's max strength but no shock trooper, with wrathful advance over the 3.
Okay, and why?
And then I'm gonna send him the persistence health tank with gloom using discharge.
Okay. Yeah, so neighbor, I'm gonna need you to not use any of his builds ever.
Continue to defend.
Before I send you the Volt build I was using when I was just like supporting you, neighbor, you're gonna need to get Grendel, base Grendel, and Subsuming.
Gotcha. So speaking of subsume, who should I be looking to actually subsume besides Rhino and Grendel? Banshee for silence?
I mean, the real answer is all of them, because part of the reason for subsuming isn't just like getting the abilities that are actually good. It's also because every time they subsume a Warframe in particular, it's the largest burst of Helmuth affinity. So it's the quickest way to level Helmuth up. Because if you're not aware, you have to rank up Helmuth to unlock the ability to even have more ability slots. So even if you if you actively have like a rank 30 frame that's has a trash Helmuth ability, you would never not subsume it because it gives you a big burst of that affinity.
Okay.
And there's also just no reason not to.
For Codex, if you consider that you can do one a day, which ones would you prioritize?
I was obviously going to answer that next. Yes, I'm just saying that to clarify, the real answer is every frame, but make sure they get to level 30 first to get the mastery out of them. And then for the more particular question of like what are the actually really good Helmuth abilities, there's quite a bit of them. There's Roar, Nourish, Gloom, Zada's Whisper. Some of them that aren't even frame abilities that you'll get from ranking it up, like in Power for some hyper-specific meta scenarios, or Perspicacity. Null Star. I mean, there's a Omamori from. There's a long list. I mean, just get all of them basically.
Grendel first, though.
Yeah, Grendel is a very good one. Nourish is used on a shitload of builds.
Gotcha.
If you're not aware of what Nourish does, it gives all of your weapons a viral damage buff. So even if you aren't modding for viral, you'll get viral for free. So you can mod for corrosive, for example, and then get viral from Nourish, which is typically an impossible elemental combination because they're both comprised of toxin. So you get free rival damage. It gives you an energy gain multiplier. So for example, if you had enough power strength to have like a 2x from Nourish, that would mean that if you picked up a 50 energy orb, you would get 100 instead. So it massively juices your energy economy. And then also makes you, whenever you take damage with a small cooldown, it makes you release a viral pulse that automatically applies viral status to all enemies in range, which is also very powerful because the stats effect of viral is a damage multiplier.
Gotcha.
So basically, it's a completely cracked ability. Make sure you call out when you're done with the radiance. By the way, Muser.
Oh, I know. I just still have a bunch of them left.
Evade from sight. Yeah, that's true. Like honestly, it's too long of a list for me to actually reasonably like verbally list out right now because there's not just like, oh, here's the 3 good abilities. It's more like here's like 15 that you'll reasonably use. But
I was thinking more of.
But a short list is like Nourish, Gloom, and Roar, for example, are like 3 hyper essential ones for a lot of stock standard builds.
Gotcha.
Probably 99% of the player base, if they were being honest with themselves and not being hipsters. Because a lot of people are annoyed with Nourish being so popular, but not because it's actually good, it's just because it's popular. So, aside from people being hipsters, 99% of the player base would probably tell you that Nourish is the most important Helmuth in the game.
Oh, yeah. Kind of related to Codex, but I've been trying to put Tesla and Nervos on a bunch of builds. I gotta say, it's pretty cracked. Some cool combinations with the augment.
Was it you or somebody said it was funny on Zephyr with a tornado synergy?
Yep. It's insane on Zephyr because every tornado gets like the blast and then puts out again. Which is pretty cool.
That does sound pretty cracked.
It's also cracked on, the normal frames like Rhino and Saren and stuff. But
I'm gonna pop my ult, so can you stop killing me for a sec so I can hit them?
He's ulting.
Make sure there's a bonnet down as well.
Yep. He's ulting.
My knight is storming, they sure are. All right,
And
good.
KJ, I'm way ahead of you. I did try it on Jade. It's just, she already has a pretty big AoE.
I have 38,000 shields now, bro.
Yeah, KJ, so it wasn't a massive, increase. It was more AoE, but, Jade already has a lot of that.
I'll post a picture of this in the Discord because it's funny.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Oh yeah, speaking of Bright Bonnet, that's another helmet you should get, neighbor, because Nuka is really easy to farm.
Gotcha.
Anytime that you get a drop that somebody else also has, like there's 2 Quasis here, for example. If you drop something that somebody else drops the same item that you're taking, and you want to take that item, then take theirs. Like it's gonna get you the same item, obviously. Like a Quasis handle is a Quasis handle, but when you take somebody else's drop, it gives them a bonus 5 void traces.
Or void traces, not essence.
It's not in situations like this. Doing a run that's this long, it's irrelevant because we're gonna cap out on traces anyway. But if you were doing like a single exterminate run, for example, and you both dropped an identical drop they're going to take anyway, then it's, you know, you might as well give them the free traces.
Gotcha.
It's also just courteous and polite. You know?
Yes.
It's called the reach around.
Is it though?
These fucking guys, dude, I swear. Right.
I mean, maybe if Guns and Taylor could get on fucking game, you would be able to replace us.
Yeah, I gotta figure out why my headset has started like hurting recently. The dent in my head has finally gotten to my brain.
Your mind is growing. You're playing different games. It's too much for the size of the headband.
A log in a Fallout. I'm like, I should get a 401k.
Isn't that what the Hero chassis are for?
Mm-hmm.
The Bank of Harrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
This guy gets it.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Ooh. I don't know if I'd... Should take a look at how many orchid cells you have so far, neighbor.
Am I good to do that, or will it crash us?
Yeah, that's fine. Just stop doing it at like wave 100. I just did it and it was fine. Unless it's different for clients. You can hit P on your keyboard, by the way, to instantly pull up the full searchable screen.
Gotcha. 162 as of right now.
It's pretty based.
Extraction is ready.
Doubled what I've had.
Well, I'm not sure why I have so many more than you. Maybe my cat. Well, that's right. You don't have a resourceful retriever, do you?
He does. I gave it to him.
Yeah, I just had a Axon Urn earlier, and then I was getting rid of them for Master Rank.
Oh my god, he has no companion equipped. What the fuck?
I had forgot to equip one.
What was the reasoning for one coming off in the first place?
I was just going through all of the Sentinels, and I had gone to sell them after finishing their MR30 or their Master Rank of 30, and I had forgot to put my dog back on.
Wait, which ones did you sell? Because like Taxon doesn't have a Prime version, for example. So if you sold Taxon,
No, I kept Taxon. Like I sold Shade, Worm, all the ones that have Prime variants.
Fuck. Well, that's highly unfortunate. I should have double checked that before we started. That's a lot less resources for no reason. Unfortunate.
Made a mistake. That's my bad.
Oh, we made a mistake. We should check that.
Yeah, it's not on you. You know, someday I'm gonna bring Prosperous Retriever to one of these just to see how many creds I can get.
At least his reasoning for not having one on is a bit better than what I thought it was. I thought I was going to say that there's a lot of people that take their companions off when they're farming affinity to get more affinity for the other items, but that's not how companion affinity works. Unlike shared weapon splitting, your companions don't actually consume a portion of your affinity, they copy a portion, so having a companion on or off does not alter the amount of affinity that anything else gets, so there's no reason to ever take them off.
At least he's not like T-Spin who just takes it off for no reason.
Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
And then does a level cap cascade with no vacuum.
Yeah, speaking of which, Music probably already told you this, but make sure that you do have either vacuum or fetch equipped on literally all of your companions, because that's the mod that lets you suck up loot to yourself, which like right now you don't have, which you probably notice feels fucking terrible, neighbor.
Yeah, I realized that a little bit in. I was just like, oh, I guess I forgot a companion.
And Rage, no, I have not. Because he said he wanted to work through all the robotic Sentinel companions first before getting into Beast. I did make him do Howl the Kubro just so he could get something he could run resourceful on that.
Oh, I got the Naramon swords on me. That's cool. I've never seen those.
You're welcome.
Reinforcements available.
He's ulting.
Choose to leave now.
I was bored.
Yeah, I've never seen them before. They look cool. They even have the Naramon symbol as their, like, the hilt decoration.
They are cool and totally useless.
Oh yeah, they're fucking trash, but they look cool. And that's the real end game. Yeah, I already told him about Smita Rage the other night for affinity farming.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
You know, to be fair, I think I also don't have my companion equipped on my main loadout right now, which is fine because this is a different loadout, so I have mine on. But it reminded me, I need to put my Panzer back on when I get out of here. My other config. At least you're still getting more Orc and cells than the average new player gets in like 4 months, though. So, in this singular mission, like this is not even a hyperbolic statement. It's like unironically true.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
It's funny that and Musa, you probably thought about this too. His perception of the new player experience must be absolutely so fucking warped. Like, damn, this game is easy. That's crazy.
I was thinking about that when, you know, we were trying to convince someone in chat, and we were like, well, Neighbor got into Steel Path pretty fast. And I was just thinking, yeah, that, you know.
I mean, a lot of that is of his own doing, obviously, you know, like buying stuff. But I just mean in terms of like his gameplay experience, like doing a mission like this that the average new player could not possibly be doing by now.
Yeah. Also, please, new Carter. I got an all-fight.
Oh, I got you. I got you, boss.
My Nidus is being special.
Yeah, Neighbor, we're gonna have to take half your mods away and make you go do a 3-hour survival on your own, just so you can kind of refresh the reality.
That's fine. I'll throw on Rhino and do it.
It's like smelling coffee beans after smelling a bunch of cologne. You gotta reset yourself.
Why would I want to smoke cologne?
Yeah, you probably haven't showered in 7 days.
Oh, well, that's why I don't watch wash streamers.
Am I the guy? If you mean am I Unified Codex, yes, that's me.
Oh yeah, Codex, how are those TikToks going?
One of them is like 3,500 views. Another one's like 2,500.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Continue to defend.
Also, this is my last Icarus Relic.
Bro, I thought for some reason I thought you were about to say last rotation, and I was gonna reach to the screen and slap the fucking dog shit out of you.
Hey, I'm not Taylor.
That's true. You were Taylor. We've been on wave 200 already. I'm just carrying
You mean guns, right?
real. Are you re-corrupted, by the way?
Not yet.
Nice to meet you, Boo. I'm gonna call you Bojo instead because calling you Boo is kind of zesty. You know what I'm saying? Even though you are my
Oh,
Boo.
that's where you draw the line. Great.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission.
I mean, he can be my Boo, but I can't just, you know, put him on blast like that.
Oh, you blasting something. Sorry.
What build am I using on the Children? You can go watch this video that I made here if you want to check it out. Keep in mind, though, that I am also playing on a team with people buffing me, so you're not going to get the same performance if you're solo.
I mean, you will if you're good at the game. And I got fucking secondary corruption.
How so fast? Wisp.
I just wanted silence to be recastable. It's so boring, dude. Have to
Oh,
wait.
it is. It is with the augment.
It is? Because it wasn't
No,
really
mine
in
too.
the augment.
See, I knew that wasn't true, but I was going with it because it was funny. Like, wait, you're not using the augment that turns... No, you should have been like, you're not using the augment that turns into a channeled ability, so it's just on permanently? Are you stupid, or...
No. See, the reason I said the augment it makes it recastable is because that's true for Rhino. So, like, it makes it more believable.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're getting on with the gang. You know, people start trying to pull you
I
into
don't
the
know.
wrong
I'll pull you.
directions.
And an augment that gives duration back to silence for every Eximus killed within the silence radius. There you go.
Oh, I do have 3 Proteus and drugs.
Another opportunity to extract.
Just remember to run a Radiant next round of Codex.
If you're solo, just bring Spectres to buff you, that is true. Although, again, you're still not going to come close to matching the power of this team. Even in regards to Spectres, for example, being in a full team of 4 people using power donation means that a Knight of Spectre will give you a 58% link instead of 28%.
Yeah,
So
I was going to say, also, being in a team doesn't mean you can't use Spectres, so...
Yes. Yeah, so there's no way to match the power of being in a team, but solo Hilgen is still incredibly strong with our typical augment build. Just don't expect to see this level of performance if you're solo, is all I was saying. Hello there, welcome to the Codex, and there is a Wisp on the team. Yep, real. What the title should be.
We forgot to count.
Oh, you forgot to count. I'm on 17.
17? Nice. You just made it up, right?
It came to me in a dream.
I thought you just said you don't remember your dreams.
Took melatonin this time.
Tell me next time you do that.
What does that mean? That sounds like a threat. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm worrying about it. Really need to work on my Spectres, thanks for the reminder. Yes, you should. Especially Nidus and Dante Spectres, 2 very globally applicable use cases. It is insane how powerful Nidus Spectres are. Being able to get a on-command multiplicative strength increase is absolutely ridiculous. Guess I'll take
Remember,
the
run a Radiant, because I'm out.
Whew. My nose is going crazy right now.
Is it?
$29 of these Zacarius Radiance right now.
Not based.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
29 more than I need, because I need receivers. I already have way too many blueprints at the moment.
Yeah, same, but seeing gold drops, so makes me happy.
That's true. Don't own Nidus, rip. Well, you better get them.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get the frame, because Spectres are unmodded, so when you do get Nidus, I mean, you're done, because they don't use mods, so you get them and you're done. That easy. And it can be the Prime version as well, so you don't have to like farm regular Nidus from his infested salvage. You can just go and grab the Prime and make a Spectre of that.
Remember, your first slot, because you're going to be using it so much, should always be Ember Spectres.
Real.
And then your second should be Corvex. Yeah, you can keep Nidus to the fourth slot. You're barely ever going to use him.
People never get the normal version nowadays. Not true. I need it for Helmuth. But yes, you would not invest into it, obviously, if you can get the Prime. But you definitely still need to get the regular for Mastery and Helmuth.
I've decided that even now that I have Necros Prime, I'm going to continue using regular Necros for the bit.
I don't like you.
I'm allowed to have one base frame, okay?
But yeah, I bet all the base frames that don't have Primes.
Yeah, but I don't use those because they don't have primes, so...
Oh my god. Right, let me go check your profile for Synax usage real quick.
Let's move on to a different
Yeah,
topic.
that's what I thought, but I was like, no, you can't do this to me.
Like, you know what? No, I've come up with some bullshit. Okay. His deluxe skin, right, counts as a prime
Sight.
because it's so hot.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Like, damn it.
You just gotta be creative, you know.
Reinforcements available.
Mirror Helmuth,
Choose to leave now.
if from what frame? Sorry, can you rephrase that? I don't know what you're asking me.
Was that T-spin?
No. It was,
No, it sounded like him.
no, this guy actually gets a pass because English is not his first language, judging off of the username and other comments. Spend all my time on Wisp. You know, she's a good frame. So can't blame me too much. Any other Nidus and Dante? Yeah, like KJ said, my three main specters are Nidus because Nidus gives you a multiplicative strength buff, Dante because Dante gives you overguard, and Sight specters because they give you the elemental ammo packs, which is a enormous free damage increase and ammo refill.
Dante specters are really good because the frame is really good. In fact, Dante was Codex's most played frame of 2024. You know, he just loves the frame so much. And,
Unironically, it was because for some fuck-ass reason, those stats count specters. It also counts the weapon usage of your crewmates, so the fact that my crewmate gets a billion
Yeah,
kills each year with the Kubazar, my most used primary basically every year is the Kubazar, even though I myself actually rarely use it. I basically only use it on site occasionally.
Yep.
Really wish they would fix that to actually show what I use. It's like my actual most used frame. If it was tracking just me properly, it would be like Gyre or Saren, most likely.
I mean, I think you're gonna be getting some Titania over Saren next year, based on how many cascades you're doing.
That's true.
And I've also wondered if most used counts mission hours or like amount of missions completed. 'Cause if it's completed,
I have no
then
fucking
probably
clue, man.
Mirage-
They really need to.
Mirage will be up there.
They really need to clarify and singularize how that is tracked, because it seems largely nonsensical compared to how you think it would be tracked.
Yeah, my favorite part of that was the fact that based on the year in review thing, they're tracking your actual like hours, not just your mission hours. They're tracking them, and they just don't tell us for some reason. In game.
Yeah.
'Cause I always assumed it was some kind of like engine limitation that they weren't tracking you in, just modding and trading, but apparently not.
The Spectre question is a good question, though, whoever asked that, because I do still need to figure out who my primary 4th Spectre is going to be, because you have 4 Spectre tiers. So my tier 1 is Nidus, tier 2 is Dante, tier 3 is Sight. I'm not sure who tier 4 is going to be in terms of a 4th utilitarian
Whisper
Spectre.
Volt?
Yeah, I thought about those, because Volt uses the shield fairly often, right?
Yep.
And Wisp will use the base modes, so that's an option. Yeah, Wisp is probably one of the main contenders for the 4th one.
Before Dante, I had Wisp as my second.
What's up, Peter? I am indeed using Hildren, yep. I'm ore farming, as you say.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Now, aura farming is when you try to get growing power.
That's good. I like that.
And you're gonna eclipse me in kills because I haven't gotten corrupted in 20 minutes.
Yeah, you could use an Dark Swiss aura. Like you always fucking say to me on my gyre.
Yeah, if you had access to the client bug, you'd be doing the same thing.
Would I?
Yeah,
So
red number better.
They're dying either way.
I do not care about the actual HP, just red number. Big red number. Triple exclamation point, red number.
Yeah, the fact that that makes it even more funny. Like the fact that you're sacrificing the Dark Split Sword, not even for the Okina, from like an actual relevant
That's it. You
effect, but for
finish your
irrelevant damage increase is so funny.
Yeah, because, I mean, I've done this solo and as host, and I was able to nuke everything, so it's like, I just like how it looks.
Yeah, that's fair, Peter. That's fair. I want to eat the rest of that food I delivered earlier. I'm getting hungry.
Wow, you didn't eat it all in one go? Fake fat ass?
I'm a fake big back.
You probably don't even play Grendel.
A cosplay him.
reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now?
Codex is a bad streamer because you can't subsume nourish onto him.
A bad frame. Yeah, I don't have very many of these. Okina's gonna be in 2 weeks. Hera. We're on week 6 right now, and the Okina's week 8.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to
I bet Hildren would be pretty good in Elite Onslaught. I think it'd be worse than Mirage and regular Onslaught, but in Elite, it's probably pretty cracked.
Maybe. And doesn't Mirage insta-kill in Elite as well?
Depends on how far you're talking about going and whether or not you're in a team. If you're in a team snare, then definitely yes, Mirage still absolutely slaps in Elite, but starts to fall off a bit if you want to go for the long run, if you're like farming, like actually farming Elite for something.
How far would you say she goes?
Solo?
Yeah.
She falls off and does be faster than regular. Probably like, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't take a solo nuke Mirage past, and to clarify, I'm talking about the sleight of hand build, not like using weapons. The
Yeah.
sleight of
Yeah,
hand
of course.
build, I wouldn't take past like a single C rotation probably, like 8 waves. Starts to get too slow compared to regular Onslaught. But if you have a whole team built around it, you can absolutely obliterate for a while.
Because I was comparing her to Volt when I was farming Lato barrels. And he seems to last a little bit longer, but he does fall off around, you know, like the second C rotation. You start to really struggle.
Somebody said, "What the fuck is this build?" There's the build video if you want to check it out. Dark. I put the video out somewhat recently.
He got the build from Overframe.
I did, yeah. Just ripped it straight off.
Did you decide if you're gonna like upload all your builds there as like tech posts?
I'm not promising that. It would be good to do. I've thought about it for a long time having detailed written versions of, you know, just the build and the reasoning for the build. Would be a good tool for some people. Somebody that one guy ended up not being deaf, but he made me think that he maybe like realized that would be a really good tool for deaf players who, you know, can't get as much value out of the videos.
Why don't they just get better?
Just to clarify, Peter, I'm assuming that you're also joking, but the Overframe thing was a joke. I don't get any of my builds off of Overframe. That website is dog shit. It's my build. I have a video on it on my channel if you want to check it out. Yeah, Underframe is a good calculatory tool, but it doesn't have a public-facing interface at the moment. Like you were talking about an auto, so it's not good for what we're discussing. The reason
That
why
being stealing builds for making guide videos, like Codex does.
Yeah, just steal all of Ninjase's builds.
Now then they'd be good.
No, Tesla Nervos is not coded as weapon damage. Is
Sadly.
the other one is though. The I forgot the name of the fucking ability, the Flechette is weapon damage.
Imagine if it was coded as weapon damage and you could double dip like crit effects. Like Tenacious.
That's not how that works on anything in the game, like for effects that are coded that way.
Well, yeah, I'm coping. Saying
I was just saying because there is weapon abilities, and they're not, you know, they just get it once.
Hey, let me dream, okay?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, because you just said
Well,
that,
obviously.
because that scenario...
I said imagine.
Because that scenario exists.
You know, I think you've learned that I word things very poorly.
You do, that's why I gotta clarify. It's like his weapon abilities exist, bro. It's like, let me make sure he doesn't think that that's how that works. Unless you're Korra. If you're Korra, then you can be a cheater, thanks to Venari. Till which wave? How far are we going? Probably 120 at least.
What level are the enemies? I can't see because you're killing it too fast.
Somewhere around
2K.
2,000.
Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
That's all we have time for.
Yeah, there's somewhere around 2 to 2.4k, I think.
Also, I got recorrupted last round, so you can do whatever the opposite of locking in is. You can lock out, I guess. Reset.
Luke out. There's a guy named Luke at Sam's Club, and he was not great. And my boss and like basically all of my other coworkers made a joke about that when you come to work, you either got to lock in or Luke out.
Poor guy.
I mean, well, he didn't ever hear that joke. We didn't say it to him.
The last thing Azuli says before I hit him with my truck.
What? Okay. What?
Context?
Just say I'm not sure the contextual relation there, but I mean, I'm down for it. But
I was kind of imagining someone screaming "Look out" in a Canadian accent.
okay. I guess we were just supposed to magically mind read that extra bit of context to make the joke work, but all right.
Yeah, I mean, we've all thought about hitting Azuli with a car, so.
Well, I've actually done it every time he goes to TennoCon each year. I run his ass over.
Interesting phrasing.
I didn't stutter. Jesus, the acolytes barely spawn. Yep. That's how it be. It's getting a bit dangerous now for me to reach chat at this level. Let me just.
It's okay, I'll carry you.
I'm just gonna keep spamming right by the crap out here. Revenant is good. Yep. Yes, Revenant is good. He's immortal.
But he's meta, so you shouldn't play him.
That's it. You opened the relic.
Yes, hipsters will tell you not to play him, but that's because he's good. I have a question.
This is why I like playing support, because I'm laid down in my bed and I'm not doing any work except pressing 1 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are like the royal elite Arokin, while your workforce slaves here, the two Hildrens, are toiling away to provide for everybody.
Hey man, I need more credits. Get back to it.
Keep going.
Do you choose to leave now or
I have a question. What do you do with all the loot? Because I see your videos and you do 6-hour grinding hard, but you don't pass the 50 items in Civic off. How is that? I think Bro unironically just said that I only have 50 Civic offs, and that's that's kind of funny.
We're playing with Rage's alt.
Yeah, I think he basically just said, like, how do I grind so much and only have, like, quote unquote, only have like 50 Civic offs, for example. It's like, well, for one, there's other primes that exist in the game. Some of it goes to ducats, for example. Like, if you're not aware, you can sell prime parts for a resource called ducats.
Can you ask him how many Civic offs he has, just so we get a point of comparison?
I mean, I don't know if I misunderstood him. That's what it sounded like. Like, he was surprised that I only had like 50 Civic off and optics, for example, which I think is pretty funny, considering that's an absolutely insane amount for the average player. Yeah, bro. The player with a 8.3k KD when they see someone with 8.2.
Well, you have Rage Nuke Nova, now you have Rage Bait Nova as well.
How do you have 30,000 shields? There's an arcane called Arcane Expertise that gives you extra shields based off the amount of power strength that you have. So when you have a bunch of strength buffs from the mission and from your team, you can temporarily hit really high strength or really high shield values. Ducats for boosters. The only booster that I buy from Barrow is mod booster. All the other boosters I just buy with platinum. But yeah, like right now I have like 3 months of a mod booster active at the moment still, because I just stock up from Barrow. I spent like 25,000 ducats just buying mod boosters last time that he had them.
Yeah, I never buy mod boosters. I just give Codex a little and on Saki, and he lets me into the runs.
Bro's always saying some sussy shit.
I mean, it's true. Unironically, not the suck part, but I stopped buying mod boosters because I play with so many people that I'll keep it and do a billion pictures.
Yeah. And again, go watch whatever my last Revenant video was, Kyle, and you can use that as reference. I mean, Revenant's like one of the easiest frames in the game to mod. You just put on his Mesmer Shield augment, you put on max strength and duration, and then you put on a damaging helmet like Nourish, for example, and then you're good to go. You're immortal and do plenty of weapon damage. And his fourth ability is actually pretty good damage too, at high levels at least.
Spin to win.
Normally the problem is energy. And Nourish is so good because
Nourish plus Energy Nexus means you're generating like 10 energy a second plus. Because the 3 energy per second that you passively get from Nexus is multiplied by Nourish if you're not aware of that. So if you use that combo, it's impossible to run out of energy.
Today I learned.
And Rage, you didn't catch a stray. There was a guy who said, apparently, we are guessing, who's saying that 57 goth sets isn't a lot. So I was calling you rich, okay?
Yeah, it was quite the opposite of Stray. He was just saying that you're rich, basically. Energy Nexus, yeah. There's a mod called Energy Nexus that gives you a passive 3 energy per second regen, and it is affected by Nourish. So if you have like a 3x multiplier from a high strength Nourish, for example, that means that you're getting 9 energy per second. So it's like literally impossible to run out, and you can just spam whatever you want. Like, it literally just get his augment called Mesmer Shield, and then mod for max strength and max duration, and put on Nourish, and then there you go. You have the sloppiest Revenant build imaginable.
I think I can imagine something sloppy.
Can you get him up, somebody?
It's all good. I'm just gonna revive. I have plenty of affinity.
Okay, well, there goes the moats then.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that's how that worked.
Yeah, they disappear if you die.
Completely my fault. Did not know that's how that worked.
Just let us revive you.
Are other frames making you move so fast in your fourth? Yes, there's a wisp here, giving us a haste mode.
Head.
Oh. He didn't know. He's gonna do it again. No, he's gonna know. But
Yeah, he's like,
this
next
time
time,
malicious.
next time now that I know I can do it on purpose. Like, based?
If you're not inducing rage in Codex, are you really living? At least once in your life, you have to do it.
Relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's
Or several times per quarter of an hour in Musa's case. You keep killing for a sec, Musa.
Yeah.
What's the shit here? Alright. I'm coming back.
Alright, well, grab stuff.
extraction is ready. Unless you
Make sure that when you get corrupted, that you recast the moat's neighbor.
Understood.
I mean, they should be down right now to clarify, but recast to
They
make
are.
them to make them stronger when that happens.
Yes, sir.
How come your shields are regenning without using pillage? I am using the Roxa Kubra, which has a mod called Protect that automatically gives you shields back when your companion sees that you're losing shields, basically. And then there's also a player playing as Stynex here, activating an ability called Rally Point that gives you shields back on every kill that you get. So since I'm blowing up half the map and killing 40 guys at once, I'm getting thousands of shields every time that I cast, basically. How many times have you been asked how you're going so fast? Yes. I believe somebody told me one time that I have a unreasonable resistance to being upset from repeat. Was that you, Misa? I think that was you.
No.
Somebody said that I have an unreasonable resistance to getting upset from repeat questions, which I thought was a funny statement because I don't know, why would you get upset from getting the same question multiple? It's not coming from the same person. It's like if somebody.
I was gonna say that I feel like anyone who has that problem hasn't worked a teenage custom server job.
Well, they also just must not understand how streaming works. Like, if somebody just joined the stream, they're not gonna know the answer to your question. That was.
Yeah, I just meant in general getting annoyed by people asking the same thing over and over. It's just gonna happen because
if the same person did it over and over, if the same person asked me 10 times, then that would not make sense. But it makes sense that if somebody brand new hops the stream.
Why is it that you put Terrify on Zaku?
Oh, this fucking guy, bro.
I'm just, he already has an armor strip in his kit.
I'm recasting him.
Their bonnet down.
Yep.
Just as a reminder, at this point, you definitely do not open your mission progress. So do not hit P, do not hit tab, do not look at it at all.
Do not key. Understood.
Maybe a little.
Thank you for the follow. Alter, thank you.
Available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Are you going for ducats, Rod, or do you need that? I mean, it's too late now, but that was 15 ducats instead of 45, just in case you didn't notice that.
Oh, well, it's like 3 a.m. I'm expecting to make bad decisions.
See, Codex was telling me the other day that he's a weird Fallout freak that doesn't get, mentally impaired when he gets super tired. For some reason.
There's a spectrum of people like Codex that circle
there's
my
a
life,
spectrum,
so
alright.
yeah, I know the type.
And you're welcome for it. I'm gonna go
Dude, I
read.
don't know what I would do without you guys. To be honest, I'll probably rage a lot because that's what my spectrum does.
Interesting. We gotta stop helping this guy so much.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
You're
Acolyte.
my support circle.
What level are these guys? Let's 2,147. Okay.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
16 essence. Very nice. Did you ever explain the endurance multipliers to him, Misa?
Oh yeah, that's how I basically explained to him why we always do these super long fissures instead of just a billion exterminates.
That's one of the big downsides of you not having Retriever on right now. Neighbors, the 80% chance of double resources includes Steel Essence, so with the Acolytes drop 2 Essence, with a booster it's 4, and then with a Fissure you get up to 100% of all 4 boosters as well after a while, which we're at right now, so it's 8, and the Retriever can make it 16, like I just picked up a 16 proc, for example.
Oh yeah.
It's multi-level marketing, but for loot.
Welcome to my Ponzi scheme.
Do you choose to leave now?
See, the problem is you're actually gaining something here. So
Yeah, but you have to play with Musa, so there is a cost.
isn't that a reward? Why can't the
You
game
must have
give me a
booster right now,
single
dang. Yes,
handle?
I usually have all 5 boosters. I have credit, affinity, resource drop chance, resource booster, and mod drop chance booster at the moment. So I have every booster in the game.
Once you earn enough plat to get yourself full boosters, it's real difficult to go back.
And if you're not a real broke, you have all 5, it's really hard to go back.
You're my mod booster bitch. I don't need that one.
That's true. The nice thing about mod drop chance boosters and resource drop chance boosters, for those of you in the chat that haven't, that don't realize this or know this, is that unlike the resource boosters, credit booster, and affinity booster, which directly double the amount of something that you receive, since resource drop chance boosters and mod drop chance boosters are doubling the chances for enemies to drop something, it effectively means that your entire team has it, because it's not a buff affecting you, it's a buff affecting the enemies. And right now, we're all in the same mission, which means that even if only I have a mod drop chance booster on, everybody in the team is benefiting from the fact that the enemies are dropping twice as many mods, Endo, and Arcanes. So it's essentially a team-wide buff if a single person on a team has one of those. And no, they do not stack. So there's no difference between 1 and 4 person having it. I'm gonna go looting if you can kill for a moment. Because I'm about to lose a bunch of reacting, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to be careful with making sure to loot often enough, neighbor. Like, it's a fine line, because you know, it can get dangerous if you're not, you know, actually doing the mission for a long enough period. But at the same time, there's a cap of amount of resources that can actually stay in the ground, and once it hits that, it starts to delete the oldest stuff one by one, including reactant. So you can miss out on resources or even the ability to crack your relics if you get pretty unlucky. Oh shit! I just lost my cast somehow. Took too much damage, I guess. It's okay. I'm corrupted, so it's fine.
All right, can I go out and grab stuff?
Yeah, the round's over anyway. I do need the bonnet though.
Sure, one second.
Still got 50 seconds, so it's fine. We're gonna leave it at 135, by the way.
All right.
You go to.
Only because you're a coward. No.
I mean, hey, pushing past 105 is severely risky for most people. I don't want to get too greedy, you know. Happy Valentine's Day, Pookie. Wait a minute, you're not Levick. You're not my Pookie.
You know, as Codex once said to me, you know, when they were talking about greed in the Bible, they hadn't considered Icarius blueprints. So.
True. Just wait until you guys see the amount of creds that we get from this run when we leave. Although, unfortunately,
we forgot to get our boosters.
Unfortunately, no credit blessing.
Rod, out of curiosity, Rod, are you running the Overguard augment?
I haven't seen Overguard a single time, so I would assume no.
No, I don't have it.
Mm.
He hates us, for real.
I mean, to be fair, he wouldn't be able to hit very much to charge it, but it would be nice for a little bit of gate.
It is nice. Just to avoid those occasional one taps.
Alright, I gotta grab reactant before it despawns.
Yeah, go ahead.
If one of you have it, I can trade with you after the defense. I don't have the correct
syndicate. Yeah. So is it one of the ones that's not on both sides? I don't know why they do that. Every augment that's released should be in one of the syndicates from both of the combinations of three. I don't understand how that's not like super obvious game design.
Well, I mean, it's good for trading.
Yeah, to me, it's
but that's
game design to force the trading.
Yeah, well, no, it's not forced game design. If you look at how the rest of the game is designed, there's like essentially nothing in the game that's invoked trading in that way. Almost the entire game is designed around self-vulnerability. It's one of the few exceptions that I can think of.
Oh, from an intact relic.
That is nice.
Yeah, but I have still Meridian and Red Veil, so...
No, I don't have a Subsuming on at the moment on this build. What gun is this?
Well,
it's not a gun, it's Hildren's Balefire with the Aegis Scale augment.
The ideal Subsuming Hildren for this build is Shrink a Pillar. So that's the defense target.
Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah. I have the Dark Split Sword equipped because the Dark Split Sword is bugged to cause you to only get frame corruption, because the way that corruption works in Fisher missions is that you can only get corrupted for things that are equipped. So if you only bring one weapon, that means there's a 50% chance for the weapon, a 50% chance for the frame, but the Dark Split Sword in particular is bugged to not be able to get corrupted, which means that if it's the only weapon equipped, then you can only get frame corruption. So yes, that's why I am constantly getting Hildren corruption.
See, he can say that so perfectly, but then he forgets that completely whenever we do an alchemy and we're trying to line up our corruptions.
You think you can talk right now, bro? How many waves did you just go uncorrupted? I'm gonna go loot when you get back.
12. All right, I'm back.
We're almost to the finish line. Like a single enemy tap right now on the cryopod would fail this mission, neighbor. I just got taken out again. That's annoying. Not surprising though, with how much damage they do. But thankfully, I'm corrupted.
Grab reactant.
Yeah, go ahead. Thankfully, like I said, I'm corrupted every round, so it's all good.
Oh, by the way, fun fact for you, chat. Since I've been doing so many long runs recently, I found out that my bladder has increased in size.
Huh?
Yeah. At my work, sometimes we measure each other's piss volume.
Okay.
No, for professional reasons.
Somebody in chat is way too excited about this conversation right now. I just know.
I promise there's a professional reason you need to do this, okay? Because you need to test the equipment, but because of HIPAA laws, you can't use patient piss. So, anyway. And I figured out that recently with all these long runs and me not using the bathroom for a long time, I'm actually growing in capacity. I just thought chat might want to know.
There's the Hildren build for the person that just asked. What sign Donna am I wearing? It's the Raiji sign Donna. So it's Tennogen, so it costs real money if you're on PC.
Oh, you actually learned how to say it.
Yeah, I thought I had an N in it. It's my bad.
Congrats, you can be an otaku now.
Yeah, he's using the 9G sign dino.
If only Dell was here when I just did that, she would have been so cringe-induced. Was yeah, clip that and send it to her.
Yeah, this stream does have a way of scaring off female viewers. Even with cat gone, somehow.
Let me know when you're back from looting.
Yep, just getting my mannequin here. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, whoever said they didn't have the damage to do what we're doing, go check out my Hildren build video. If you want to start dipping your toes in the water.
Okay, tumbling your back because I just watched a reactant despawn.
Yeah, go ahead. The last round is the next round is the last one. Rod and neighbor just so make sure you grab everything.
Gotcha.
Keep that silence going though.
Okay, I'm back if you want to loot.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I wonder how much edit we got from this.
You should check.
Nope. I'm back if you need to grab stuff.
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, you can go loot. They're
I'm
dead.
always worried about moving around because I don't know what's the range.
You just put more range on. You could do stretch and overextended for 235.
With 190, can I go to
190 does not.
the end of the room?
190, for the most part, it'll extend from any edge to the cryopod. It will not cover the entire room, though. So if you want like more overlap coverage from spawn to spawn, you would have to increase your range. Tasty run. Good job, lads.
5 Vicarious Prime blueprints.
Just to immediately get this out there so that neighbor doesn't think it's usually this bad. You typically would get a lot more steel essence in this amount of time, but for some reason the Acolyte defense spawn rates are bugged.
Gotcha.
If you were to do like a 2-hour 11-minute cascade, you would get significantly more than this. Nice credits there, yeah. Well, hopefully you have a credit booster on still. If you did, you should have gotten nearly 9 mil from that.
Yep, I got.
Didn't that just massively juice your credits? Because last time I saw you had like 200k.
I was at 4 mil before we started, so I'm not 13 mil.
Okay.
Yeah, he did a bunch of Legacy.
Yeah, we would have gotten if we got a credit blessing. But if somebody in chat has said, like, that's a lot of credits. Yeah, we would have gotten closer to like 12 mil or 11 mil, something like that. 11 to 13 mil if we got a credit blessing active, because we did not get one. But either way, not bad. Has a little side bonus there. 5 Acarius BP is wild.
I love the guy in chat saying, "I'm playing the game wrong."
I'm playing the game wrong. Oh fuck, that's funny.
It just went from 29k plastids to 77k plus 29. So.
Oh, look at those Orchid cells, dude. How many Orchid cells did you? Did you have like how many? Yeah, how many did you get? How many did you have before?
So I had 107 or so. Then I got 302 from that.
Very nice.
Yeah, I got way more than me. 248 here.
I got 371.
I got 286, but I wasn't really focusing on collecting.
Yeah, 124,000 plastids. That's also funny. 1 million nanospores is hilarious. 1.1 million actually is hilarious because I think Gunn said he has like none somehow.
Yeah, I got 1,003 ribbon slivers.
But for those of you new players, like saying you're playing the game wrong, look at these fucking slivers, dude. 1,200 slivers. We again almost got like a year's worth of ribbon slivers in a single mission. It's hilarious.
How much Indo did you get at the end?
8k I think. Yeah, 8k.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
7.5.
not nearly as much endo as alchemy of this duration would give you. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried about going way too far and just reduce the coverage of silence. So I'd rather lose on the farm than lose all of the farm.
I just put more range on. Like I said, just run stretch. You should the Stynex. Does that Stynex build have Bellicose on, by the way? Because this team is usually using a Wisp, so you would have a full 72% Bellicose.
Let me link to you.
Yeah, this is not a random team, Van, and you would never do a run like this with randoms. You have to have a fully, preset team of everybody having the right builds and communicating whatnot.
I gotta say, I'm up to 45 Protezats.
I think I can change the augur message for the what's the name of it? The augment.
Are you actually remembering to use concentration properly?
Yeah, I'm using 2, 1, then 3 because they kind of overlap on timing with the concentration. That's around 63 seconds.
Oh, 2 like Thera Strike. You can just double cast Rally Point. It's probably faster because Rally Point is recastable. So just do 3-3 to trigger the concentration Rally Point, and then 1. So 3-3-1 would be concentration on both Rally and Silence. Yeah, no, this is
Thera Strike has
Prime Flow is useless, by the
strain.
way. You obviously are not going to have energy concerns with Rally Point. It's generating 1 billion energy per second. So this should be trashed for more. Like you could just put stretch there, for example. Yeah, Prime Flow is just a totally dead mod slot, so put stretch there. Because the reason why you're here for us for the Rally Point is the shields on kill, but don't forget that the other effect of it is the energy per second. So it's literally impossible for you to run out of energy.
I don't know, dude. It's 225 energy, and it takes a lot to cast those two things. It's 116.25 drain for.
Oh, you mean because of blind rage? Like you literally don't have enough. Yeah, but As long as you literally have enough to cast them both, that's all that matters. Because like you.
Well,
they
didn't you
have-
just tell him to double cast his 3?
Well, yeah, because he's using concentration, which I mean he could solve that problem by switching to multi-efficiency instead, because that's a passive 36% instead of having to activate it by, energy expenditure. I would probably do that anyway. 'Cause, I mean, I'm not saying him in particular, but most people simply don't remember to actually like trigger concentration properly. So it's a dead arcane on a lot of people's builds. I would just switch to multi-efficiency for the passive, always active 36%.
Don't worry. I have half a brain, but it's still half a brain.
There's also on this team there's also a Bright Bonnet down, so you have energy from Rally Point and Bright Bonnet. So if you're telling me that you think you have energy concerns, that's like how?
No, I don't have energy concerns about. I just need the pool. I wouldn't use Equilibrium or Energize, but I would use Flow because then I have the energy.
You only need the pool to be able to cast the most expensive one. You don't have to have enough energy to be able to cast both because you have energy regen. So as long as you have enough energy to cast the most expensive one, you'll immediately generate the amount to cast the cheaper one.
All right.
And if you're really concerned, you can just drop 1 strength shard for a energy max shard.
There's no reason to do that. But again,
I'm saying if he's like super concerned about not being able to cast.
The
I
concern
have
is
a
unfounded.
violet shard, so it's already like 30 for.
Yeah,
plus
well, that's another
30%
thing. Yeah, if you're not
energy.
already running 5 strength shards, for example, or 5, or mix of strength and duration shards, that's another thing that would make the build, better for this purpose. Obviously, you'd have to change the shards back for like a regular Steinax build, but in terms of for just the buffing Steinax, the only shards that you should be using is strength, most likely, which would further solve the energy issue because more strength would mean even more energy regen per second, which again even further invalidates the concern.
All right. So, well, if anybody has the augment to, then I can
Okay,
put
let
it
me
on
get
top
checked.
of augur message.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
give it to you.
Yeah, for the most part, it's pretty good.
Well, with that, GG's. I appreciate the run. I'm gonna be getting off for the night.
GG's.
Yep, good run. Glad you could join for one.
Yes, sir. Look forward to the next time if y'all need a whisk.
Yep.
And Rod, I invited you.
Yes, sir.
I put energy shards on the Steinax build you sent me. If you're talking about, yeah, there's no reason to use those Rage because for all the reasons I just said. Just started the other day because I've been grinding other stuff, learning new things to focus on each week, and my time is everywhere. Yeah, just focus on one thing at a time. There's far too many things to do in Warframe to like reasonably be able to actually do all of them at once. So you're just gonna feel overwhelmed. Just pick a few things, one or a few things, and just focus on those, and then move on to the next thing.
Put the plat away, Rod.
Yeah, that was a spicy run. Closing in on getting back to 200 million credits. It's nice. I need to take away the one thing that Umbrin has. Actually, speaking of Umbrin, if you're still here, hop in the voice chat. Maybe he's not on Warframe, so maybe he's not. Got the bursting, but it feels mad weak. If you mean the regular bursting, yeah, it's nothing special. The reason why people say the bursting is really good is because of the bursting in Karnin upgrade. So once you unlock Steel Path Vannon, if you don't have that already, you can unlock an upgrade called Incarnins, and it turns the bursting into one of the best guns in the game.
The system
There he is.
Oriented Codex sucks at Profit Taker. He's never done Profit Taker in his life.
Yeah, I do Profit Taker on double credit weekends oriented.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start farming credits again.
Why is that?
How many do you have again?
Because I don't like that Codex is closing in on 200 million. I'm at 250, but I don't like that he's within.
I have 263 million. I've taken it from you.
That's fine.
Don't worry, it'll only take me a weekend if I'm dedicated.
Taking my burst in Incarnate tonight, very nice. Yeah, by far one of the best guns in the game. It's just a murder hose of bullets. Yeah, the only time that I do Profit Taker pretty much in terms of like really hard farming it is during double credit weekends because it's a waste of time otherwise. Because I never actually like run out of credits, so it only makes sense to restock when I'm getting the maximal credits per hour. Because like I said, like otherwise I'm just getting half the credits per hour for no reason when I don't actually like need them. You know, I just do it to stock up.
Yeah, oriented. If you're legitimately trying to get to credit cap, have you seen the secure life method? Because Ryugi, one of the guys in the clan here, went from 200 million to $1 billion in one day. Admittedly, that was on a credit weekend, so it would take you 2 days. But
yeah, that was pretty crazy to see. Yeah, I do love the credits from these defense runs. Super goated passive bonus. And even though it's only 8,000 endo, I mean 8,000 endo is also 8,000 endo. All these little.
That's a full ribbon.
And Vannon, a credit weekend is when you get a credit booster for the weekend as an event, usually because of some charity thing or just because they want to.
Yeah, double credit weekend. There's double credit weekends, double affinity weekends, very rarely double resource weekends. And the useful thing about them is that they multiplicatively stack with market boosters. So if you buy a credit booster, which gives you double credits, but it's also a credit weekend, it doubles again, so it's now 4 times. So if you were doing something that gave you 100,000 credits, for example, then buying a booster would make it 200,000, and then the weekend would double it again to 400,000. Doing Profit Taker, for example, is my preferred credit farm, partially because it's not just a credit farm. You also get a resource called Charisma Toroids, which you can turn in for a useful standing to buy other stuff. But the Profit Taker as a baseline drops 125,000 credits. There's a Warframe you can play as called Chroma that doubles that to 250,000. And then a credit booster makes it to 500,000. So the typical baseline is 500,000 just with a booster in the right frame. And then a double credit weekend would make that 1 million. And then a blessing makes that closer to like 1.3 million. And then your companion, if you have Prosperous Retriever on, can double that up to a max of 2.6 million. Because technically the credits are 5 different drops. So whenever the double goes off, it could be on any combination of 0 to 5 of those drops. So you can get up to like 2.5-ish million credits per run, and I can do that in less than 4 minutes. So it's a really good farm on double credit weekend because it's 20 mil plus per hour, and the other resource as well. Got a little Chroma, but I gotta see if I haven't got. You know, I'm feeling generous since you're a new player and you've been in chat for a while now. If you give me your endgame name, I'll send you some slots, Vannon. Let's also do a giveaway for a Soulframe code, because I still have a bunch of those to give away. Let's give away a Soulframe access code. Now, it is PC only, so only enter the giveaway, for one, if you actually want to play Soulframe, obviously, and only enter if you actually play on PC, because Soulframe is currently only on PC while it's being developed. Just give me one moment. Alright, for those of you on Twitch, you can do !enter in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a Soulframe access code. And while you guys are entering that, I'm going to go grab some food real quick because I am really hungry after that run.
I should enter the Soulframe giveaway.
Is it working? Oh, there we go. Say, it looks like it's not working. There we go, it's working. Alright, I will be back momentarily. Let me go feast real quick.
Musa, I'm pretty sure he blacklisted you from entering giveaways.
Nope. I literally won a formal bundle yesterday.
Bullshit.
Want me to send you a screenshot?
Yeah. Pixar didn't happen. So I know for a fact I'm blacklisted.
Yeah, because you're a mod, dumbass.
Yeah. And you're a dumbass.
But I'm not a mod.
Yeah, but you don't deserve any giveaways, so.
Also, why were you trying to do exclamation point Musa? That's not a command.
I'm hoping it brings up an option menu to mute your microphone.
I mean, you could unironically just do that in the Discord. You're a mod.
You know what? You're right. Actually, no, I can't. Because because I'm a mod, not a Archon, so I don't have access to the private voice channel.
I mean, you could time me out, which would kick me from the channel.
Oh, thank you for giving me so many ideas. Really appreciate it.
I only know that because of previous mods' terrible corruption. During Plague Star, oh, the tragedy. Cat got bribed to kick me out of the Discord for a bit. But I bribed my way back in, so don't worry, chat.
Musa, have you ever heard of the game Kinetica?
Thankfully not.
That is not a thankfully. That is an unfortunately. It's an older PS2. It's a PS2 game, but it was like one of my childhood games that I used to play a lot. But I recently found out it's got that it's backwards compatible on PS5, so I downloaded it and beat the game last week. It's pretty fun. It's a racing game, but instead of driving cars, you're people wearing like high-tech kinetic suits, and the wheels for this and like instead of having a motorcycle, like the suit literally has like the wheels like attached to your arm feet, kind of like Nezha, like how Nezha has the wheels on his feet.
Interesting.
It's actually really. It's kind of. I mean, it's pretty fun once you get the hang of it. Granted, part of my fun is childhood nostalgia, but I also do enjoy it.
Are you being paid off by PlayStation to like promote this?
You said what?
I said, are you being paid off by PlayStation to promote this?
No, I paid money for this, but it's only like $6.
They didn't like fly you out to some weird European country and give you a preview of the upcoming remake for $70.
I would love a remake for this game, but I highly doubt PlayStation would ever do a remake for this game. But legitimately, like if I were to win the lottery tomorrow, my first thing would I mean, my first thing would be to like put a bunch of it away for like savings, but then after that, it'd be trying to figure out how I could, what's it called? How I could help fund or start a Kickstarter to get this game a remake.
Interesting.
I genuinely think it has pretty good potential. It's kind of an obscure game.
It must be pretty bad if it influenced you as a child. Yeah.
What did you say?
I don't know, really. I'm kind of sleepy.
Yeah, go to sleep. I hear somebody opening a bag of chips or some shit.
I forgot that I had this Jack Link's stick.
You like a meat stick in your mouth?
I do.
They're pretty good, honestly, so I can't mulch you.
The winner is Mindeman 007. 007, James Bond. Let me know your... Or no, what I'm saying, this is a Soulframe code. I will whisper the code to you on Twitch.
Oh, and speaking of that guy in chat, he asked what weapon was bugged. The dark sword? It's not the dark sword, it's the dark sword.
Yeah, correct. Gotta find this. Gotta find this guy's name first of all. Where is his?
I should see if I have any meat in the fridge.
There we go. Why did that not? Why is this not sending? Mendeman, I think I can't. Oh, there, no, never mind, it's sent. There we go. I said to you in your Twitch whisper. I'll also send you the there's the website link to redeem it. Enjoy. All right. All right, let me go check what my circuit layout is. The goth based. So like I said, I think there's, if I did want to fully wrap up my weeklies, there's still a ribbon to get from Arthritis. Whatever her name is. I feel like I gotta be careful eating this thing, dude. It's fucking greasy. I want to get it all over my keyboard. Have that spinning thing in our back. What's that under? It's the Gloriana ephemera. It's a sister of Parvos ephemera for defeating a sister of Parvos that has the ephemera. How far along in is Soulframe by now? They just released Preludes 13. they're still working on very large scale variations on game systems. It's not like nothing is set in stone yet. That's why they still call it pre-alpha, and that's why they're still only doing it on PC so they can rapidly change things if they want to. So it's not going to be coming out anytime soon, if that's your question. Yeah, she still has a pistol ribbon. I might be interested in grabbing that. All right, let me go. I'm literally gonna leave real quick so I can go finish eating this because it's unironically like so greasy, and I don't feel like accidentally getting this on anything related to my computer. So one moment. Oh. Sorry guys, you know how it is. Had to gobble some meat off stream. Where the hell did Musa and Umbrin go, by the way?
I'm still here.
Rod is still here too. Where the fuck is everybody?
The world may never know.
Wording is crazy. I didn't stutter. Yeah, I didn't stutter.
I'm grabbing some meat. I found some nice stuff in the fridge. So
they have a nice, they have a nice base, but I wish we could do open world co-op on Soulframe.
You can.
I was gonna say you can. The game is co-op currently. If you mean you want like an even wider place to play, and that is gonna happen eventually, but the game is currently co-op. It's 3-player co-op.
Yeah. Also, did you ever give the slots to that one guy?
Oh, yeah. What was his name?
He put it in chat.
Yeah, it was Vannon, right? Was the guy. So
yeah.
I see it. I got the name. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, Vannon, I'm gonna send you those frame slots right now. Good reminder, Musa. Thank you. Let's do a little 5 here. There you go. Vannon just sent you 5 frame slots, so you're good to go for a bit. What food? It was a Jack Link's meat stick. It was a mild, spicy one. Actually, very good. It was remarkably tender for. I haven't eaten a Jack Link's in a while, but I bit into it and it had the kind of crunchy outer casing, but aside from that, it was surprisingly tender for being a processed package stick of meat. I don't know what else to call it. Give me heartburn. Yeah. Well, I'm also double dipping the heartburn maxing by drinking an energy drink, so we'll see how it goes. I'll be dead in about an hour. Energy drink topped off with moving on to some alcohol, so we're going from an upper to a downer. That's going to be a great combination. I surely won't suffer any physical consequences from that, I imagine. So I'm going to text my mom. I'm going to tell her that I'm going to come over later today / tomorrow. Oh, I feel like going over and maybe making a meal for her or something. Lunch or dinner. Figure it out. You feel great tomorrow? Honestly, I make jokes, but I will feel fine. I've never had a hangover in my life, so I'll be fine.
Same. I also don't drink, but that's besides the point.
Well, yeah, you're a coward, but no, and a loser.
I don't drink very much. It might look like I do on stream. That's because it's one of the only times that I drink, but I actually barely drink. But when I do, I've never had a hangover, even if I drink a lot. Primarily because I mean, part of it is genetics, but it's also just because just drink fucking water. People just don't drink enough water.
Water? The fuck is that?
It's my signature dish. To be frank, I'm very good at cooking a lot of things, but my my go-to that many people quote unquote know me for is steak. For most people, I can make the best steak they've ever had, regardless of what restaurants you've been to.
Yeah, I gotta taste your meat sometime.
Yeah, you should try my steak too.
Mm-hmm.
Cooking channel too. Yeah, Codex Cooks. Welcome back to episode 6-7 of Codex Cooks.
I will slap you.
Why? What's wrong? What did I do?
That is some Musa shit you just said right there.
I didn't even check what else is up right now. Let me go take a look-see. Nothing. Wonderful. Wonderful. I mean, Kappa disruptions is actually not bad, to be honest. But none of our usuals, you know. Curious build, sure. It's a Mirage specific Curious build though. For the most part. And I'll show you the non-ribbon version. This is the build that I use on. Well, this is the non-ribbon version of the build that I use on my Mirage in particular. Umbrin, start streaming so we can watch you instead of Mr. 67 here.
Who said that?
Leviah the Tempest.
You know what?
And if you want to see the Mirage build that I pair this with, it's this right here. It's expertise in Avenger for the Arcanes. The combat expertise is unranked on purpose. You should use the reason I'm using combat discipline. I said combat expertise. The reason why I'm using combat discipline is because this aura makes you take damage every time you kill enemies, which makes you trigger Avenger constantly, basically. But you can use an unranked one to only take 1 damage per kill instead of 10, so you just don't, hurt yourself as much, but it still triggers the arcane. So just use the lowest strength that you can in terms of capacity. And then the rest is just a pretty normal Mirage build. Basically, the main thing is that the helmet is energized munitions. Replacing the 2 energized munitions gives you 75% ammo efficiency, which means that you only spend 1 ammo every 4 shots. So the Akirius only has 8 rounds in the magazine, so it runs out really fast. But if you have 75% efficiency, that 8 rounds last for 32 rounds because you only actually spend an ammo every 4th shot. So it's effectively multiplying your magazine by 4, so you have 32, missile AoE rounds you can shoot out instead of 8 before you have to reload. So it's quite nice for speed running on Mirage. It was Fortifier on the Akirius to give you Overguard. Helps with survivability and also gives you a lot of extra damage against the tankiest enemies, which is Xmas. Yeah, the sleight of hand build of Mirage is this one. It's Steadfast and Impetus for the Arcanes, and then Roar over the 3rd. You could do the 4th as well, doesn't matter. Actually, no. Yeah, replace the 3rd, because the 4th is actually good for... If you're taking this Mirage build to, like, Onslaught, for example, casting the 4th is good to get the initial kills, because the sleight of hand augment only starts getting kills once there's already drops on the ground. So the Prism is good to get the initial kills to generate the first round of drops, and then you start using sleight of hand to blow up the whole room. Yeah, it's quite nice, especially if you want to. It's good for if you put a focus lens on the Mirage, you can get really rapid focus and onslaught, and it's also really good for speed leveling your teammates. So if you have somebody that wants to like level up a loadout of stuff or mastery real quick, whatever, you can carry them with this Mirage build. Very useful frame for many reasons. All right, let me go see what bounties are up.
If nothing else is up, yeah, if nothing else is up, I'm down for some
Axie farming.
construction.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Axie farming.
Well, that too. Absolutely.
Especially because this mission is Axie, so that would just further increase your problem. So you can either spend Axies or get Axies.
I mean, up to you.
Can't believe Umber's not on. You disgust me, Umber. Get on here.
You're not my dad.
You're not my dad. What if I am? Hmm?
Yeah, I doubt it.
Axie farming is based on mission type, like efficiency-wise, yes. If you want to farm Axie relics, the mission that you do is Apollo on Lua, this disruption mission. Drops just constant Axies, basically. A lot of people will tell you, if you like Google or ask people like best Axie farm, people will tell you this mission, but they'll tell you sometimes to fall back to B rotation, which if you don't know how disruptions work, after you do the first few rounds, basically, unlike the typical AABC repeat pattern where as you do an endless mission, it's AABC, AABC, AABC infinitely. Disruptions, you can actually permanently stay on C rotation as long as you don't lose more than one tower. You fall back to B rotation if you let 2 of the 4 Demolists blow up their towers. And the B rotation on Apollo is 100% Axie Relics. It is only Axie Relics. You cannot get anything else. The C rotation is only, quote-unquote, like 84% Axie Relic drop chance, so it's still almost entirely Axie Relics, but you can also get Lua lenses, which if you're a newer player is actually good. You need Lua lenses, and Universal Medallions. So people will tell you to do B because it's only Axie Relics, but people don't seem to consider the math of how much longer that takes. Because if you're letting 2 of the 4 Demolists get all the way to the tower instead of just killing them instantly, then sure, you're getting only Axie Relics, but every single round is taking much longer because you have to let 2 of the guys reach the tower. So I don't do that. I just do C rotation. I just kill them all instantly and just burn through rounds super fast. But yeah, TLDR, do Apollo Disruption for Axie Relics. And do not listen to people who say, let it fall back to B, because that's stupid, in my opinion. But yeah, we can go do that if you want, Muso. Are you getting on, Umbrin? The answer is yes. Yeah. You don't actually get a choice. Get on. You know you want some Axies. Come on. And it's a full speed run instead of a Fisher, so you can really let loose and just kill them all instantly.
Yeah, but like, how long are y'all going?
Yes.
Nah, I'm gonna have to pull up Taylor tonight.
I mean, we're still gonna do it most likely either way, so I mean, it doesn't make a difference. You can just leave when you want.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, you're right. It is a solo extract. I guess.
There's no relic benefit. Well, it's technically wrong. There's no drop chance benefit to doing it on Steel Path, but if you're able to do Steel Path, you should do it on Steel Path, because doing it on Steel Path means that you'll still get Acolyte spawns for extra Steel Essence in addition to the relics, which indirectly is more relics because you can turn in Steel Essence each week for multiple relic packs, so it is actually more relics. But if you're not Steel Path capable yet, or if you feel like it takes too long for your current gear, you can do regular path and you'll get the same drop chances because it's mission based. It's not from enemies, it's from the missions, so the drop table is the same. But you should do it on Steel Path, ideally, which is what we're gonna do. But there's one thing I learned is mastery doesn't prove knowledge or potentially good damage. I've learned that the hard way lately. Aren't you? What do you mean? Aren't you a new player? Or are you? You're not a high mastery, are you?
I mean, to be fair, that's not exactly wrong.
Well, no, he's correct. I'm assuming he means people he's encountered, because he's got to be a new player because he just asked for slots basically. Or he didn't ask for slots, but everything you said indicates he's a new player.
I think he means that he learned that MR is not an indicator
No, it's
of
true.
how good
just-
the guy is.
I was just curious if he was saying that because he's a high MR still learning stuff, or if he means from other people, because I assumed that he was a new player based off of everything else he said. I just got 13. Yeah. Well, not brand new, but newish. Yeah, we're doing. Actually, yeah, I forgot you were still in here, Rod. Do you need Axie Relics? Well, I know that you need Axie Relics. Do you want to go get Axie Relics?
No, I cannot do that. It's way too late here.
You want to go, Rage? Actually, yeah, Rage, you want to go, right? Because you've been repeatedly asking to come do this. So, if you want to join us, that's fine. I just sent you an invite, Rage. I'm inviting you guys as well.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of trading.
Trading? Ew.
What's up,
Hey,
Tish?
a guy just told me about Kier and Protea and the Okina. Okay, I don't want to hear it.
You're supposed to hold on to those longer after they're volted.
Yeah.
By the way, Codex, I don't know if you saw, I clipped that, I clipped you saying ooh and sent it over to Della.
In the gen chat? Or what?
I didn't post in the gen chat, but actually that's a good idea. Let me do that.
What did you do, privately? That's so fucking weird, dude. Don't do that.
Well, you specifically said Della would like that, so I sent it to Della.
See, it's guys like Umbrin that, kill the.
Yeah,
female
she
audience.
just gets a random fucking PM. Ooh, woo. She's like, what the fuck is going on, bro?
I mean, your name is in the title, so.
This whole getting a job plus you streaming usually late is keeping me from enjoying the streams, man. This sucks. Just quit your job, bro. Just pull a Codex.
just get a job.
No, I said
quit your job.
No,
sorry.
just quit your job. Yeah, just pull a Codex and quit your job. Learn the hard way. They don't really know much all the time. I mean, I don't want to sound too, But yes, to be frank, most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, which is why you have to make sure that you find somebody that you actually trust, or just learn things for yourself.
The wiki is your friend. That and competent YouTubers like Codex. Brozime's a good one. He knows the technical. He's very good on technical aspects.
I learned a build by Brozime that had 3 Umbo Former on Sarin. And I got called the R word by my friends by following that build.
That's funny. Sucks to suck. No,
I
I'm
mean,
just kidding.
there's nothing wrong with triple Umbral Sarin aside from the fact that, except for very specific builds, if you format every other spot, you should be able to fit that with only 2 Umbral Forma instead of 3. But in terms of just conceptually running triple Umbral, it's fine, especially with the advent of persistence.
I agree.
Did that build actually need 3 Umbral Forma though? Like if you look at the cost, if you were to form a regular forma all of the regular mod slots?
I think he said himself that it was kind of a mean build because the idea was to get a ridiculous amount of health.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying to not run triple Umbral. I'm saying you probably could have fit the build with only 2 Umbral polarities instead of 3.
It's possible.
Because, Umbral Formas are a very limited resource, so whenever you're doing an Umbral build, you want to make sure that you're minimizing the amount that you actually have to spend. Like, use the minimum possible amount, and just regular Forma every other slot. Forma are way less valuable than Umbral Forma, given the innate rarity, so it's better to polarize every other slot to make everything as cheap as possible, and then calculate how much Umbral you actually need.
If only I knew you back then, but then I didn't know you couldn't buy Umbral Forma.
Are we good to go, Auburn?
Yeah, sure. Oh wait, yeah, this isn't a relic.
Yeah, use the current wiki, not the old one. Also, I'm gonna remove this comment. Tempest, don't bring up other content creators in a negative connotation. It's not allowed in my chat. I'll link the good wiki. Hold on.
Hold on, Musa. Wait, before you are you using Razorwing Blitz?
I am.
So
You're gonna spawn the wolf?
Oh, fucking hell. Hold on.
damn it. What now?
I'm either not on my actual loadout or I accidentally changed the loadout titanium config to the thermal instead of doing the AI did.
Yikes.
Yeah, it was when you were doing the rescues.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was on my actual config when I did that. I am silly.
Oh no, I'm using the Jetstream augment, so I want to see if it affects your Titania as well.
Jetstream is the one that gives
Movement speed.
Right.
What about jet speed?
He brought a frame that
Jetstream?
speeds us up for some reason.
I wanted to see if it affected your Titania movement as well.
Is that
It doesn't seem to be. Oh, you know what? Jetstream doesn't work like volt speed. It's only while we're in an AoE of you, so it turns off immediately.
I actually completely forgot that gave movement speed and not just projectile speed.
I mean, yeah, that's what I was running when we were doing Parita, remember? I was going super fast.
Yeah, I totally forgot that. I only remembered using it for specifically buffing weapons that actually scale with projectile speed, like the Fallman sniping across the map.
Also,
I have a sanctuary target here.
yeah. Umbryn, are you going to spawn the Wolf of Saturn 6 or not?
I don't know. Maybe.
We should do it before we do too much disrupting.
No, yeah, I put it down.
Based.
Everybody use your crewmates though.
Well, no, I want to see what just Titanias can do with the attenuation.
We've already seen that like 2 days ago.
I wasn't playing Titania, so I don't count it.
Oh yeah, I forgot normal armor strip doesn't work on it either.
Okay, I've concluded this dog shit.
Yeah, just everybody put your crewmates down. Help out. I'm gonna mark it as well, because sometimes he tries to be sneaky.
Which is really funny for someone of his size.
You calling him fat?
No, I'm calling him large.
Don't forget to keep up your galvanized stacks by killing ads every once in a while.
He's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, this motherfucker's got the old attenuation, huh? Yeah, I forgot to make him one-shottable like everything else in the game. Well, actually, Zephyr can probably one-shot him if he were using a
better slam build.
A tornado melee slam build. Yeah, you could probably fucking one-tap his ass.
I just have a shit slam melee. I need to fix it, actually. I have a slam fatigue. I just need to fix the actual build.
Bro's never heard of Magic Star. No, slam fatigue is actually super cracked on Zephyr because all the extra hits is nice. That's what I used on the event, Sisters event.
I thought you were using slam fatigue on it. Never mind.
What'd you say?
Why am I not shield
Yeah,
getting?
yeah, slam fatigue is what I said. Saying the slam fatigue is actually really nice on Zephyr because of all the extra projectile hits for the tornadoes.
Yeah, I'm fully down. Can I get a revive, please?
No. Where you at, though?
Bro is persistent. Yeah, they equipped the wolf with fucking arcane persistence. Apparently, did. It's like the only enemy left in the game that you can't just insta tap after the attenuation nerfs. We love bullet sponges.
Bro is targeting me in midair. Oh wait, no, I can't do that.
Yep. Make sure you keep having the tornadoes centered on them because it is extra hits,
Yeah.
regardless of whether or not you're using the melee build or not. Well, that took way too fucking long. Okay.
It was the head. Started when an alien device did what it did. Stuck itself upon his wrist, the secrets that it hid. Like he's got superpowers, even.
What are we doing right now? We're doing we're farming Axie relics from the best Axie farm in the game.
I'll be honest, I did not notice us completing any of those.
Oh fuck! I should put that key back up. I wish they would remove the keys despawn, like duplicate key respawning from round rotation. Like you can only keep it if you're holding it. Just let them sit there. Let them sit there.
They're never gonna do that. They want to increase the time you're in this mission.
Definitely learned way more from watching your YouTube videos and being here. Learned everything from Yuzo, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. I was lying, but you know, only half the time.
It works every time, half the time.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
Is it Rage that's insanely cracked at this for some reason? I feel like I haven't killed a single demolisher.
My primary use case for Wukong has always been just him being good for speedrunning stuff like spies and rescues and whatnot, James, so the slam alterations didn't really impact how I use them, but even in regards to slams, it's not really technically a Wukong nerf. I mean, every frame can slam, but yes, they did make some changes in particular to Wukong not being able to like animation to cancel anymore, but I never really used him for that anyway. It's funnier to use his staff anyway. Yeah, it's funny because his staff is dog shit.
I didn't even need to do that. There's a bunch of corpus over here.
Finding cash is worthwhile or pass? No, it's not worth your time unless you have a specific reason to find caches, like Nightwave or something. In terms of general loot acquisition, it's not worth your time at all.
And Rage, I don't mean your damage. I mean knowing where it's going to spawn. Like you seem to be there already.
My favorite cut of steak? Take a guess. You can probably guess my favorite cut.
Fish steak.
Moz?
Oh my god, this guy's a fucking sweat. He's learning their spawns.
You called?
Why is Rage so good at the game? It's not fair. Rage, I want you to suck like the rest of us.
That was never in question, Rage, don't worry.
That is such a stupid message. What the hell?
What the hell? No.
Ah, damn it. Spawned over here by me, too. Oh, wait. That's a synthesis target. That's why I can't fucking kill it. God damn it.
Ribeye steak is my favorite to answer the question, by the way. Because of all the nice marbling, lots of flavor. I do also like tomahawks, you know. Although in a lot of cases a tomahawk can just be a really large ribeye, basically.
There's a synthesis target over here by me somewhere, by the way. I'd like assistance.
I like basically any cut of steak with different preparations. Like a filet mignon, for example, is really nice because it's, of course, insanely tender, but it's super flavorless in comparison because it's basically entirely lean meat. So whenever I make a filet mignon, I have to make a pan sauce with it, like some kind of butter sauce. I usually do like heavy cream, Dijon mustard,
Synthesis target, please don't kill it. Or you could just kill it. That's cool.
like heavy cream, Dijon mustard, rosemary, thyme, sage, salt, pepper, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, some shallots. Reduce all that down in the pan. It's nice fatty sauce to give some flavor binding to the filet. If something doesn't have fat, you need to add fat to it to have it carry flavor properly. There's a reason why you may have heard chefs say fat equals flavor, and it's very true. There's a scientific reasoning for it. The scientific term for fats, lipids. Lipids are, they bind.
Now, dude.
Shut up, Umbrin. This is important. Lipids bind to your taste buds, so any flavors they have incorporated into a fat are directly adhered to your taste bud for a longer amount of time than non-fat soluble flavors, essentially. So it directly makes things taste better because you taste them more. That's why ribeyes taste good. That's why you add fatty sauces to non-fatty meats.
And then Codex, I think Rage missed the explanation on why you're not doing the rotation thing.
He's correct.
Why I'm not doing what?
The bee rotation thing. Like letting them kill two.
Because it's a waste of time. The drop chance for an Axie Relic on C rotation is already, it's still like 84% or something like that. So it's still mostly Axie Relics, and it's much faster to just kill them all. The increased drop chance that you gain from having 100% Axies on B rotation is, in most cases, not made up for the how much longer it takes to do a B rotation, because you have to actively let two of them make it all the way to the tower and explode. So it just takes way longer. I don't mind getting Lulitzes, but it's also just literally more Axie Relics. Like, it's, people are only calculating one half of the equation. It's the drop chance of Axie Relics, but also how fast you're able to access rolling that drop chance. If you have just to make the math easy, for example, if you had something that was a 100% drop chance, but you only have the ability for it to drop once every 10 minutes, you would get more of that item if you had only a 50% drop chance, but it rolled every 2 minutes when you calculate the average probability. So it's just better. It's just literally more Axie Relics most likely to do the C rotation as fast as you can, as opposed to the longer taking B rotation.
And Rod, to answer your question, a sausage is too small. You want a bigger piece of meat.
We are doing disruption, Matt. Yep. Sucker for sirloin. Yeah, like I said, I'll take any steak. It's just that I'm more likely to, make an additional pan sauce if it's less fatty. Seen some sexy ribeyes in my day. Yep, I have some really nice pictures of ones that I made. Make my own tallow. This guy gets it. So you're saying that nothing is tastier than a greasy fat sausage reel? Do you think Wagyu is overrated? No, Wagyu is, like, unironically some of the best cuts, as long as it's like actually like Japanese Miyazaki A5 Wagyu and not all the rip-off Wagyus like Australia Wagyu, American Wagyu, whatever. If you're talking about legit A5 Japanese Wagyu, it's incredible. I've had it. It is the best steak in the world. It's hyper expensive, and it's not, as a value proposition, it's obviously not worth getting all the time because it's so fucking expensive. And you can make much cheaper cuts, still taste really good. But no, it's not overrated. It is incredible. What's up, Apex? Would a Nova make the only B rotation fast enough to complete, or still too? I mean, I would have to actually like run several different mission variations and see how long it takes, and then do the probability math. But what I'm describing is that on average, for most players who are not being hyper optimized, because the only way that you could possibly make running B rotation faster than C is if you were doing something hyper optimized. For the average player, it's going to be worse, as opposed to just killing all the demos faster. You might be able to do some things that can make it better, but I don't think it usually would be. It also just feels worse. Just sitting
I
there
was
playing,
gonna-
playing a waiting game while you just wait for them to go to the tower instead of just killing them all.
I was also going to say that with the Nova, any one of us in the squad can split up and go kill the Demolist immediately. With the Nova, you'd have to wait for the Nova to go over there and speed it up, which
Yes.
just the travel time alone would probably slow you down a lot.
Yeah, there's usually much more real life variables than people are often consider when it comes to just like on paper math. Like you just say like, oh, you speed them up. It's like, yes, but you have to actually get to where you can speed them up. That takes time. There's a lot of variables. Like I said, I don't agree with the B rotation strategy, especially if you're a newer player. Another argument is the fact that you actually will want some of those Lua lenses. Like as a player who doesn't already have your focus maxed out, if you don't already have a bunch of Lua lenses, that's actually a good drop to get. Like it's worth getting some of those instead of Axie Relics, so that you can passively get your focus up. Because Lua lenses are the best lenses in the game. For those of you that are not aware, it's the highest tier of focus lens. So there's several confounding factors to the idea that the B rotation strategy is best. I don't agree. No, American Wagyu is yeah, that's trash.
Damn it, stole my kill.
I'm faster.
Yeah, you're playing fucking Titania.
And you're not? Loser?
I will cut you.
You won't be able to catch up?
I will cut you not in Minecraft.
Yeah, we should have just unironically done 4 Titanias.
Well, I don't know. Rage is kind of outdoing me here.
Well, you'd outdo even harder on Titania.
True.
If you like knew all the spawns, the site would go crazy too.
Yep.
No, the tier of lens that you have equipped does not affect the Tauron strike charge rate. Every lens, whether it's the lowest lens or all the way up to the highest Lua lens, is just a flat 10% charge rate buff. The only thing that the only thing that lens scaling does is the focus scaling. It has no effect on Tauron strike charge rate. All lenses are identical in that regard. Which is a video I still haven't made. It's a kind of a daunting video to make, covering the whole Tauron strike system.
I'm gonna laugh when you do finally launch a video for it, and then they like
Patch it to Melee.
Yeah, patch it.
I mean, if they make it better, that's fine with me. I love my videos getting invalidated because they make it better.
Wow, Umber, that was pathetic. You couldn't even... I got nullified and got hit on my 4, and I still killed it faster than you.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button.
So you're saying we both suck?
Yeah, I have a friend who's had that same issue, Aster, and it's honestly, it's not your fault. When you're a kid, it's your parents' fault. I'm really against parents not... I don't want to say like forcing, but I'm really against parents not suggesting to their kids to try a wide variation of foods. Like if you don't get your kids to try, you know, different kinds of vegetables and meats and cheeses and fish and like you should be an active participant in developing a diverse palate for your child. Otherwise, that directly leads to them having a non-diverse palate as an adult. Like, that's when people refer to children's formative years, they often forget that that also includes your palate, quite literally. It's not just your physical body and your mind, it's also your, you know, your palate develops according to what you eat as a child. And if you are constantly giving your kids, you know, chicken fingers and buttered noodles, then they're going to grow up to have a extremely limited palate. Which in many cases means they have a less interesting diet, a less flavorful diet, and also a less healthy diet. Like if somebody grows up to hate most vegetables and fruits, then that is, you know, directly unhealthy in regards to not actively ingesting things that are good for you. Like I probably would have liked cheese more if my parents made me try more cheeses, and unfortunately I don't like cheese, which is not something I get to choose. But I do eat pizza, to clarify, but broadly speaking I don't eat cheese.
You know, my mom used to say to me, "This is what I'm eating, and I'm not making anything else."
Honestly, that's
So like,
people these days like view that as abuse. It's like, no, that's really the way that it should be to a certain extent. Like obviously if your kid is like breaking out in hives because something is like they have a fucking allergy, then I don't mean that, but in terms of like, don't you control your kids.
anaphylaxis never hurt anybody.
Yeah, true. Like you as the parent control what your kid does, not the other way around. So like there needs to be a certain amount of forcefulness in regards to getting them to try things, and they will thank you later in their life.
Yeah, it also made me start cooking because I want to eat certain things. So, net positive.
Man, I have got to stop getting.
Legit, like growing up, it wasn't even my parents that convinced me to try a lot of things. It was just like media that I consumed. Like I used to, like this is such a weeb thing to say, but like I used to hate like sushi and like a lot of different like Asian dishes when I was little. Then I started trying them more literally because I saw an anime. It was because I was watching anime. I was like, oh hey, these characters like it. Let me give it a second chance.
Jesus Christ! Sharker just dropped 20 gifted subs.
Sharker is what the fuck, man.
Shark paid.
There are better things to use your disability checks on.
So what you're saying is that Neighbor's in second place again?
Thank you, Sharker, as always. The Chad. Where the hell is my?
You have joined the Codex.
There we go. I think I missed some comments because of that. Hold on.
It also feels so weird because like there's foods now, like of course they always say like your palate changes as you grow up, like just generally speaking. Like there's so many.
Yeah, but
I eat now
the
that
ability
just
for your
generally-
palate to develop more broadly is heavily impacted by the variety of foods you eat as a kid.
Yeah, no, I get that. I was just saying, it's like, even with that speaking, like there are so many foods like I just absolutely loathed as a child, even with like eating somewhat diverse things that I like now just casually eat and enjoy.
And there's one more step to take in that regard, which I think somebody even commented on somewhat. If there is a food that your kid dislikes, you need to make sure that it's not just a matter of preparation, because like there's people that say, this is going to trigger some people in the chat, there's people that say that they hate mushrooms, for example, but the only kind of mushrooms that they've had is like canned mushrooms or mushrooms on a pizza, and for example they've never had like sauteed mushrooms in a pan, which is a like entirely
sauteed mushrooms,
entirely different flavor profile, texture profile. You know, it develops a rich umami flavor, especially you get like, you know, splashed with some garlic and soy sauce and whatnot. Entirely different than like the gross wet mushrooms out of a can, for example. So sometimes it's a matter of disliking certain preparations of a food rather than disliking the food wholesale. So there's also variations within the same food itself, not just a matter of varying the kinds of foods.
I really thought I disliked onions until I figured out that my grandma just didn't have the patience to caramelize them. So
yeah, caramelized onions are amazing.
Mushrooms are the one of the few foods where it's like I just never got why people hated them. Like I can eat mushrooms 1,000 different ways. Like it was literally mushrooms with like mushroom dishes were literally the first things I learned how to cook.
Oh, we got an actual Warframe question. What's going on here, guys? This is a food stream. How do I know which prime parts are going to get vaulted? Every time that a new prime access comes out, it's like the newest prime frame and their weapons, for example, Gyre that we just got in December, they also simultaneously vault the oldest prime frame in the game and their weapons that haven't been vaulted yet. So, for example, I know that Protea Prime, Okina Prime, and Velox Prime are going to get vaulted next because Protea Prime is the oldest prime frame in the game that hasn't yet been vaulted. So it's a really simple pattern. You just go and look at the oldest existing non-vaulted frame, and that's the next one. So Protea and Okina are going to get vaulted, and the Velox are going to get vaulted in like 2-ish months, for example, when Stynex comes out. Presumably when Stynex comes out. Stynex Prime. It's most likely the next prime frame.
Stynex!
Oh, damn, he already has a blue key. Damn you!
Yeah, suck to suck, nerd.
Says the guy that didn't get a kill.
I'm not complaining about it now, am I?
A lot of food comments I missed. My folks enabled picky eating, but it's partially because we were raised really poor, and they wanted to give us something we'd actually eat. See, I have comments about that scenario, but I'm not sure how to word them entirely to where it doesn't sound.
Your parents fucking sucked at cooking.
Well, okay, so kind of. Because that is a response that I hear a lot, like to the point that you should give your kids varied food is like, oh, we can't afford that. It's like, that's not true. You just didn't. And again, this is not, I don't know your situation, but like, broadly speaking, that's just not true because there's so many both cheap and healthy foods, or cheaper these days, that you can prepare in a wide variety of ways that argument really doesn't exist no matter where on the spectrum you fall in regards to what kind of foods you can afford. Like, you're not restricted to having a variety of healthy and varied foods. Like, if you're only by shopping at Whole Foods, for example, like you don't have to be getting $30 bags of tomatoes to be able to prepare things in interesting ways. I mean, the amount of ways that you can prepare, you know, a bag of rice, for example, I could list like 20 different ways alone. Same thing with basically any vegetable, any fruit, etc. So usually that just comes down to a lack of culinary skill or a desire to make the attempt. Which, again, not a dig. I'm just saying. I struggle with vegetables, but that's also because I hate the textures and I had a massive allergic reaction to pesticides when I was like 6. See, that's the thing that changes. Like, texture changes with cooking preparation, for example, like steaming them, roasting them, raw, etc. Those are all different texture profiles. So make sure that you aren't just saying that you dislike a vegetable wholesale as opposed to you dislike one kind of preparation for the vegetable, because it could be an entirely different experience once you roast it, for example. Like, roasted broccoli is a entirely different, like caramelized and softer but still crunchy texture compared to like completely raw broccoli, and it's more firm than steamed broccoli, so on and so on. So there's variations within singular types of foods. This is a very in-depth conversation that's about food. Sorry about that.
That's what they're here for.
Sure hope so. Get this essence for it despawns. But anyways, the important point is eat Chick-fil-A every day. That's the what we were getting to there.
Yeah, the way you be gobbling those chicken nuggets, you'd think it was the only cuisine in the world.
Appreciate that, Shy. Thank you. What do you think about prime junk? Is it good or bad? Do you mean the concept of spending platinum to buy prime junk? Or selling it? There's nothing wrong with that. It's fine.
Does it mean, is it like profitable to do that and buy prime mods?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm not sure what they were asking me. If I had to assume the question, I'm assuming they're asking me if I think that it's worth the platinum to buy Prime Junk. The answer to which is yes, as long as you're buying it for appropriately cheap amounts of platinum for the ducat ratio. It's typically a decent deal if you're doing like, you know, like a 1-2 plat Prime Junk. Roasted garlic and pepper broccoli is amazing. This guy gets it.
I was telling Umbrin.
Go
ahead. Your chat is more important.
I think a lot of people are afraid to step out of their comfort zone and try cooking something new. Yes, and a lot of that directly leads back to the way that they were, you know, treated as a kid. Is what I'm saying. Like that's why it's so. If any of you are parents out there, it's critically important that you develop a diverse palate and appreciation for
kids,
for food in your children. Because you right now are directly responsible for a large portion of the palate development that your kids are going to have as they grow into teenagers and adults. Not a parent, by the way. I don't have kids. This is just a very obvious fact.
What were you gonna say to Musa? I thought you were saying something. Right?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna tell Codex about how I was telling you earlier that my school, for like the years that I was there, would give us boiled okra, right? And they would just boil it in water for hours and hours. And it was like basically vegetable jello. Like it was fucking disgusting. And so even
that's
though,
actually really good for you. When you break down okra into a liquid, it's like absurdly healthy.
Yeah, but have you considered that they were giving this to kids, you know, and the poor kids were subjected to this every day? It tasted like shit.
No, yeah, I know. We're just saying that it is super healthy.
Like they didn't even add salt; it was just boiled okra. And so even to this day, though, I know there are probably better ways of preparing okra and ways of making it actually good. I just don't eat it because my brain just doesn't like the flavor of it because of that. So sometimes, you know, even if there are better preparation methods, you could just have okra PTSD. No.
Somebody's asking about my beard. They want to make sure I got a full beard. I can't speak. I sure do, brother. I went down for the bit. That's crazy. It was worth it.
Y'all got it. Misery. Frame 1.
Try a beef Wellington. You know, I've never made one, but I've wanted to.
It sounds yummy. I'm not sure if I'd.
No, I don't use.
I don't use to cook everything to the right ratio.
I don't use any products on my beard. I had this one. I always forget the technical name for a person who cuts your hair. What's the fucking name?
Barber.
Yeah, it was like the more like male name. Yeah, like they don't call them like stylist.
Stylist isn't exactly gendered. It's just like
barber, whatever you want to call it. The guy who was cutting my hair at the time, he was like, it was the first time that I ever had him, and bro just started like uncomfortably glazing. He was like, "You have the most interesting beard I've ever seen. I've never seen." He was like, "Do you color it?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Your beard is like 4 different colors. It's fucking crazy." I was like, "Oh, all right, bro. Take a picture to last long." Like, okay.
I mean, maybe he's cutting off some samples to study later.
Yeah, he cloned me.
I mean, that would be less weird than the alternative.
Cooking stream win. Unironically, yeah. Some people have asked for that. Also, I subsumed over Titania's 3 for Zada's. My current setup.
Mine. No, Rage tried to grab a key and I just slammed on top of it and took it from
him. I've been not locked in this mission, but even so, 32 minutes, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 12 relics in just like half an hour, barely over half an hour, which means that if you were to, you know, scale it up the rest of the way and assume it stays roughly the same as, you know, 20 axes an hour. And I'm not even really playing efficiently right now. That's why you run this mission, guys. If you want axes.
if I become rage pilled and I can start to memorize some of the spawns, it would speed things up a lot.
Yeah. Brisket, yeah.
2 diamond keys under here.
I want to get a smoker sometime. I'm surprised my dad doesn't have a smoker. He has everything else. He got a one of those black tops, you know, the flat iron top. Those are nice. Make some smash burgers on it.
Don't you know that smash burgers are
Holy
just
fuck, what just happened?
What?
I just got instant tapped with no chance to shield gate.
your unburn maxing?
Apparently.
I wish Zephyr's Tailwind was a bit more controllable.
It is, you just suck.
There's not really any relevant chat rules aside from you can't negatively talk about other content creators. Tempest, everything else is all the obvious usuals. Like you can't fucking drop slurs in chat and shit.
Except they're funny.
Yeah, I don't have any hyper specific rules except for when you're talking about other creators.
Also, there's a random YouTuber named Unified Codex, and you have to glaze all his videos. Even though they're not the best.
That guy sucks. Goodbye, misery.
You know, 100%. I might just be slow. Well, I am, but
You are.
Do you think the reason Misery can summon shadows is because Misery loves company?
Yes.
Yep.
That's been the joke.
Yeah, somebody else made that joke a couple months ago. It was quite funny because I really thought about it, but it's funny.
I wonder who on the dev team like made that joke and decided to roll with it.
It's actually really convenient for me because when I was first trying to remember what each one did, that actually helped me out a lot.
That's also very, very incorrect, Vane. Whoever you meant to tell that message to, you need to not say that because it's wrong. In terms of like being an exclusionary statement, Mirage is absolutely not a melee frame. I can't speak exclusively. She's a all weapon frame.
Just don't use glaives with her. She doesn't scale very well with them.
Alright, bro. Yeah, she is incredible with melee, but she's also incredible with basically any gun, like the Icarius, for example.
You know what? I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe someone was asking him, do I have any good melee frames? And he's saying the one that I just gave you is a good melee frame.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they're not saying it exclusively.
I mean, technically, you could say the inverse about Calervo. He's incredibly good with melee, but he's not just a melee frame.
Yeah. Which one am I holding again? This one.
Did you know that you can look in your hand and see which one you're holding?
He's colorblind.
I like how by the time that he finished saying that, I had already put it in and killed the guy, as if I somehow didn't know that. Like, that's not just what happened.
Well, I mean, I just assumed that since you had to ask the question, you just tapped.
We just assumed that you're special, so it's okay.
Well, I mean, you don't have to assume. I've openly stated that. You just are hard of hearing.
Uh-huh. Say it again.
What?
What'd you say?
What'd you say? I didn't catch that.
I do think they should add, unless I'm blind. No, they should add an indicator symbol for the current key color that you are. using both just in terms of general quality of life, and that would also be just a further buff for people that have some sort of color blindness. Like add a, I don't know what it would be.
You know, the keys have the shapes on top of them.
Yeah, but I mean like
Have you killed a single Demolist?
an icon indicator
Yes, I've
alongside
killed like
the
6 of them.
alongside the physical appearance, like something on the buff bar or something next to your name or something.
You might say you'd killed 6 or 7 of them, maybe.
I will mute you.
6 or 7? What?
Alright, that's it. I'm leaving.
I'm not looking at the stream. Is he emoting?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Chat, clip that and post it in the Discord.
Clip it and chip it.
Shoot that guy.
Yes, sir.
You know what? Someone needs to take that meme of Steve Buscemi saying "Hey there, fellow kids" and just post and then just Photoshop Codex's face over it.
You know, maybe it's a good thing Dell is not here. This whole stream would have killed her. Would have sent her over the edge.
Please drink some water, you thirsty bitch.
I will drink some water. It's gonna blow my nose again because I need to dust my damn apartment, dude. I don't know why. It seems like I still have like net positive dust accrual even with the air filter in my room going off constantly.
Yeah,
What does everything nullify you? God damn.
this is 100% like this is almost a non-issue, but it kind of bugs me. You can't heavy slam out of Tailwind. You can normal slam, you just can't heavy slam.
Is it out of Hildren?
Like there's
No, out of Tailwind. As
Oh,
in
Tailwind.
Zephyr's Tailwind.
Alright, we are doing a Omni bundle giveaway, it looks like. Sounds good to me.
thanks to whoever did that, because I'm still recovering my channel points.
Whenever this damn thing lets me actually do the giveaway.
You know, one day I'm going to find out what this Moonquakes modifier actually does.
There we go. Exclamation mark enter in the Twitch chat for a chance to win an Omni Forma bundle. And drive me ever closer back to 0 platinum. It's been a game of ping pong for like the last month of between 50 and 1,000 platinum, back and forth.
Didn't you
Yeah,
make
you
800
leveled up.
platinum in like a day today? A couple days ago?
Maybe.
I want to hear it.
That's part of the ping pong, that's what I'm saying.
Can you really trust a guy who's ping ponging to make a Warframe market video?
It's fair.
I heard he owes, 5 billion platinum to Nefanya.
I really need to fucking play Balatro because people keep making Balatro jokes in my chat and I don't know what the hell I mean. The platinum wise, you're living the life of a Balatro player. I don't know what that means, but I assume it's hilarious.
I think it just means you're gambling and winning somehow.
Just
It's not rigged.
Just ask Arthur. He'd probably be able to answer.
Arthur. Damn it, Dutch!
That was more
Have
of a
you-
Ben Starr joke, but
Have you ever even played through Red Dead Redemption 2, Codex?
Brother, I haven't played through 1.
the
That's
fuck
wild.
is a redemption?
That's what you do when you're red and you're dead.
Well, I haven't died yet, so like, how am I supposed to know what that is?
Well, first you gotta get the body paint.
What's a hey Musa? Do you know what a mind goblin is?
A what?
A mind goblin.
Mind gobbling these nuts?
What?
What? You like dragons?
Mind go.
What?
You like dragging these nuts across you? What? Hold on, what?
Maybe a little bit. I feel like I asked this before, but aside from the Lua lenses, what do you actually use somatic fibers for? Is there like a pity shop that uses them?
No.
They might be a crafting resource for Verida and her weapons. I'm not sure. All right, let's see who the winner is of this Omni Bundle giveaway. Number 23, the GOAT. What a deserving winner. He truly is a GOAT. Remind me of your in-game name, GOAT. We'll get that to you.
Oh, an Ephemeral Rage? Where does one acquire that?
Oh,
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
I should start Nightwave skipping here to see if it... The countdown starts after she finishes talking, right? So it should accelerate that. Or unless it's during. I gotta double check. I haven't been paying attention to that.
but like, she's got a point. Why does Alad V call us slot betrayers anyway?
Oh, I mean, just the mild thing about killing our entire race that one time.
We didn't kill a race. There's humans that exist.
Sure, bud.
Have you? The Ostrons are right there.
Bro's never heard of a Rogan. It's crazy.
I think you're setting me up for way too many jokes. That
The
I'm just
Rogan
not
were
gonna make.
people.
Were they though?
They were just the ruling caste.
Pushes up glasses. Actually.
Umbrid, you're setting me up for so many jokes that I can't make on stream. It's not fair.
Hey, how about you shut the fuck up, Yuza? That'd be great. Chat, can we get a shut the fuck up, Yuza? That'd be
Hey
great.
man, we've been saying since you started streaming that there needs to be redeem where you just mute Moose's mic.
Hey, it didn't start with me. It started with Wildcat, but then he just stopped showing up, so the burden of saying stupid shit fell
Yeah,
to me.
but you see Wildcat, it's a version of stupid shit. It's just bad puns. Yours is borderline getting demonetized.
Hey, I'm not even the worst person, okay? Don't lump me in with those degenerates.
Richter. Don't have a lore off with me, bud. Trust me.
Yeah, you'll win.
Don't get him monologuing.
You sly rascal, you got me monologuing.
Yeah, the only lore Codex will win at is Entrati because that's like his boy crush.
I mean, his? It's everyone's, really.
I mean, yeah, have you seen those painted nails?
Don't make me pull out the Entrati voice.
I'm just saying, Umbrin, if you listen to those, like, Requiem
Sultry
mods...
tones.
Yeah, you listen to the Requiem mod descriptions in the Sanctum, and if that doesn't, get you mildly aroused, I don't know what's wrong with you. You might not be a Warframe player.
Isn't that Seek the Signal website still up?
Who with what with where now? Why?
The 1999 ARG.
Oh yeah, that's still up.
I have no clue.
You can still play through it. Interestingly enough, I heard the Historian of Tao one is also up. It's just going to stay up.
If any of you have not done this, I just linked it in the chat. If you have not done this ARG, it's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you actually solve the entire thing yourself.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Maybe we can look at Reddit once or twice.
I pity the people who lack the social skills to not absolutely bomb it with the hex on Kim.
I mean, to be fair, some of them are kind of assholes. So.
No, the YouTube stream is specifically vertical. If you want to watch me in full screen, you can watch on Twitch. Unified_Codex on Twitch is a full screen.
I mean, yeah, Quincy is the only one I give a pass for. Quincy is a right villain.
Dude, there's too many fucking nullifiers here.
Oh, you just noticed them.
Like, oops, all nullifiers. It's like a fucking ETA modifier, dude.
I'd love for that to be the actual name if they did that.
I'm so mad that they didn't make that the name of the nullifier floor in Descendia. The name of the penance should have been oops, all nullifiers.
Rage, would silence even help here? Does that turn them off? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I got you, goat.
Tempest, don't glaze Codex anymore. He does not need it.
To be fair, it's a nice counterbalance to the people constantly telling me that I have the worst builds they've ever seen in their life.
Yeah, Codex, I've never said this, but you're looking very handsome today, you know?
But I mean, like, you do have the worst builds. You get them all off of Overframe.
Hell yes, brother. I just go to the tier list and grab the first random shit I see. No, I do love the comments on YouTube telling me that people don't like the build or understand the build because it's just simply using concepts that they don't understand. Like, there's a very distinct difference between something actually being bad and you not understanding why it's good. It's called arguing from incredulity. The incredulity fallacy.
Maybe
what's that?
Well, first you need to stop spreading misinformation about a multiplicative damage and diminishing returns.
You know, Codex, I don't think this arguing from incredulity thing is real. I haven't heard of it.
He's rage baiting and it's working!
Dunning-Kruger effect? The fuck is that?
A bell curve.
Is that the guy?
I'm at the top.
The guy who started the Dunning-Kruger effect? Is that the guy who started the grocery store, or?
That bell curve joke is really funny for those of you that know how bell curves work. What did you say about Dunning-Kruger, Mizo?
I said Dunning-Kruger. Is that the guy that started the supermarket, or?
Kroger? I go to Kroger.
I hate it here.
Yeah, it's actually a bell pyramid when I'm involved.
Never remember the name of all the fallacies I've heard, but them being explained is always awesome. Yeah, the argument, one of the fallacy that I was just talking about is called, it's argumentation from incredulity. It means arguing from a perspective of lacking information, basically. Like, I think of a Warframe example, like, say for example, you saw somebody modding the Stalta, and you didn't know about the occasional multiplicative scaling of galvanized aptitude, and you see somebody put both deadhead and aptitude on the Stalta. If you were to tell them that that's a stupid idea, like a bad build because they're stacking too much base damage, that would be an incredulous argument because it's false, like because of the fact that on the Stalta, galvanized aptitude is multiplicative, in which case knowing that information is what allowed you to realize that doing that build was actually a good idea. As a, Warframe concept of explaining that. A way to explain that.
There's probably a name for it too, but there's arguing from fake incredulity, where you pretend to not know things so that you can drag out an argument and annoy people.
We call this the rage bait theorem.
That's an excellent argument you got there, Musa. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is Unified Codex.
Have you ever heard of the eat, shit, and die fallacy? It's my favorite one to incorporate.
My source is I made it the fuck up.
Have you ever heard of the I'm gonna blow your shit smooth off fallacy? You never guess what happens if you disagree with me.
Can I whisper you my Calabria build and you rate it? Not at this very moment because you can't open mod links in a mission, but you can send it to me if you want. It's fine.
Just describe
So
it.
you gotta do
I'll
is
say
you
it's,
gotta find his Warframe market page and offer to buy something on there. He'll leave the mission real quick after that.
And yes, Overframe is unironically actually garbage, Richter, not because the website itself is actually bad, like as a purely mechanical tool, just the ability to throw together.
I'd kind of argue that it's missing a lot of features.
Shut up. Yes, it's well, yeah, but most of the features that it's missing outside of like some arcane effects outright not applying in the show conditionals, one of the main more nuanced things that it's missing is accounting for like the bugs, basically, like multiplicative scaling and whatnot. But in terms of just as a baseline mechanical tool, allowing you to throw a build together without having to actually, you know, spend the formulas in game, it's a nice tool and being able to write things up and whatnot. But the reason why it's a bad website is because due to the innate nature of it being a publicly usable website where anybody can post builds, people who are extremely abysmal dog shit at the game can post their builds on there. And then if you are the kind of person who has to go to Overframe to find a build, that also innately, presumably means that you don't know how to judge whether or not a build is good, because the only way that you would know if a build is good is if you already knew how to build, in which case you wouldn't be on the site. So the problem is that people who don't know how to build are being taught by people who don't know how to build. So it's like the blind leading the blind in mass quantities.
Yeah, you go to Overframe, you see the top upload thing is like Sun Killer Inaros 5 billion damage per second by Shadow Lord 69. And the second result is Build It Works by Ninjase.
Okay, sidetrack codex. So what you just said just reminded me is like a meeting I had literally last week where I really had to try not to laugh because it was like the big boss was like actually pretty pissed off. But something happened, and so like basically it was like VP level, I guess would be the easiest comparison. And he was like, and somebody said they sent somebody to do something, and his response was, "So you just sent the blind to lead the fucking visually impaired?"
Yep.
But like the Tony said it with, like, I had to resist so much from laughing.
Yeah, that's how it goes, and it's not great. It's not a great scenario to be in. Somebody said say it again. Overframe is straight ass, to summarize what I said. Overframe is not a good source of getting builds, aside from a handful of people that actually consistently know what they're doing, like Ninjase, for example. Although the problem with Ninjase's builds is that, for the most part, from what I've seen, he obviously knows what he's doing. In many ways, he appears to be better at the game than I am, to be honest, in terms of some levels of mathematical understanding. So I'm not saying anything bad about him, but the problem with his builds in regards to the average player base is that they're too
hyper-specific.
They're too specific. Yeah, they're too hyper-specifically min-max for the average person to get widespread usability out of. Like, a lot of his builds are far too nichely hyper-optimized to the point where if you take it to anything but the exact scenario that he's describing, the build kind of falls apart and it doesn't actually feel very good. Whereas what I typically like to, like, a lot of people think that I'm like hyper-optimized when I do my builds, but which is true compared to most people, but the way in which I attempt to optimize is typically for average player comfortability. Like, I rarely do builds that are actually like super nichely hyper optimized for like a singular mission type, for example. It's usually more of like a broad spectrum comfortable build, like the Hero build that I put out recently, or like the Titania build that I put out is a level cap viable build, but it's not only functional and cascade like I'm using it right now, for example. So on and so on. So if you get too niche to the point where the build falls apart outside of the exact context that the person is describing, it's not, I don't want to say it's not a good build, but it's not a good build, to be honest, for the average person, like outside that scenario.
There's also an issue on Overframe where there's people who have
actually pretty good builds, but but in order to utilize them, you got to read the explanation. That's like an entire fucking video essay, and the average player doesn't want to read that, so they think it's shit.
And there's also the classic problem of them not resetting their like votes. So if you have a build from 5 years ago that was good 5 years ago, they got a bunch of upvotes. A new build that's better won't get seen at the top because they don't reset their votes.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Although I will say, as a counterpoint to what you just said, Umbrin, that's not innately a bad thing. Like, any of the best builds, no matter how broadly applicable or hyper-specifically are, should have a very detailed written explanation. That's not inherently a bad thing. Like, it might be across the board true that the average person might not want to read it, but even for, like, if I were to go make an overframe build right now, that was like a super generic use case, Gauss, for example, because you can take somebody like Gauss or Nova or etc. anywhere, it would still be like a long, detailed explanation to explain like how to fully utilize the kit. That doesn't mean that it's a hyper niche build. It just means that, I mean, regardless of the build, it should be explained, is what I'm saying, basically. But you are right that people often don't want to read a lot.
And all this has been to say that Codex is going to be soft launching his stolen source code of Overframe website. It's just his builds.
We've got Overframe. We've
Overcode.
got Overframe. It's time for middle frame.
Yeah, I'm gonna make mid frame.
Yeah, mid frame.
So the website is called NRS.
You shut your whore mouth. How
Oh,
dare you
I
speak
didn't-
that of Megan's favorite Warframe? Actually,
I didn't
probably
realize-
second favorite Warframe.
I didn't realize I'd walked in on the NRS stick fighting competition that day. Where did you come from, Umbrin?
Yeah, I should start posting on Overframe just because written guides would be nice.
I've always been an Aros fan. Now, I don't really play him that often anymore, but I've always been a fan of an Aros.
And
Actually-
how do you feel about object permanence?
He's
What?
Yes.
stop talking. Mid frame Banshee question mark. Get this guy out of my chat.
Well, I was
Don't-
thinking
Right,
both.
Banshee's so much lower than mid.
Don't let Nev see that.
Like, Banshee's so low, she's in Hades.
The guy that asked me, I just see you messaged me in game as well. I forget your name on Twitch. The guy that asked me about your Calabro build. I will say I do have a Calabro build video. If you want to see the way that I mod my Calabro, you can go watch that. One of the only modern adjustments that you might want to make is dropping one of the Archon shards for a single armor shard to give him 700 armor, and then dropping one of the arcanes for persistence. If you want to shore up the only. Like, it basically makes him like actually truly immortal instead of 99% immortal after the augment, because if you put persistence on him, then it eliminates the only time in which he can die, which is getting one tapped like through overguard in brief periods where you're waiting on your ability to get back to you. Other than that, you can basically just copy the video. I think I used Arcane Ice Storm in the video because I was using the Okina. So just like, for example, you could just drop Ice Storm for persistence. And that would also make it more broadly applicable because, you know, Ice Storm only goes off if you're actually triggering cold, so makes it less conditional by dropping Ice Storm as well. I wonder how many people would actually, like, if I did put in all the work to make a written version of all of my build videos, I wonder how many people would actually even use it. How many of you in chat would look at a written overview that maybe has like more nuanced information that perhaps wasn't in the video, or even if it was just the same information, you know, just having it in a written format for reviewability's sake? How many of you do you think would get value from that?
So, question, Codex, would you link to Overframe under
would be
your
under every video.
videos?
Yeah, I would add my Overframe link to my general YouTube social links under my name description. Then every video would have the written guide in the description. So if I released like another Clervo video, for example, it would have the Clervo Overframe link. Like I would have the write-up done before the video went live, so that was immediately available.
I mean, this is the guy that can barely make a video every like 13 weeks, so I don't know.
Okay, bro. Okay, all right. It's been literally less than 2 weeks since my last one, but all right.
Is that so? You are kidding, right, Umbrin? I mean, not Umbrin, Rage. Using an AI to transcribe your builds into...
So I like how Rage says chat is a biased sample size, as if the people that watch me are not the exact sample that I need for that kind of a quest. Like, what?
No, I didn't mean that. I meant the thing about using
No, yeah, I know the AI
to-
thing, but I just think it's funny the idea that chat is a biased sample size. Like, yeah, it's a low sample size, but it's exactly the people that would ask the question. Like, I'm not gonna, the people that don't watch my videos are not the people that are going to derive value from the question.
See, maybe Rage is thinking that you need to ask the regular YouTube viewers, not these, you know, super sweaty Twitch viewers that have time to watch your streams.
You know what? Yeah, make it a YouTube community poll.
Also, no, I wouldn't use transcription because the exact wording that I would use in a video would not be the wording I would use in a written format. But that's not it's a good idea, but it would not be applicable in my case.
I mean, we all know Codex can't spell, so, no.
What? Who am I? Am I T-Spin or Ben?
I mean, I hear you're the one that instilled that behavior in him. He was a great typer originally, but he did one set of Eidolons with you and suddenly can't spell. You're a bad influence, you know?
I ran out of energy. No.
The only written thing I don't read are AI summaries other than absolutely, you know, it's really funny that you just said that, Aster, since it's exactly what they're telling me to do is AI summary.
I feel like it would just make up random bullshit, you know?
The only
Well,
person
AI
telling me to do that
transcription,
is-
more specifically, so what it's supposed to do is literally just transcribe what I say from the video.
I mean, yeah,
Actually,
in that
I
case.
can't kill this. Somebody help me.
You can't kill it.
Yeah, me too. I'm out of energy.
I ran out of energy.
There's the energy drain. Fucking dog shit modifier. Down your crewmate, Umbrin. Oh, wait, you're on... Wait, no, they fixed that. Never
No, I
mind.
can throw my crewmate down now.
Bro came
it's
to
just,
disruption without the ability to kill Demolus? It's crazy.
I can kill them when I have energy.
Curious.
You know what? You get out of your razor wing and start killing them.
Yeah, I have a slam melee. I don't think that would be very difficult.
Got him.
It would just be slow.
I said
It's
Codex,
fine.
not you.
I'll pull my art gun.
You gotta say this energy thing kinda sucks balls.
Why do you say that, Anu? Bro misses that vertical stream.
Umbrin,
what-
fucking revive me.
How do you ask?
I don't. Rage does it for free.
Yeah, but I still got credit because I tapped interact right before you revived.
I just need a little bit of energy so I can do some flying. There we go.
Imagine having sustained issues. Crazy.
It was the energy drain modifier, you bastard.
We need to summon Mama Codex to come straight.
What?
to her
What does that even
side.
mean, Anu? What? Not good enough to be on Twitch yet? What? You're awesome. What do you mean? Don't say that.
We all know Twitch is a, very curated selection of high-minded individuals. Totally not just a bunch of idiots.
This design is very human. Yes. The girlfriend cannot go to sleep? Use the head exploder 9000. The design is very human.
I haven't seen that guy's videos in forever. They used to be everywhere, I feel like.
Twitch chat is the elite of the elite. I don't know about that, brother. There's a wide range of very knowledgeable veteran players all the way down to brand spanking new people. So
yeah, a very wide range. When the range is so wide that one might call it a spectrum. Oh yeah, that makes more sense, Raid. This is why you gotta join the VCs, man.
I mean, not really. I instantaneously knew what he meant. I'm not sure why he's still elaborating. It's hyper obvious the first time.
Probably because I intentionally misunderstood this point.
Yeah, Muso's being a dumbass. She's not on you, Codex.
I mean, he is on Codex a little bit because he could have told me to shut the fuck up. So inaction is as bad as actually doing the thing. Forget the quote.
A sin of omission is a sin nonetheless.
Yeah, something like that.
A child who doesn't feel the warmth of its village will burn it down to feel it.
Okay, now you're sounding like one of those darn Japanese shows that Umbrella watches.
That is very much not a Japanese quote. That is an American quote.
No, I mean he sounds like one of them edgy protagonists.
Also,
Yeah. It's the narrator at the beginning of an anime. As the kid stands there watching a burning village.
Don't watch too many edgy anime these days.
You're not edgy? Fake edger? That was a low point even for me. I apologize.
Lisa, as the resident master rage baiter.
Well, that's one way of saying that.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite anime is Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I'm an edger. That's what our community is called.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually called themselves that.
Every time a new episode comes out, we edge together.
Yeah.
There is a season 2 coming out.
I'm not getting partnered, bro. I'm cooked.
Yeah, they are working on a Edge Runner season 2, actually. Actually, have you watched Edge Runners?
It's your guys' fault about this partnership, I swear. You did this to me.
I mean, you didn't have to.
Have you watched Edge Runners?
Hold on. My dog is getting outlined. Sorry about that. Anyway. I'm back. We're all good. This guy is why I'm on Twitch right now. Barely use it. Based.
I mean, you gotta find a better role model, to be honest.
What an unfortunate thing to understand that reference. I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you watched Edge Runners?
I did a little bit of edging, but I kind of forgot to continue it.
That was actually pretty good. I actually forgot that I did watch all of that, so I guess that counts as an anime. So there's 3 animes that I've watched. All of.
I watched, I think more than half of it, but then I got distracted and went and played some game and never went back to it.
Yeah, you're probably distracted edging.
No, I'm very focused when I do that.
It's 25 relics, an hour, 12 minutes. Shave off. Yeah, so 20 an hour, roughly.
Yeah. Moose, are you ready for Cyberpunk Edge Runner Season 2?
I might
Wait, is
have
actually
to catch up and check it out.
Yes, they're actually making a Season 2.
Is it just like anthology or what? Well, I'm not going to say what I was...
I mean,
there's a certain reason why season 2 happening seems difficult, if you know what I mean.
oh yeah, no. The watch the trailer. It says the first words in the trailer are someone's not returning.
It's music because he's a hater.
Yep.
Well, you didn't like my last hot tub stream, Vannon? I'm so sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure.
really got to be here.
I'm not even sure how you were in there. That's only for the tier 3s.
You guys really got to be. Should have been here for Codex's hot tub stream and his just chatting stream.
I mean, those were the same stream. Where were you?
No, he had the hot tub stream was a Warframe stream. Still, he was just in the hot tub.
Yeah, Captain Chemical, if you're a new returning player, go check out these videos I just linked. They will help you out. Also, hop in the Discord. Should I buy Protea at 25? Yes, I would buy Protea for a max of 30. Ideally 20, but 25 is fine. Same thing with Okina. You should buy as many Okina and Protea sets as you can for anywhere between 20 and 30. And then hold on to them because they're getting vaulted in about 2 months, and then you'll be able to sell them for anywhere from 70 to 100 after a few months of being vaulted.
Man's got them diamond hands.
Yep. Unified Codex is so nice and cool. What's up with all the glazy YouTube comments? This is why I always get accused of when I read out these comments of they're being fake.
Yeah, you're definitely botting right now.
It's always on YouTube, man. I need to be glazed on Twitch more.
You know, I'll glaze you in a different location.
You guys gotta turn me into your Krispy Kreme donut on Twitch, you know what I'm saying? All the glaze.
No, you're tastier.
Appreciate it, pasta. Hopping in the Discord means I could get long runs of people. Yes, I specifically have roles that you can give yourself to mark yourself as somebody interested in like grouping up. Like you can give yourself the Cascade role, for example, and then you can in the recruiting channel Discord you can ping the Cascade role to try to get the other interested people with that role to group up with you.
But no one fucking answers the pings ever.
I think it'll be a self-correcting issue as the Discord grows because all of the people that entered the server after those roles existed have to, like, they're forced to see that screen as an onboarding screen. I think that's part of the issue is there was already like 800, 900 plus people in the server when that was created, so the only way they do it now is if they see my announcements to go do that and go grab the role. I've posted a few reminders to do so. And the could also just be, you know, people just aren't interested in the roles. Like there's not going to be like 1,000 people that have the Cascade role.
So you're saying there's what you said? How many people are in the server?
Yes. Well, right now there's 1,200, but like by the time that I added those roles, we were already at like 800, 900 plus.
So I know there's 50 people who have the Cascade role, so that means there's 1,150 users in the server. That's pretty crazy.
26 million.
I mean, to be fair, 50 out of 1,200 is actually a pretty high percentage to have you know a role like that. So it's just a matter of, I mean, be honest. If you're pinging people at like 3 a.m. your time, even with time zone differences, you're not going to get a vast amount of people. Like, oh yeah, I'm available somehow.
Nah, I don't ping people at 3 a.m. I only ping at reasonable hours. When it's at 3 a.m., I send out personal DMs. Rage knows. I'd hatch a little something to incentivize, yeah.
Like, damn, these are grimy.
All 15 of them.
15? I need a frame that's fun to play with good fashion and isn't meta as fuck.
Mag.
Can I ask why it has to be not meta? Like, if you were to find it fun and you liked the fashion, why do we need to include the hipster side bonus of you can only enjoy it if other people don't play it? Never understood that.
revive, I got one tap by Toxinexins.
Sucks to suck, man.
It does. It really does. Oh, never mind then.
Like, I could answer your question by saying Kalerva with the Apostate skin, for example. And, you know, any basic melee setup because he absolutely shreds and he looks awesome while doing it, but are you going to not use it because other people like Kalerva? That seems really, stupid, to be frank. Just play something because you like playing it. Don't not play it because other people like playing it. Why are you letting other people dictate what you play? How do you know there's somebody vaulted?
Else with the Hiko.
Because the vaulting pattern is a known fact. The way that the vaulting pattern works is that every time a new prime comes out, they vault the oldest prime still in the game that hasn't been vaulted yet. And Protea Prime and her weapons are the oldest primes still in the game, which means that she is going to be the next vaulting. It's going to be Protea in about 2 months, and then in another 3 months after that, it's going to be Sevagoth, Nautilus, and the Epitaph, and then in another 3 months after that, it's going to be Zaku and all his stuff, and then so on. Like I can tell you the pattern like all the way out to 2030 and beyond. It's a known pattern.
You're using the Hiko too?
Yeah. Okay, I can't revive for some reason.
Oops, I'm going the wrong way.
Have you tried getting good?
No, I don't mean to revive myself. I couldn't, like, I was standing on top of Rage and I couldn't res him.
I've tried being good, but it's not possible, unfortunately. I've been trying for 12,000 hours and it just doesn't stick.
Something sticks, but not the skills.
Hey, guys, remember what I said about free will and regret?
I didn't even hear what you said, to be honest. What's up?
No, I meant remember when I was in the chat earlier about Musa being.
No, I heard what you said, but what are you responding to say that?
I forget.
If you didn't hear it, it's fine. It was another Musaism.
For the best. A Musaism. Our new term.
You know, I haven't had Taylor back on stream for a while, so I haven't been able to thank him, but I've been thinking about Sakar's equivalency for the past, like, week.
It's really funny. Yeah, I need to remember that so I can keep using that. It's really funny.
I've been looking at people in my real life and just kind of, in my head, thinking of a Sakar's equivalent. And I mean, I don't say it out loud because I don't play Warframe, but it helps me.
What was I using that for?
Well, I mean,
the Mirror Calandra, I think?
It was because I said something like absolutely blasphemous, and Taylor wasn't getting why exactly it was blasphemous, so you compared it to the Sakaris and said Sakaris equivalency.
I think you also were describing PoE2 like crafting, and you said it's like a God roll Sakaris servant. He's like, oh, I get it, Sakaris equivalency.
Yeah, it has a lot of mirrors. The frame I'm currently playing is Titania. Here's the video captain, although it's a super endgame build. You're not going to be able to replicate at the moment. Frame I'd recommend, in one of the videos that I linked to you earlier, the new player loadout guide video, it's a whole like config, including the Warframe and weapons and everything. So like the frame in that video is Zephyr, for example. I think Zephyr is one of the best frames for new players, along with Neja, because they're both very tanky with decent damage output, and you can get both of them from the clan dojo, so you don't even have to farm them, you just buy them with credits and craft them. So they're super easy to get, and they're super good for new players. So I would recommend, it's a long video, it's 45 minutes long, but I would highly recommend that you watch the whole thing, because if you are a new player and you watch the whole video, you will have a very good time getting through the early game. Oh, you know what else I should add? I should add the well, actually, it's in that video, so never mind. I was going to say I should add the Zorus video link, but I mean, the Zorus is part of that new player video, so redundant, I suppose. I should add that as a separate link, though, because Zorus being cracked is a fact.
But Codex, the Falcor has higher Riven stats.
Yeah? I've been in the coal mines for the last 4 hours mining materials to get Zaku to Subsuming for this build. You're so real for that. Although the fact that it's taking you 4 hours makes me think that you are doing something wrong, perhaps.
The children yearn for the mines.
I feel well. I mean,
Can
maybe
we,
it's probably slower on non-steel path.
Can we get some pictures in the Fashion Frame channel of you all sweaty from the coal mines before you take a shower? Or
Brother, what? What do you mean by that?
inquiring minds want to know, you know.
Hey, don't forget to use the skip.
I don't feel like it.
Use what?
I like your titanium build. I just made a couple of changes based on what you were recommending. Increase my damage from hitting 100k crits to 5 mil crits. I just made a couple changes based on what you were recommending. Oh, you mean changes from your build to mine? I was gonna say, because if you without changes, you should already be hitting 5 million on my build. Should be hitting more than that.
Taco, yes. Hildren is very much worth investing in.
Oh no, what? No.
Hildren Prime, sorry.
I'm colorblind. Wrong key.
Yeah, if you weren't here earlier, Codex was doing what was it, a 2-hour defense mission on Steel Path where you were just absolutely duking everything the second it spawned in on Hildren.
Yes, sir.
Like, it was level 2,000 enemies that Codex was nuking too with Hildren.
I don't know if I'd say he was nuking. You know.
You're right. Musa was carrying that one.
Here's the Hilden video if you want to check it out. Yeah, if you want to instantly blow up rooms of enemies, it's pretty good. So that's good to hear, Squirrels. I'm glad the build's working out for you. Yeah, she melts all the way to level cap, so if you like doing level cap void cascades like I do, for example, you can easily kill level 10,000 enemies with the titanium setup. Or 10,000 prereqs to get materials that is like 1/5 of one Zaku blueprint. I might be forgetting some of the context, but if you were being unironic about the 4 hours, I'm just surprised that it's taking you 4 hours just to get the mining resources. Although, if you don't have a resource booster and if you're not doing Steel Path for the actually, you know what? Steel Path could theoretically be a downside depending on how many gems you need versus ore, because innate drop chance booster I think only specifically buffs the gem vein chance, which presumably reduces the ore gem chance, the ore vein chance. So I guess that's debatable. If people run Thermal Sunder on Titania for low-level exterminate speedrunning, yes. It's a very good build for speed clearing, like non-steel path exterminate fissures to crack relics super fast if you ever need to do that. Or if you're, like I was actually using it earlier for farming specters, Warframe specters, because all the missions for farming those are rescues, and if you're doing a rescue where you have to get the rotation C, you have to be unalarmed and kill all of the wardens. So a Thermal Sunder Titania lets you get through the mission really fast and kill all of the wardens, like with just a couple casts of Sunder, basically, without even seeing them. So there's a lot of reasons why it's good. You're not going to be using it in like super high level content though. Like you're going to be using a standard Pixia setup if you're trying to do like, you know, Void Cascade. Ceto Prime any good? Ceto Prime is exceptionally good, yes.
I actually just built that yesterday.
Yeah, Swirls, if you're not in the Discord, speaking of nice people, there's a lot of very cool people in our Discord. Just ignore everything this music guy says and you'll be good.
I guess that's good advice, you know. You wouldn't want to miss out.
Yeah, Ceto Prime is super good. It slaps.
All right, I've got till 40, then I'm bowing out.
Oh my god, he's pulling a Taylor. He's leaving right before level cap.
Fucking hates us.
For some reason, I keep not remembering. I'm trying to memorize the level cap disruption number. Is it 46?
Rage said 48, maybe.
That doesn't sound right. I'm pretty sure it's a high. I'm pretty sure it's 46 at the most. Just me in chat now. Is it round 46 for level cap and disruption?
Where's that Matt guy when you need him?
I'm almost certain that it's 46. If not lower. I think it's 46 though. Somebody fact check me.
I'm pretty sure it's 107.
A bro's Cascade build? Can you imagine how terrible that'd be if it took 107 fucking rounds to cap on this? That'd be an achievement right there. What's a good amount of plat to sit on? I have like 2k anything, and anytime I go over that, I reinvest it into soon to be vaulted stuff or mods will go up. There's not a. The answer to your question is not a specific number, but rather a variable amount based off of your account specific needs. Like basically calculate the minimum amount of plat that you think you get to spend each month to maintain your play style. Like for example, if you're like, okay, every single month I need a resource booster and a resource drop chest booster, so that's 400 plat. And so on, and then, you know, add some miscellaneous expenditures on top of that. So if you're like, okay, I only need 600 plat per month, then any plat per month that you make beyond that, whatever that number is, should be spent, if you want to be efficient, should be spent on investing, because the more plat that you invest, the more continuous income you have from, you know, passive flip value accrual. Like if you're sitting on 2,000 plat, but you only need 6,000, then that extra 1,400 that you're sitting on is basically being wasted when you could invest 1,400 and turn it into 4,000, for example. So, like I said, the number is variable based off of, you know, your circumstances, but anything past the number you should invest. Not should, like you don't have to invest it, but if you're asking what you should do to be efficient, that's the answer. If you want to sit on a 50,000 plat and not do anything with it, then that's up to you. Obviously, you know, there's no wrong way to play.
It also depends on how much you like grabbing skins when they come out.
Yeah. Yep.
That also depends on if you're on a console or not as well.
Well, I meant more like the ones that just came out, like the Dagoth and Wellband. But yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's applicable to
Well, I mean,
both.
I'm just saying,
there's
like,
plat skins on both.
Yeah, I'm just like, you're gonna have to probably budget a bit more if you're on console for platinum, just because the large majority of skins are gonna be plat instead of real money.
I watched your video and did a hill jump build, and it damages 10 million plus. Very based. Glad to hear that.
10 million almost sounds like you have friends.
Well, he might also be doing
like
a damage helmet, because I was not.
Sounds like you're doing too much damage. You might want to check out this other Codex video called "Doing Too Much Damage."
No, that video was wrong.
Sounds like a stupid video. Yeah.
You know, the real stat that matters isn't damage percentage. It's what's your accuracy at.
Make sure you get some Mars scans freely, by the way.
And the best frame for accuracy is Vauban.
Yeah, Richter, to give you a good rule of thumb, in almost any decent flipping scenario, like investing and flipping scenario, it's pretty common to make at least a 3x return if you're doing it right. So for example, if you feel like you have 1,500 plat worth of expendable income, if you invest that into the right things, it's almost assured that you could turn 1,500 into 4,500. So if that sounds like something you want to do, then yes, you should definitely be investing extra platinum. Like right now, the two main flips like upcoming flips that I would recommend you invest in would be Protea and Okina. You can get both of those right now for typically as low as like 20 plat. Even if you get for 30 plat, that's fine. If you get, let's be conservative and give a higher number. Let's say 30. Even if you buy them for 30, if you buy Protea and Okina for 30 plat right now, those are both, especially the Okina during its Incarnate week, they're both going to sell for 70 to 100 plat at least after a few months of being vaulted. So, that's 2, 3, 4x return depending on your price point. All you got to do is do the trade work. And if you keep consistently doing that, like if you flip something, you eventually sell that flip, you keep a portion of that income for yourself to normal expenditures, and then you reinvest some of that flip into the next flip. You can keep continuously cycling that and basically never run out of platinum if you do it intelligently. Like if you start with 2,000 plat, you turn 2,000 into 8,000. You keep 3,000, you invest 5,000, turn 5,000 into 15,000. You keep 5,000, you put 10,000 in, you turn 10,000 into 30 to 40,000, so on. So you can very certainly cascade your plat upward if that's your goal. Although I will say it's definitely much easier to do if you're a higher mastery rank, because your mastery rank dictates the amount of trades you have per day, and the trade cap per day is highly limiting in a high volume flip scenario. You invest in ribbons or mods in general. I don't. The only mod investment that I do aside from ribbons, which I do a lot of ribbons, yes. Like for example, I've been buying up cheap Bubonica ribbons because the Coda Bubonica is about to come out. So the baseline prices for those is going to go up. So I've been buying some for like 30. I bought like 5 of them for like 30 each, which will be an easy return. In terms of other mods than that, I buy a Prime mod. This isn't a flip. This is just a direct value translation. I buy prime mods from Barrow and then max rank them and then sell them max rank because I have tons of extra endo, but that's only a viable strategy if you actually have extra endo like me, because I already have every mod that we use in the game maxed out, so all of the endo I have is extra. So I can buy like 10 prime mods and max them all and sell them for like 150 each, and it's easy platinum. And then aside from that, the only mods that I flip are Nightwave mods. I flip those every Nightwave. So for example, another thing you can buy is the Hema mod right here and the Basmu augment. Get these 2 augments from Nightwave off of other players. Like the Dreadful Kill Shot you can get for like 10, 15 plat. The Hema one is a bit more expensive, unfortunately, but if you buy either of these right now for like their cheapest buy order prices, you'll be able to sell them for 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe times what they're currently selling for, if not more. So the Nightwave mods are always a super easy return because you can only get like they're one of the most guaranteed returns in the game, because every player in the game can only get 1 of each because they're from Nightwave. They're not farmable, so every player gets 1. So there's a extremely scarce amount of those mods in the game, and anybody who wasn't playing the game during when that Nightwave occurred, they for a fact don't have the mod. So there's always factually going to be thousands of people buying those mods in the future. So buying Nightwave mods to flip later is like an absolute guaranteed income. Like right now I have, this is a bit of a different scenario because it's Sentient Surge, and Sentient Surge was available from the Nabris event, but when the Nabris event last year for October brought back the Octicore Augment Sentient Surge, I bought 170 of them for 5 plat each. And I can already sell them for 15, for example, so that's already a triple my return. And if I wait until they're 20, that's quadruple. So I invested like nearly 1,000 plat, so I turned 1,000 into 3,000 or 4,000. It's so easy. It's so fucking easy, it's unbelievable. That was a lot of yapping, sorry.
People are here for yapping.
Question: outside of the Hex and Little Duck, are there any characters that like actually swear?
Several of the proto skins, like at the very least Kaya, for example. Kaya, one of the voice lines is calling enemies douchebags.
Sorry, actually, I should have specified outside of proto frames, I guess. I wouldn't exactly call consider douchebag a swear.
It is, just factually.
I mean, it's literally even. I wouldn't, just because like they use it in children's cartoon shows, like regular shows said it multiple times.
Okay, I mean, the regular show could also make a character say a racial slur. That wouldn't make it not a racial slur.
Let's ask Sir Google what it thinks.
Yeah, there's also Dallas.
I think Cynthia Surge price dropped when they put it in Nightwave shop a month or two after the Nightwave.
The douchebag is considered a vulgar slang, but not a swear.
But yeah, Sentient Surge was available from the Nabris event, and I was able to buy them for 5 plat each, like for actually 3 to 5 plat each, and they're now selling for 15, for example, which is a 3x plus return. So there's no opinion on whether or not it was a good idea. I've already tripled my investment.
Sir Google says Codex is wrong, so I want to take that as a personal victory.
Incorrect. Especially if you're actually special enough to use the AI Google answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the Google AI. It might be better to just make up an answer.
Oh man, I knew that Sentient Surge video I made back during Nabris was going to be a shit show, and I was right. That's so many people telling me I was stupid for giving this advice.
Yeah, that's when I had to unsubscribe. Too much clickbait, too much line.
It's funny how, not to sound like I'm tooting my own horn, but it's crazy how literally 100% of the financial advice I've given has panned out. There's literally not a single piece of the Warframe financial advice I've given that has not been accurate, but people keep telling me that I don't know what I'm doing.
Codex told me to bet it all on Black 17.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Should I put my life savings in crypto? I would respond to that as a joke, but it's unironically against terms of service if I were to answer that either way, so I'm just gonna ignore that.
I mean, is Plat a crypto?
Not legal advice. No real life financial advice. I'll talk about what I would do. I have a lot of crypto. I'm not telling you to buy crypto though.
You need to put your life savings into Tencent stock and then wait for Codex to buy another $10,000 worth of Warframe merch, and then you'll make your returns that way.
I'm not telling you guys what to buy. I am saying that XRP is really cheap right now, and I like buying XRP. Not telling you to buy XRP.
Any particular reason why XRP?
Because it's not just a cryptocurrency that modulates with pure market sentiment, because it's just used as a cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency that's not really even meant to be a cryptocurrency. It's used as a basically a blockchain replacement for something like the Swift system, for example. Not Swift. Is it Swift? Actually, I always get the two names mixed up. Yeah, it should be Swift.
It's fucking Ripple, right?
Yeah, Ripple is XRP. Ripple is the ledger holder of XRP. It's they're basically a theoretical competitor to the current, basically 100% market saturation Swift system that most banks around the world use to digitally move their money around. The XRP system is theoretically up to like 20 times more efficient, which leads to a lot of cost savings for banks. So if it was adopted, it would make them a lot of money. And the reason why I believe in XRP is that it fundamentally has to go up in price if it's adopted by banks, because the global market cap value of XRP has to match the amount of money that banks are using it to like move around the world. Like if banks wanted to, move $1 trillion around the world per year, then XRP in total would have to be at least worth that, divided by the amount of total XRP. So it literally forces the price up as opposed to just pure market sentiment.
Interesting.
So that's why I buy it. I'm not telling any of you to buy it. Like, theoretically, the value of XRP, I mean, this is never going to happen, but if every single bank in the world were to use XRP and 100% of the global transactions were to be moved using it, then it would be worth like 10,000 per XRP. And right now it's like under $2, for example. More realistically, it'll go up to like $5 to $50. Should I buy Chroma? As to whether or not you should get Chroma, the answer is 100% yes. As to whether or not you should buy Chroma is a value proposition that you have to answer for yourself. If you don't want to wait until he's farmable, because he's currently vaulted, then yeah, there's several reasons why he's worth having. It's up to you whether or not he's worth buying, though, in terms of, like, you know, the actual cost of doing so. If what you're actually asking me is is Chroma a usable or a useful for him to have, the answer is yes.
See, Codex, they were actually talking about a cryptocurrency called Chroma. And you just gave financial advice.
My account just gets deleted in real time. How do you have so many buffs active? Because I'm playing in a squad. I'm not solo, so it's all of the... Well, for one, this... actually, my frame alone has a lot of different buff effects. Like, I've 2 different arcanes that both have buff icons, and I have multiple abilities and whatnot, so there's that. Plus, the people that I'm playing with are occasionally buffing me. Why do you switch when you pick up the key? Because Titania is not able to grab things in her Razor Wing form. She's not able to interact with objects. What secondaries are good for acolytes? That's an interesting question.
Well,
One that's
I
not.
don't know why you'd be giving an acolyte one for secondary.
Well, one that's not hyper meta anymore, but it is quite specifically good for acolytes. Is a crit built Spore Lacer. At least in my previous experience, Spore Lacer is quite good at chunking acolyte health. And of course, any of the generically good incarnates as well, like the Lex Incarnate, will absolutely one tap him. Well, with a good build, obviously, at least the dual Tox Incarnate and so on and so on.
Maybe the Epitaph Prime with a crit build.
Yeah, if you get a crit charge shot off on a headshot, at least on Acolyte, it'll do some chunky damage. Requires some more accuracy than some others, but yes. Did you get your scans, Umbrin? If you want them.
I totally forgot about that.
You idiot. He forgot he was leaving. It's like you just reminded the teacher there's homework.
No, he was on extraction, that's why I said that.
I know, I'm lying for dramatic effect.
Yeah, it's true. Atomos Incarnate, the Incarnate form specifically, not the main form. It sucks against Acolytes, but the Incarnate shot is quite good. That's true. My Aki Core just finished building. How do I mod it for maximum efficiency? I do have a video on it, but it's slightly not up to date with some options. Hold on a sec.
Was your video pre-Innervate?
Yes, and Magnetic Might as well and whatnot, so there's a few variations.
Which Magnetic Might you can only get one of.
Armor, can you put down a ping?
You said what?
Can you put down a ping so I can find you? A waypoint. Oh, never mind.
I'm not down. That's Codex is down.
Wait, Codex? Oh.
I'm doing something.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't revive you. Your,
I'm typing the response to your Aki Core question on it, just so you can have it written out. I can say it verbally, but just so you actually don't And you'll have to remember I'm just typing it out in the Twitch chat. What am I forgetting? Sentient Surge, obviously.
And there's all my daily affinity.
Light mods is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I gotta say, Umbra, it's pretty lame that you're not staying to level cap.
7, 8.
I want to say, Musa,
Yeah, there should be the
kinda
build right
lame
here.
that you're still talking.
Oh, I forgot to say the Arcane, but the Arcane is going to be either Cascadia Flare or Secondary Innervate. Yeah, Galvanized Shot, Galvanized Diffusion, Lethal Torrent, or Magnetic Might, especially if you're using Reinforced Bond on your companion. You can afford to drop Lethal Torrent for Magnetic Might instead. There's some upsides to that. Especially on Innervate builds, the extra crit damage is nice paired with the extra addition of magnetic damage for several reasons. Like, it's one more Galvanized stack, for example, with one more element, so Magnetic Might is also effectively acting as an additional 120% base damage, along with the extra damage to overguarded and shielded enemies from the Magnetic Stass effect. Well, let me go grab this, I don't know how long this... Is it on the ground? Don't want to miss that. What fucking key did I just grab? Yellow. Yeah, what was I saying? If you don't have the Sentient Surge augment, that's basically mandatory for the Octocore to actually be good, so if you don't have that, you need to get that.
I'm selling them for only 100 plat.
Lex Incarnon, yeah, just a generic crit setup. Just crit and like a crit corrosive heat or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Just any generic crit setup is fine. These enemies keep attacking me while I'm trying to do stuff. Very rude. Just make a new video really quick. Yeah, I do. If you watch my video called "The Best Secondary in the Game," it's a video about the Octocore, and the build it's basically the same. Like, that video has Cascadia Flare because Innervate didn't exist, and you can still use Cascadia Flare. Like, either Arcane is fine. So the only change is that Secondary Innervate didn't exist and Magnetic Might didn't exist. Other than that, it's the same Octocore build. So you can watch the video, and it's basically 99% accurate still.
I mean, if you made a video called Best Secondary, it was obviously a Sakaris video, so...
Oh, yeah, Taylor? Is that you? You sound... you sound different. Not as sexy as usual.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't sound hot, you know.
That's some Warframe burnout, so I haven't been feeling the stream or even do my weeklies. Sorry to hear that, Zune. Not doing the weeklies. Mods ban this guy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
My faith in humanity has just gone down. Riz is an actual word in the Merriam-Webster.
Yeah. I will say, though, T-Spin had bronchitis and he still did his weeklies, so, like, maybe you guys should lock the fuck in, or...
What would you subsume Hydroids for with if you want to use him as a weapons platform? If you're not using his... Actually, hold on.
His tentacles?
No, is that... I always forget. No, that's not what I'm asking. The Tempest ability, whatever, is it default viral or corrosive? It's corrosive, right? And the augment is viral, or is it vice versa?
No, it's default corrosive, augment viral.
Yeah, because the augment's called Viral Tempest.
It used to be the opposite way. It used to be the other way around.
Okay, yeah. So if you're not using the viral Tempest augment, at least you could consider Nourish, because if you put Nourish on Hydroid, replacing his fourth, that means that you can get free corrosive damage from Plunder, and then also free viral damage from Nourish, and then you can mod a different third element on your weapon, so you have a super multi-elemental setup, which is especially potent if you're, using a galvanized aptitude or galvanized whatever build, especially on something multiplicative, like the Stalter, for example, or the Base Assister, etc., etc., etc. So you could consider that. $100 plat, that's so much. 100. Oh, he was responding to the joke. He was kidding. Sentient Surge only sells for like 15 right now.
Yeah, but there is a screenshot in the Discord of Rage selling one for 150 to some guy.
Yeah. He actually just sells that to his friends and then trades it back just for the screenshots.
See, on anyone else, I'd believe that, but Rage would never waste a trade on that. Oh yeah, good point, Rage.
Just the drone that
Tell us how you really feel about us, Rage.
You're a streamer that I make weird comments about. You're not my friend.
Oh my god, crewmate, kill the fucking Shadow of Violence. What do you think I pay you nothing for?
Okay, my crewmate was from an opposing faction, so I paid this motherfucker like $50 million. Okay, I want to hear it.
Yes, the YouTube stream is vertical. If you want to watch on full screen, you can come over to the Twitch stream. Unified_Codex over on Twitch. If you want to see everything. It is vertical on purpose because the vertical stream is admittedly pretty good exposure for the channel. Because there's a lot of vertical traffic because it uses the people browsing shorts.
But have you considered the type of person you're exposing the channel to? You gotta be selective.
The toxin mod and the cold mod to make viral Vader. So so I should have clarified that. I don't remember how far you are in the game if you know all the terms. Dual stat means the mods that give you 60% elemental damage and 60% status chance. So the toxin dual stat, for example, is pistol pestilence for 60 toxin, 60 status, and then the cold dual stat is frostbite for 60 cold, 60 status. If you use them together, it'll give you viral damage, and then after that, prime heater charge to have viral and heat. Because the Akicore is a high status beam weapon, so it applies status effects unreasonably fast. So the typical build to kill things with the Akicore is by instantly applying like 500 heat procs, and then they just explode. How many axe relics do we have so far? We've just been vibing, bro. Make sure our accrual rate is still good here. It's 14. 20, 28. Oh, did I count that right? 8 plus. Yeah, 14. Yeah, 20. 28. 29. 35. 40. Yeah, 40 in less than 2 hours. Yeah, so we're still hitting 20 plus. Right now we're slightly averaging above 20, so yeah, it's pretty cracked. Even though I've been super not locked in.
Rage is locked in enough for the both of us.
I'm finally getting carried for once.
Alright,
So yeah.
Love you, Amber.
My time to not shine. I went right past that guy. I didn't even see him.
He's Alzheimer's maxing.
Do the radiation and magnetic mods from 99 it whispers count for this, or do they not? Since they give other stats. Do they? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by count for the count for what, Aster?
Count for gun I shot.
Oh, I think he means for the definition of the term dual stat. Yes, technically the term dual stat means any mod that gives 2 positive stats, which typically refer to the mods that are classified as either nightmare mods or elemental dual stats. So yes, the magnetic might, for example, is a dual stat mod because it gives both magnetic damage and crit damage, but typically the typical community nomenclature when they say dual stat is specifically the 60 element, 60 status chance mods in particular. But you are definitionally correct. Did they nerf the slam build on the Magistar? I'm not really getting high numbers of damage when I'm using it.
Nope.
Oh, I just tried Magic for the first time. No, the Magistar is not nerfed. If you're not hitting good numbers, then your build is bad. I don't know. I was trying to figure out another way to say that, but yeah, the Magistar hits like gorgillions of damage still. They did change the slam radius now scales with jump distance, so you can't get max slam distance by just barely hopping off the ground. You do have to, like, the higher in the air you go, the larger the radius, but the actual damage is unchanged. Completely unchanged. All right, now, have you used the Magistar before, or did you just get it? Because, to clarify, when people use the Magistar, they're using the Magistar Incarnate, not the normal Magistar. The regular Magistar is not good. It's the Incarnate Magistar that's really good. Using the Incarnate? Okay. I just want to make sure it goes.
Some might dislike me for this, but I used the Magistar as a slam weapon before the Incarnate came out. For the lifesteal.
Did you take the slam radius evolutions and for the middle one and the crit evolution for the last evolution, Jabbington? Because there could be multiple reasons why the build's not working. You could have just bad mod setup. You could have the wrong evolutions for max damage. Like could be both. I don't know. It could be that the specific scenario in which you were slamming was mitigating your damage for some reason. Like you could have accidentally slammed an enemy who was standing near like an Eximus, giving them 90% damage reduction, so you thought it was bad. Or I mean, there's a lot of confounding variables. But broadly speaking, no, the Magistar is extremely good. It does millions of damage.
Do you have Galvanized Reflex fully ranked up?
I used your build, and I guess I'm just doing it wrong. I haven't seen anything above like 12 million or so. See, you know what I bet it is? Are you heavy slamming? There's a difference between slamming and heavy slamming. So when you use a heavy attack that consumes your combo, you can also do that for slams. You have to do a heavy slam. Like if you're using Galvanized Reflex, for example, which puts your combo at least 5x if that's the only mod that you're using. That means that on a heavy slam, it will both double your crit chance from regular crit mods like Sack Steel, and it will apply the 5x combo multiplier. So if you're doing regular slams and not heavy slams, you're gonna do like 1/40th of the damage. So make sure that you're heavy slamming. If you play on mouse, for example, that means clicking in the middle mouse button. You should not be hitting, E for regular melee. You have to do a heavy slam. I bet he's gonna say that's what it is, that he's not heavy slamming. I'm almost certain he's about to say that. Oh, no, he is heavy slamming. Well, I don't know what's wrong then. If you're saying
Try
that you
putting your build in the Discord.
Well, he said that he copied my build.
Well, yeah, but how accurate was the copy?
That's a good question, because there's no way that if you copied the build that I would recommend 1-to-1, including the evolutions and your heavy slamming, there's no way that you're not blowing everything up, Vader. So I'm not sure. Something had to have been lost in translation. Link me if you're in Warframe right now, link me the build that you currently have on, Vader.
Would you be able to see it?
Not in the current mission, no. But when I leave, it can.
Oh.
Probably not upgraded to mods. Well, depending on the rank of the... unless they're, unranked, the difference between, rank 7 or 8 versus max is not going to make the Magistar not one-tap. If a fully mod-ranked version of the build is hitting for 10 million, hitting for only 7 million is still going to kill everything. Yeah, that's true. One of the major mods that would make an enormous difference if it's not max rank is Galvanized Reflex. Because, for example, even going from 4 to 5x would be one of the larger, single mod damage differences, because that would, a 4x versus 5x multiplier is a damage differential of 25%.
Galvanized Reflex on its own won't do anything if you're not hitting the breakpoints. Because having more combo but not hitting a multiplier isn't going to increase your damage.
What? We already discussed the fact that they're heavy slamming. Is that what you mean?
No, I just meant that, if they are, if they don't have it fully ranked, right, and they're not hitting.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's why I just said 4 versus 5x. Part of ranking up Galvanized Reflex is the amount of initial combo it gives you. So I'm saying even if you have 4x combo versus 5x, that's a 25% damage differential.
See, I misunderstood there. I thought you were saying D rank completely.
No, You know, if it's completely unranked, then he'd be fucked. Yeah.
And rage.
Oh, so okay.
Killing
Hold
blow.
on. This is an entirely different story. I think we've all been rage baited by Vader here. Because now he's saying that it still kills everything. So Vader, are you saying that you're literally still killing the entire room? You're just not hitting the same numbers as me? Are you rage baiting me, bro? So I thought you were saying that you weren't killing stuff. The damage numbers that you're hitting don't matter if they're dying. He's rage baiting and it's working, chat.
And he had us all going for like 5 straight minutes. It's crazy. And rage killing blow is bugged. It doesn't work on heavy slams.
Yeah, obviously you're not gonna hit the same numbers as me. I have a fucking like 300% crit chance, 300% damage ribbon, guys. You're not gonna hit the same numbers as me when I have this equipped. Like, like, bro. I have this on my Magistar, so yeah, if you don't have this, you're gonna do ever so slightly less damage. This rage bit is working. Vader, why are you doing this to me, bro? Yeah, damage gap is 2.1 billion. More accurately, it's the display cap. The technically background damage could calculate higher than that.
I fucking hate health drain.
Oh, I think Vader was in ads, so he didn't hear. He might not have heard me say that he's rage baiting me. Oh, he's back. Oh, was that a different guy saying that his wasn't working? Were you not even the one that started this conversation? I don't even know who started the conversation, to be honest. Who actually started the conversation? Am I having a fucking stroke? Let's see here. Oh, that was Jabbington on YouTube. That wasn't even on fucking Twitch chat. Yeah. What?
Critics, can you put down a waypoint?
So oh my god, Vader, you are rage baiting. Why Vader, why were you responding to the fucking questions I was asking about the mods that the other person had? This guy, bro. It's okay, I still love you. We failed one, really? That's crazy.
Yeah, we got health drain, both of us died. Actually, I think all 3 of us died. Oh, I just died again.
I wasn't even paying attention, to be honest. My bad. I was too busy getting baited by chat.
I really don't care for health drain.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a separate key icon. Whoops. Doesn't the health drain only get you down to 2 health? It doesn't actually kill you, does it? It's like if your shield getting doesn't matter.
It does actually kill you.
Well, that's pretty lame.
Yep.
That's like the only health drain effect that does that then, isn't it? Well, actually, no, that's not true. The new Nightwave mod can also kill you, I believe.
No, Rage, it was straight up killing me.
Are you down? My bad. We were up past you. Oh my god, this fucking magnetic is... Does Affinity Blessing help with Deviri Steel Path leveling? If you're referring to getting intrinsics, no, intrinsics and Deviri do not scale with Affinity like Railjack does. If you mean if you're leveling, if you bring unranked items to Deviri, yes, of course, having an Affinity increase will give you more Affinity.
Resource boost will give you more resources.
What mission is this? It's Apollo Disruption on Lua. It's the best Axie farm in the game. We've already farmed like 50 Axie relics.
Man, imagine if this was an Axie fissure, so you could get, like, net positive Axies from doing a disruption fissure.
Sorry, say that again.
I said, imagine if this was an axie fissure, so you could get net positive axes from doing a fissure. Like a disruption.
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Yeah, that is true rage. It would take forever, but
Yeah, but
codex would
not enough to make
start.
it mathematically. It would still be absurdly mathematically worth running. So that's not a. It's not really a counterpoint
Codex
to
would
running it.
start Nightwave skipping, and he'll unlock Nightwave Prime. Lets him skip every screen.
Yeah, this would be so absurdly cracked as a fisher. DE, please. My life is yours.
Isn't it already?
You know what? That's a fair point, bro. I can't really argue against that. What do you think about Synapse? The Coda Synapse is quite viable. Good weapon.
Please drink some water, you thirsty bitch.
I wouldn't use the regular Synapse, but I would definitely use the Coda Synapse.
Isn't the Synapse just a worse Comorex?
It's a Sportrix, you fucking idiot.
I don't use either of the weapons. I'm just making up names.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna ban this guy. I swear to God.
I was hoping that somebody like one of those weapons would, correct me.
Yeah, we've only been here for a bit over 2 hours, guys, and this is the amount of axes that we have already. It's like approaching 50. It's 17. What is this? 25. Like 33, 34, 40, 45. Looks like ish. So like almost 50 in just over 2 hours. And if you're
We're at level cap 2.
And if you're a newer player, you'll also appreciate the Luid lenses that drop here. Like I have 3 Luid lens BPs. These are the best lenses in the game. So if you don't have enough of these are also actually a pretty good drop. I don't like getting them because my focus is maxed, but you might like getting them. I swear when they first made the marker change to Demolist, they were instantly marked the moment you put the key in, and then that was like quickly changed. Like, am I going insane, or was that not the case? Because it'd be really.
I thought they were instantly marked only for the person who put in the key.
No, they're not.
Oh.
But they're all, it's very clearly distance based now for everybody. But I swear. The sorties only? That'd be really nice if they were instantly marked the moment that the key was put in, so you could just go straight to them without, spawn memorization. This is level cap, by the way, guys, in case you didn't hear that earlier, so. If you've never seen a level cap disruption before, here you go. Actually, you know what? This is the first. I think this is the first level cap disruption I've ever done on stream. Just not realizing that. So here's some new content for you guys.
It's also pretty funny that the Demolists haven't gotten any harder to kill.
Pretty much, yeah. They're pretty easy. I mean, if your terrible titanium build can take them out, that must be.
Mm-hmm. Pure heat, baby.
Why are you farming specifically Axes? It's more so because the other 2 players in the squad need Axes more than I do, but I mean, Axie relics are the hardest to get in the game and therefore innately valuable. So, it's just nice to stock up on them.
He wants the other 2 players in the squad to do Axie Helene defense with him, and they can't do that if they don't have Axes. So.
Some of the Axes that we're getting from this, for example, are for frames that are going to be vaulted this year, so the value of these relics will effectively increase as time goes on. Like, we're getting relics for like Sevagoth parts, Zaki parts, Protea parts, and like those 3 frames, for example, are all getting vaulted this year. So the more of these that I have, the more vaulted sets I can acquire, the more I can sell after they're vaulted, etc., etc. Just long-term planning, basically.
You know, once you hit level cap, you have a 3% chance of getting a vaulted relic from Disruption.
Oh, base? If only. Did you play during the time when the Fisher bonus relics were bugged and they were giving vaulted relics, like relics that like weren't? And when I say vaulted, I mean like straight up vaulted, like not even available in Resurgence at the moment.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, shit was hilarious, dude. We're fucking rocking a conjunction, and I look at the bonus and it's like, oh, thanks for the Ember BP Radiant. I'm curious.
When was this? Was more than
a while ago, like closer to when Pictures first came out.
Okay, I was gonna say I wasn't playing for a bit at the time.
Yeah, it was quite a fun bug getting vaulted Radiance. Severgoth is getting vaulted this year. If that's the question, the answer is yes. We have Protea getting vaulted next, and then Severgoth, and then Zaku, along with all their weapons, of course. So, like when Protea gets vaulted, the Okina is also getting vaulted, which is going to be incredibly valuable. When Severgoth gets vaulted, so is Nautilus and the Epitaph. Incredible value. So yeah, some very profitable vaultings are occurring this year. If you guys want to take my advice and invest, or you can call me stupid and tell me how bad I am at making platinum. Want to be the first? Oh my god, he stole my key from me. I don't like you, Rage. I can't believe you would do that.
You know, Codex doesn't have as much plat as Gaz TDV, so clearly he sucks at trading.
I mean, real? I've been passing up on so much, damn it. What do you mean? Passing up on what? We're talking about like flipping opportunities. You still have plenty of time. I mean, Protea's not getting vaulted for another 2-ish months. So if you want to buy a handful of, Proteas and Okinas, you can easily do that. If you want to get Sevagoths and Sevagoth, Nautilus, and Epitaph, that's even farther away, so plenty of time. And if you want to buy Zaku, you have like 8 months to do that.
Or you can do some Power Disruption and get some Protea relics.
Sorry, what did you say about Protea relics?
I said instead of buying, you can come do some Apollo Disruption and get a bunch of Protea relics.
True. This does drop some nice Protea rare relics. More level cap content with different frames. That's fair. The reason why it keeps me using Titania, especially in this scenario, is just because it's so hyper efficient for the specific farm. But yes, I do plan on bringing different frames to Cascade. For example, since that's one of my favorite level caps to do. I should do an Araxia level cap. That's one of the ones. I've already done mag level cap, but I don't know if I've done mag level cap on stream. I haven't done it very much, at least. So I'll bring mag. I'll bring Araxia and some other ones.
Yeah, I just did that Araxia level cap to prove to Rage that I play frames other than Jade.
But yeah, I feel you, Hoozy. I'll be bringing some other ones for you guys. I've done Dagoth recently. I did Dagoth multiple other times as well. I think that was off stream though. I think you guys have only seen me bring Dagoth twice, maybe 3 times to level cap. I've taken Ash.
So-called Gyre player hasn't brought Gyre to level cap.
That's true. I should take my favorite friend to level cap. It would have to be the weapon platform version of the build though, not the ability nuke.
I don't know. If you were good at the game, you could make an ability nuke at level cap.
Favorite frames to bring to level cap other than the ones you mentioned? I mean, there's with enough experience, you can basically make any frame work. So it really is just a matter of like what you said, you know, like favorites. I've taken a lot of them. I've taken Zaku, Mag, Ash, Jade. I feel like this one I said that I just forgot. Some other one that I just said that I forgot. Yeah, Dagoth. Titania, obviously.
Did you take Protector level cap, or am I thinking of something else?
I don't think so. I forget if I've taken Zephyr to level cap or not. She's a really easy level cap, so I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't recall. But yeah, I've taken a lot. I don't think the Ash one was on stream. That was a weapons platform Ash. But I think that was with Taylor. I don't think it was on stream though. Maybe it was. If any of you saw me do that, you can correct me. But Ash is a really easy level cap as well.
Raid, you're a certified hater.
Thoughts on the Vobin rework? It's mostly positives. There's a few unintentional negatives with it. Like, for example, it's at times annoying the fact that the Flechette Orb is paired with the Tether Orb, because the damaging radius of the Flechette Orb is lower than the drag radius of the Tether Orb, which means that if enemies are being tethered on the other side of walls and therefore CC'd and not able to get to you, but they're beyond the radius of actually being damaged, then it's directly anti-synergistic to your kill rate, which is a bit annoying. But you'll hear more of my thoughts on Tuesday when I drop the Bobin video. More in depth. Tomorrow, well, more like today, Sunday, which is today for me, is the Dagoth video, and then Tuesday is the development video.
Is Sunday the Dagoth video? Is it really?
Yeah, I've said it multiple times. I said I was gonna have it out by Sunday was the deadline, because I considered getting it out earlier, but I just didn't. So yeah, it's coming out today. It's an easy video. It's not super different from the original build, and the current version of the build is already set up.
Is that so? I mean, this is the guy that couldn't make a single Zaku video for like 6 months, so.
I never heard of that frame. Also, technically, there's 2 Zaku videos on my channel. They're just not the Cascade build.
Technically, I'm gonna tell Costa your home address.
You know, if Gramps wants to show up, I'll let him beat the dog shit out of me. He's earned it by this point. He deserves that win.
Alright, there's so many goddamn nullifiers.
There sure is. I took Viral Tempest of Vobin with ability damage on corrosive shards, and Huros today. It was pretty fun. That's not based. There's been 2 or 3 people that have specifically mentioned using Viral Tempest on Vobin.
I mean, I guess it would be pretty good. The priming.
I might try that out in the video just to have something unique, because I've never done a Hydroid. I've never done a Hydroid video, and I've never used that helmet in any video, so adding that in would be a little bit of spice. It's quite a bit of ways to vary the Vobin build and still have it function. It's a good bit of variety.
Are you gonna, in the video, are you gonna show off the Tesla Bank build or the Flechette?
Both. It's gonna be a few different builds. I'm gonna show off, everything. Photon, Flechette, Tesla Nervos, which is probably my current favorite. The Tesla build.
Tesla Bank, best, one of the best augments, I think.
We cracked.
Man, I gotta get 100% range invig on Wallband now.
Yeah, that'd be super tasty. One thing I don't remember is... I feel like it's not based off of the spreading I was seeing, but is it line of sight or not for the electric spread?
It's not.
I didn't think it was because it seemed like I was clearly seeing guys on the other side of walls getting hit by it. So that's it's super based ability. Yeah, I know what you meant, Zune. It was yeah, I got it.
The
Makes
problem
sense.
with the line of sight thing is just that sometimes it will pick an enemy on the other side of a wall to be the target, and then you won't see it, and it will just like stall out the ability. But you can fix that by recasting.
Interesting. I wonder why they didn't just give it the Spore Spring code from Noko.
I don't know.
Because it basically completely solves that issue. It just kind of cheats.
Yeah. And just to be clear, in case anyone in chat didn't quite catch that, it's the initial target to like set off the chain, not the enemies that get hit by it. Alright, Codex, can you come over here? I think me and Rage are having a bug where we can't kill this Demolist.
There is no demos.
I mean, not Demolist, X. No, fuck, I can't talk.
dead.
Alpha. Good. No, Rage, that's not a new bug. I've seen it happen before where there's enemies only the host can kill. For some reason.
It's because it's client desynchronization.
Yeah.
It's interesting if it's the enemy specifically desynchronizing, instead of you completely desyncing from me, which desyncs you from every enemy.
I've had it happen a few times with Raggy, but never with you, which is weird. You know why? It's because instead of 32, I currently have 38 milliseconds of ping to you. That's terrible.
Terrible.
Unplayable.
I'm gonna check my damn email again for an update on this partner application. Still nothing. They're really edging me, dude. I'll tell you what.
A watch pot never boils and a checked email never arrives. You know.
Wise words.
No, I just made them up.
Yeah, I've never heard that. Original, entirely. How fucking long are we staying here, huh?
Until I fall asleep. Well, it's 4:30. It's not bad.
Yeah, damn it, is late. It's all good. Oh, fucking frame vulnerability, dude. Fuck off, man. DE, remove frame vulnerability from the game. I don't care if it makes my Titania even more OP.
Yeah, he's going to end the stream soon. Oop, I got clapped by a mouse. My own Megweb. But yeah, he's gonna end the stream and say, oh yeah, I'm just gonna do this fissure a little bit longer, you know, do some grinding off stream. And then he's gonna, you know, pull out the cheat menu and give himself 500 more axes.
What's the plan? Think I actually grind this shit, dude?
No, I've never seen you do a fissure for longer than like 20 minutes.
Yeah, anything past this AI.
You just start to loop the cascade footage, you know. All the exercises, that's why they rotate in the same order.
Just Photoshop the round count.
Yeah.
Like, what is
Video
that?
editing software.
What is that? Why does that round 6-7 look like it was drawn in MS Paint?
Why does Codex have 6 fingers?
So for the Magister evolution last two, I need to go for the middle. It's the slam radius and then the crit one, the crit damage, crit chance. I don't remember which one they are, but those are the ones that you're taking. That guy on TikTok is the original, and the stream is still. Yeah, the guy's stealing my content on TikTok. Do you guys? I don't know how many of you on stream are in my Discord and pay attention, but have you guys seen the guy on TikTok stealing my content and other people's? He's also stealing like iFlynn's and MH Blackie and some other content creators. He has a ton of my stolen content though.
Yeah, it's the real codex.
With more views than I have on my TikTok, which I mean it's not surprising because I like literally just started using TikTok last night basically, but yeah, like one of my stolen videos, he has like 40,000 views or something stupid, fucking rat. Would be a shame if you guys were to all mass report him.
How long has he been doing this? Like, did you see how old the account was?
Even before he stole the Warframe content, it looks like he stole completely unrelated. Like his entire TikTok appears to just be stolen content of seemingly random. What's the term? Like just random content. Like previously, like wasn't even games. On another note, I did actually just start using TikTok because I figured I might as well upload my YouTube shorts on there. So if you guys want to follow me over there, I can drop the link if you want. One moment.
I don't know if I can use a platform that doesn't have patchy. Yeah.
You know what? That's fair. So here's the actual unified codex right here. Feel free to follow. Appreciate it. And if for no particular purpose at all in particular, if you guys want the link to the person copying mine and others' content, I can drop that as well. Gotta give me a sec though to go find it. Where is it? Where is it? There you go. Here's that guy for no particular reason. Do it that way you will. Do you stream on TikTok? No, I don't stream on TikTok. I'm just gonna start basically uploading my YouTube shorts because it's if I'm already making YouTube shorts, it's already vertical content, so it's basically zero effort to also put them on TikTok, just to be frank. So I figured why not, especially if my content is apparently already on TikTok anyway, being stolen. I might as well actually, be me doing it.
If your videos get popular enough and you unlock TikTok streaming, will you start multi-streaming to it?
Potentially, just because the seemingly from what I've seen, the potential exposure from TikTok streams is quite high, so it'd be tempting. I honestly hate TikTok as a platform, but just in terms of exposure for my channel, it's hard to deny the potential upsides. I do not currently upload on Instagram now. I forget if I even have a unified codex Instagram.
Didn't you say you had one, but you only follow Patchy?
Yeah, that's right. That is Instagram. Yeah, that's correct. I do have an Instagram, and the only person I follow is Patchy. Yeah.
Just to be sure, chat can't see the like squad chat, right?
No, they can't. Well, at least not on Twitch. On YouTube, it's a bit more visible. Which, Rage, forgot about that, but yeah.
It makes me kind of regret saying some things over the past couple months.
It is better. Nullifier, I didn't even see that one. Nullifier, I hardly know her. There you go, Rage. Just for you, bro. We call that the spam wipe. All right, I'm going to 60 and getting out of here. Around 60. Okay, Buzo. All right, bro. I don't think my Warframe strong enough for the story. Oh, your Railjack strong enough for the story quest? So you really don't need to be honest. The limited portion of the quest in which you're in Railjack does not require you to have any crazy min-max Railjack. You can just slap on whatever and you should be fine. I'm ulting apparently. How much time does it take to reach level cap enemies? It depends on the mission type. On Disruption, it's... If you're going decently fast, it's less than 2 hours. On Cascade, it's about 70 minutes, so just over an hour. And then, of course, if you're doing a Fisher version of the mission, it'll take longer due to the Fisher screens. And then other mission types can be dramatically longer. Like if you want to get to level cap on a Survival or an Alchemy, it's like 8 to 10 hours. So really the only quick level caps are Cascade and Disruption. Outside of the circuit, of course, because the circuit's also relatively quick. I got my ass.
Where? Oh, never mind.
I don't have anything conditional, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you know, you gotta let the teammates help you out. I'm trying to get that revive achievement on this account. It's taking 15 years. Everybody just uses Metarai and self-reses.
I mean, yeah, slap whatever mods you can onto the ship. Vontae, I'm just saying you don't have to have some like hyper min-maxed Railjack just to do the quest. You should be able to do it with a, you know, relatively very casually modded Railjack. Just don't do anything more than you have to do. Like, don't. If it's, I forget what the Railjack portions of the quest actually are, but if any of it is like you having to travel to an objective and there's endless enemies on the way, like just go to the objective. Don't like sit around and kill endless enemies for no reason. Just do, you know, just do the quest objective quickly.
Isn't it primarily the part where you hide from the sun or something?
At the very end, yeah. That's not the only one that I don't believe, because if that was it, then you wouldn't need anything, because there's like no combat in that phase. Ah. Where's my jaw feel weird? I did just get 5 fillings, so maybe it's that.
It's not a euphemism, Jay. He actually did get dental work done.
Yeah, I had 5 teeth filled. Varying degrees of cavitation. One of them was basically non-existent. It was like this little slight. I don't even know how it happened. I've had it for so long that I forget what even caused it. I had like a slight cut in the front of one of my teeth. Like wasn't even when you normally think of a cavity, it's like a hole on top or something like that. It was just like a little, like somebody took a knife and like scraped the front of my tooth. She did that one in like 30 seconds. Literally, it's funny. Still have to get a root canal on my the busted molar, and I need to get my cement retainer taken off that I've had for like 15 years. And she said there's like 2 more teeth behind that have cavities. She sounded like she was mad at my.
Apart.
She sounded like she was kind of mad at my last dentist I had when I was like a kid, basically, because she thinks that he put too much cement on it and it fucked those teeth up.
Can you ping the Steel Essence if you know where that was?
It is fucking underground. It is inaccessible.
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
That is absurdly annoying. Wow. That
I
is really lame. Holy shit.
Yeah, I thought that was just like a waypoint bug for a second.
I guess we're just not allowed to have that essence in Arcane. How am I going to financially recover from this?
I mean, you only have like what 5,000 essence.
Oh, I'm basically poverty stricken at this point.
Basically.
I mean, the Arcane was even more important. I'm trying to max out my deadhead, bro.
Hmm. We just need to find a map bug and fall through the map so we can go get the essence.
Do you have the Incarnin upgrade for the Tord or just the base Tord, Uriel? Because if you've been hearing people say that the Tord is a good weapon, they're referring to the Incarnin, not the normal weapon.
I mean, normal Torrid is usable. It's multi-gun co.
No. Oh yeah, that is a good point. The challenge room, yeah.
I mean, Codex, you're good at those, right? So just do it.
That's despawned already.
Not for me. Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
Just say you. Are you sure, bud?
It was still there. I mean, the Arcane's still there for me, actually.
Yeah, the Arcanes last longer than the Esses do.
Yep. So I guess maybe if we ever do a super long run like this again, we'll want to do the challenge room first, I guess. I don't know.
You just do a generic crit setup on the board, basically. Uriel, take the, if you just want to go full crit, take the crit evolution for the last one, either that or the hybrid evolution, the crit and status. And then put on Galvanized Chamber, Critical Delay, Vital Sense. You can put on the 2 dual stats for Corrosive plus Primed Cry rounds if you wanted to go like a general Corrosive Cold build, for example. Or you can go... I think a newer popular build is going Corrosive Blast Debilitate, isn't it? Isn't that pretty good? It's supposed to be pretty good. You could go Corrosive Blast Debilitate, because it's pretty hard to have the Tord not kill things if you have the correct evolutions chosen and you're not putting like truly stupid mod combinations on it. One thing that you might be missing is arcanes. So depending on what arcanes you have access to, that's a, you know, a large damage spike. So I don't know what arcane you're using on your Tord, but the generic option is Merciless. If you want to go something a bit more fancy, you could go Corrosive Blast Debilitate. I was stuck on the MR10 for the longest time, and I just discovered the dojo has weapon research. Yep, there's a lot of mastery in the dojo. It's not just weapons either, it's warframes. You can get several warframes from the Tenno Lab. And arc wings as well, which are worth the same mastery as warframe, 6,000.
Interference routines. Demo units 2.
Dude, how is it always the fucking Shadow of Violence that escapes? I swear. Look at my fucking curse, dude. Yeah, he's the main character. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, neighbor, with the 15 gifted. I thought that you were asleep, bro. What are you doing?
You saw Sharker went back to #1. You had to.
Oh yeah, he was like, I can't allow that, broski. Like, Is it going to be like a war of the worlds now between the two military vets? Is that what's going to happen here?
They should kiss.
Oh, we're also doing a former bundle giveaway. I got you. Okay. Just woke up. I appreciate it. Thank you again. As always. Let me get that Forma bundle going here. One moment.
Wouldn't it be funny if I just won again?
Maybe. Oh my god, why? I hate this fucking website, dude. It never wants to reset the giveaway. There we go. Exclamation mark enter in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a Forma bundle. Regular Forma bundle this time, but still very good. Everybody needs Forma. Or are we on 60 or are we on 59? I keep forgetting how disruption displays its rounds.
I think we're on 60.
So the one that says round 59, that's the completed amount. You would think grammatically the fact that it just says round would mean the current one.
I'm really not sure, to be honest. Because I feel like it says round 1 on the first round.
Yeah, for those of you watching on YouTube, I am streaming on Twitch. That's true. So if you're watching full screen, you can come over to Twitch and get the full experience.
Right. Like I thought, it starts at round 1, so next will be 60.
So we're about to complete. Okay, all right. Yeah, because I just switched. Okay, all right. Well, I'm doing this one, and then we're getting out of here.
I mean, me and you are getting out of here. Rage is going to continue on solo for another 3 hours.
And somehow it gets faster. It's like, well, those losers aren't slowing me down.
Because nothing scales with squad size here, right? Like unlike Alchemy.
No, there's no scaling. You'll do it faster for the team, though. Like, due to that.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about, if there was...
Welcome to Twitch Powerless, and thank you for the follow. Oh, whoops. Fucking health drain, bro. My favorite modifier. Violence, I don't like you, bro.
Yeah, it's lucky self-resing is so extremely easy here.
Yeah, it is crazy easy. Stop teleporting me, dude. I like how that arcane is still there. It's just taunting us. Edging us. You got recommended because I was looking up so much Warframe on YouTube, so much to learn. Yep. Well, we're glad to have you here. Does sound like you're new to the channel, so hop in the Discord if you want. Makes it much easier to keep up with what we do around here.
And if you have any questions in the Discord, you know, we'll give you great advice.
Well, I might, not this music guy.
I mean, you're going to be playing Fallout 4, so I don't think you're going to be around for...
Yeah, so that's my main game. I don't play too much Warframe. I only play it
Chat,
on...
what do we want to bet that he's never actually going to beat Fallout 4? He's going to give up and play Cascade. You know? 6 months from now, he'll be like, oh, that Fallout 4 game. Yeah, I meant to play that.
I try to limit my Warframe playtime to only days that end in Y.
Oh, yeah. Rage, I don't think you've been suffering any damage problems.
Alright, let's see here. What did we get? 57 under 3 hours. 2 hours and 47 minutes. What, if you convert that to a decimal, it'd be like, what, 2.75? 57 divided by 2 point... I run up slow. 2.77, 20... Basically 20 and a half relics per hour, roughly. Yep. Seems like it's... If you have a at all decent team, it seems like it's impossible to get less than 20 relics an hour here. Been like the floor every time that we've done this. So it's like 20 to... maybe if you want to account for some bad RNG, maybe like 19 to 25 relics per hour. Pretty cracked.
Oh man, I got 8,900 endo. I can finally level up my mods.
What was happening with the stream earlier? For some reason, just Path of Exile 2 was just blowing up OBS. I'm not sure why. Tell my friend you should get a detox multi CC. Progress 20 rolls. That's crazy. That was nice.
All right, what's your steel essence situation look like?
One moment. My total is 5,507.
Oh,
So let's go. Let's go see the winners of this Forma bundle. Anu, Mr. Anu, you're the winner. See, aren't you glad that you watch on Twitch now instead of only YouTube? You get to win these giveaways. When know your in-game name, I'll get that Forma bundle to you right now. It is a lot of actions, yes. Yes. Very nice farm. Mod check? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? It's always rigged if you're not the winner. That's the thing.
Hey, when I won, I said it was rigged, so you gotta be fair.
All right, form a bundle. There you go, enjoy. You know that thing you said about me getting off stream? That's it's probably about to be true here because it's like freaking 5 a.m. And I got plans today. I'm gonna go see my mom and I gotta do that Dagoth video. I'm playing, I play solo. This grind would be brutal. You could just not play solo.
Well, when you see your mom, can you ask her if she can upload the latest version of the attenuation calculator she's been working on?
I got you. I finally ended the farm for all tower artifacts, farm 3, admission, everything else. Just bought the reshop every day. Yeah. Too hard to not play solo. Alright. How do I get my Requiem relics to only drop good stuff? Light sarcasm, yeah. I mean, void traces, of course. Well, I will say, if I don't know what your definition of good stuff is. If you mean the mods, for example, that you need to kill the liches, the update coming out next month is actually introducing. They're actually basically sunsetting all of the current Requiem relics. You'll be able to buy them from Paladino for slivers, and the only one that's going to drop is going to be the Requiem Eterna relic, which is just all of the mods. So instead of having like instead of being a bunch of mods where there's 2 on each and then the other shit like Kuva and whatnot, it's going to be one relic with just the mods. You will still be able to buy the current ones from Paladino though. They're adding those to her Riven Sliver shop. I think I'm just spamming Preta again for Endo. Those mods dissolve for a ton. And free Vosper. Never thought about how much Endo worth of extra mods. That's an interesting point. Let me go take a look. Duplicates here. That's not bad. That's most. That's now it's getting down to low amounts here. Yeah, so I have like 80,000 endo. Do I have just those mods? That's not too bad. I definitely would not run it just for that. I would not really be spamming pre-rebellion if I didn't need the Tyron strikes anymore, to be honest. But yeah, that's interesting.
Please give us a parade of fissure, please.
Yeah, that would make it more enticing if you added that element to it. Oh, I forgot this. Desperado, I don't know if you're even still in the stream, bro, but I can finally take a look at your Clairvaux build now that I'm out of a mission. The only thing I won't be able to see is... Ooh, okay, well... not a fan of the health and armor modding. Especially because you are using volatile recompense. This is basically totally useless. It's a lot less, what's the word? A much like lower investment way of being able to use persistence on Clairvaux is just by putting a single armor shard on him, because his base armor is already 650, so with a single, even non-Tau forged Azure shard, you have enough armor to trigger persistence. And yeah, extra health is like actually modding for armor is too much of an investment for that, and the health is completely useless because you're gonna have overguard constantly from the augment. It's just strength, transient fortitude. You're not running transient fortitude on this build, and that's 55%, which is more strength than you get from running both of these mods. Like, you're talking about the extra strength that you're gaining from Umbral Intensify, which is a lot less than the single mod slot 55% from transient fortitude. Yeah, I would just run a single armor shard if you want to keep running persistence. What would I run? I'll show you my current build if you want to see it. Oh, hold on. Let me go make 150 plat first. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot I was still in the lobby with you guys. Selling one of my primed redirections. I'll show you my Clairvaux build in a moment, guys. I'm gonna do this trade. Oh, it was. Am I having a stroke? Oh, he does have blind rage. He has blind rage on this build, alright. Oh, you meant because of the red symbol. Yeah. No, it says that because I don't own that. Hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Let me rank up the fucking mod. Obviously, if I'm canceling the fucking trade, that means I'm not ready for the trade. Damn. I don't just keep these motherfuckers stacked. Okay. All right. Now he's trolling me. That's crazy. Redirection. There we go. Yeah, not if you do sell max strength prime mods, it's not a good idea to max them out until right before you sell them, because if you have like 10 max rank prime redirections, for example, then you're going to accidentally equip multiple of them, and then when you go sell it and it takes it off, you're going to have to go find the frame that it was equipped on to put a different one on, and it's super annoying. So I only rank them right before I sell them. Okay, let me pull up the Kalerva. The shards that I have on mine are 1 armor shard, again, for persistence, because with 1 shard you surpass 700 armor. 1 casting speed shard, and then 3 melee critical damage shards, which you do not need. This is basically just a meme. Given the amount of damage that any decent melee does without these are effectively not really doing anything. But if people like the funny crit numbers, so you can feel free to swap these. For example, you could keep them as violet shards, but swap them for the equilibrium effect instead of the crit damage for more energy sustain. That's up to you. But in terms of the actual build here, I have Roar replacing the 4th. Again, probably unnecessary amounts of damage. One fun fact about Kalerva and Overguard in general is that if you want to put Omamori on him, Omamori actually works on Overguard, unlike damage redirection, or reduction rather. So if you have like 30,000 Overguard from his augment, it's effectively worth 60,000 thanks to Omamori. But aside from that, here's the actual build. The reason why I'm using Arcane Ice Storm is because my common Kalerva setup is using the Okina Incarnate on him, which has the ice daggers that automatically trigger Ice Storm for, basically a free 40 duration, 40 strength. If you're not triggering this, then use something else, like you could use Augmented, for example, or some other duration arcane, or just depends on what you want, basically. But in terms of the mods, this is my build. It's just a lot of duration, a lot of strength, and a good amount of range too, because range will make the range of the volatile recompense daggers farther, so it's more likely that even if you're not like right up in the enemy's face, you're still getting your constant overguard generation. And the extra range is also nice for Collective Curse, being able to link more enemies together. So this is my version of the build. It's basically the same as the version of my build from the Kalerva video, with the change of using persistence. Do I have a burst set? Most likely, yeah. Are you on right now? Yeah, redirection is not a login mod. It's from Barrow. I had like 10 of them. I wonder if this guy has more than one. This guy from over 2 hours ago is still willing to sell me this Death Cube system. Pretty base. Let me double check, make sure I have a burst instead. I probably should have done that before actually inviting you. Do I literally not have a burst in, bro? That is crazy. I'm missing... I think I'm just missing the blueprint, which is a common part, so that's not even... I'm ironically missing the literal common part, or one of the common parts at least. I'll give you the... You might already have the blueprint, neighbor, since it's common. So I'll give you the rest that I have. Can you do level cap with that build? The Kalerva build? Yes, it's one of the easiest level cap builds in the game, because the survivability is due to the infinitely generated overguard gate, which it scales infinitely because you're surviving off of a constantly refreshing invulnerability gate, not like an actual amount of health. So yes, it goes to level cap, and his damage, it goes well beyond level cap. Yeah, just put whatever up. I don't care. It's free.
Okay, here's my theory. Whoever made that noise made it intentionally. So we would hear it and find him.
Yeah, I'll show you the Okina build in a sec. It's basically this. It's just the generic influence build, except you can drop Blood Rush because you get free flat crit chance from Kalerva due to his burst ability. So it's basically just the you just drop Blood Rush for, well, this is the ribbon version of the build. Let me put on the non-ribbon version. Wait a minute. Now I'm running. Galvanized steel, that's what it was. Okay. And then, yes, this is, I dropped the galvanized steel because I still did have those crit shards on, that's why. So it was a bit of diminished returns. So this is the better version of the build to show for, you know, it being more broadly applicable if you're not using those crit shards. So the mod that would typically be here is Blood Rush, of course, but since Kalervo gives you basically infinite crit chance, I replaced it with another range mod, so you have both Primed Reach and Spring Loaded Blade for a total of 5 extra meters. Makes the weapon extremely comfy to use. If you are using multiple crit damage shards, you could consider doing what I was doing, which was dropping Galvanized Steel as well for something else. Like, for example, what I was rocking was, even though my, like, the ribbon that I have is a shocking touch replacement because it has, oh, sorry, not that one, that's my other one. Because this ribbon has electricity and crit damage. So it also, because my ribbon has crit damage, was another reason why the crit damage from the ribbon plus the crit damage from the shard. So for me personally, dropping Galvanized Steel made mathematical sense, but that's why I was saying it's not going to be the same for you. But in my case, that's why I was running double electric instead of the additional crit damage. Because this is better for waiting, for example, but this is, you know, for me, not what you would run most likely. It's just a lot of mathematical consideration that shifts based on your build. Kind of new, coming back after a while, was hooked after the Tau trailer. Is that content out or coming out this year? The Part 1 of the Tau update is out, yes. Part 2 comes out in December of this year. So, yes, the part of the content that well, all of the content that you saw is out, because nothing about this year's content has been shown yet. It's only been teased. So, yes, all of the actual content that you saw is entirely out. It came out in December. I think somebody else said they were a new player, so there's a couple new players in the chat. Check out these videos. They're very helpful for new players. Tried this game recently for like a month, didn't understand what was going on, did get a prime frame though. Yeah, Deshaun, check out the videos I just linked. They'll help you out quite a bit if you want to keep trying to play the game, which I highly recommend. It's a very fun game, and it gets more fun the more you play it, to be honest. The more stuff you unlock, the more options you get to, the more content that you have access to. It just gets more and more fun. It's good for level cap, yes, it's absurdly good for level cap. I have 5 crit shards at the moment's away overkill. Yeah, I would, if you're going a persistence Kalervo, you probably want to drop one of those shards for an armor shard. That way you can trigger persistence without any armor mod investment. And again, my shards are 1 armor shard, 3 melee crit shards, and 1 casting speed shard. That's what I'm currently going with. What is the Arcana? Can't see it. On the Okina, it's influence. Per usual. And if you are, again, if you are in particular using the Okina, or if you're doing something else that can trigger cold to trigger Ice Storm, Arcane Ice Storm is a insanely good arcane on Kalervo because 40% duration and 40% strength is giving him the 2 main stats that he wants a lot of. Like, getting 40 duration and 40 strength from a single arcane is absolutely god tier for this build. So consider running that if you're using the Okina like I am, because those are literally the 2 stats that he wants the most, is strength and duration. Because it means you have a lot of uptime on your recompense with the augment. You have a ton of uptime on your Raffle Advance. You have a ton of uptime on whatever helmet you're using, like in my case, Roar, for example. So it just makes the build much lower maintenance to run because you don't have to recast as often. And the extra strength, of course, gives you more crit chance, gives you higher Roar, gives you higher Overguard value from recompense, gives you higher Collective Curse damage sharing, you know, etc., etc., etc. It's just it's goated arcane all around, basically perfect for this build. Vasto build. That's also gonna have a ribbon on it, so I'll have to change it. My current incarnate setup is the death trap. Like when I use the Vasto, I kind of like this for the kind of disruption style build that a lot of people use it with the death trap perk that gives it a insane amount of crit for 3 seconds after swapping to it. So it's like, you know, the old west, pull it out and shoot real fast. So it's death trap for the first one. The second one doesn't really matter. You actually might want to use the recoil one for the second one, and then the third one is of course the crit, the 18% base crit chance. And then the actual build is, I actually don't remember the build. Apparently it's this. I do have a ribbon on mine, so obviously you're not going to have this. What would you replace this for? This is just a generic corrosive heat, deadhead crit build. If you were doing any kind of a priming setup, which is super powerful in the Vasto, like if you were using like a Companion to prime, or if you were using like a Phantasma primary to load enemies up with stats effects before shooting them with the Vasto, then a Galvanized Shot would be a good mod. Like if you had like a Phantasma prime modded for like 6 different elements, and you loaded up an enemy with stats effects, and then you hit him with a death trap trigger headshot with Galvanized Shot, you would do like an ungodly amount of damage, and you would basically instantly kill level cap enemies. So yeah, probably something like this. That frame looks nuts though. I want to see you play. Here, I can take the build if you want. Your favorite campaign, like my favorite quest of the game? Probably it's hard to not say the Second Dream, because as a player who has been playing Warframe since 2015, since before the Second Dream came out, playing the game before the Second Dream and experiencing the game before their reveal. I don't want to say too much because there's new players in the chat. Experiencing the game before the reveal of the Second Dream and then being there and playing it when it dropped was a insane experience. I mean, I may have cried. You can't prove it. But it was quite the experience being there when it first dropped. But wow, Raging Terror with another raid, 61 viewers. Holy hell! Thank you, Raging. We were just talking about our favorite quests. I was saying that the Second Dream was a real experience, but my favorite is probably the New War, partially just because it's the longest quest in the game, and I've been begging for that for a long time. Having a 5-hour lore-packed quest was just peak. I mean, I loved it. It's fantastic. But I mean, basically every main story quest I've loved. So it's, you know, it's like, would you like a medium rare ribeye, a double cheeseburger, or a piece of pecan pie? It's like there's no bad choice. You know what I'm saying? There's the shower water, yeah. Top viewers, appreciate it. Again, thank you, Raging. When do weekend boosters happen? My weekend, we don't know, and they announce them ahead of time, but currently there's not any announced, so I can't answer the question. We don't know. Let me show the you guys said one of you said you wanted to see this build. Let me take off the ribbon though, so you can see the non-ribbon performance. I'll just go back to Galvanized Steel, I guess. I want to show you guys a version of the build that doesn't have a ribbon, so if you feel like copying this, you can feel like you can actually copy it without needing a ribbon. Am I on my... Yeah, I'm on there, I'm on. What secondary? Oh shit! I forgot I was on my loadout. What secondary was I actually running? I totally forget. Yeah, this is my Calerva loadout. I just messed it up on accident when I switched to the Vasto. Probably the Epitaph. I was probably on the priming Epitaph setup. Yeah, we'll just go with that. That makes sense anyway for this build. Go to Circulus, level 200 survival. Yeah, if any of you have not seen how cracked Calerva is, you're about to. He's super good. I hate the lore quest. All right. Sorry to hear that, bud.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
The Origin Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand
All right, Lotus, open up the doors. Let me see. So thanks to his first ability, pure red crits. I mean, even if you, as you can see, the damage is absurdly high. So even if you didn't have a helmet like Roar on, you would be monstrously destroying everything. But if you do want to cast Roar, like I just did, you'll do even more funny numbers. Fun fact about Calervo's, another reason why I love the Okina, specifically on Calervo, not only does it fully passively trigger the Arcane Ice Storm, Arcane, but it also, the flat crit chance from his first ability applies to the ice daggers. So every time that you kill an enemy and it generates an ice dagger that flies off to a nearby enemy, you can see right there that they red crit. So they also get the flat crit buff and do a absurd amount of passive damage. Like literally that entire stairwell of enemies just died from the fully automated ice daggers from the Incarnate effect. So it's disgusting. And thanks to the large amount of duration on this build, even though I don't really technically have any energy economy built into the build, the energy economy on this build is just purely the fact that the abilities last so long. So for the most part, the natural energy drops that you gain will be all that you need, because if you only have to recast like the second ability every minute, for example, the cost is basically irrelevant. Same thing with the Wrathful Advance. This lasts for almost 30 seconds. So that's why I built for high strength and high duration. It just makes it super low maintenance. Same thing with Roar. This Roar is almost 90 seconds, so it's almost a minute and a half. Yeah, it's a fun time. And of course, if you want to use a TennoCreate mod and you can get those free heavy attacks and do absolutely insane heavy attack damage, like let's do it on this guy here. I couldn't even see it. It was too many numbers, to be honest. Let's try that again. Yeah, half mil. I mean, it just everything dies instantly. I mean, it's Calerva with a good melee. When you put a good melee on a Calerva build, everything dies. And with the augment and with persistence, you're completely immortal. So there you go. Hopefully that showcases the point. Is the Vesper 77 good? I'm about to unlock it and notice its unique augment sells for crazy high. It's, with the augment at least, very good single target damage. And you can make it to do really good group damage if you use a grouping tool. Like, for example, if you use Cora's Entangle or the... no, you can't use that as a secondary. Yeah, if you use Cora's Entangle to group guys up and then you land a gas proc headshot with the augment, you'll kill the entire group. So it's quite fun to use. It is quite good single target damage, but it's obviously, in terms of like high KPM, it's not. It's innately a single target weapon. So the fact that you have to use grouping to make it AOE makes it inherently non-meta, but that doesn't mean that you can't use it. I would definitely get the augment though, because it's very different performance with versus without the augment. And yes, the augment's very expensive because it's a Nightwave augment and it has not returned yet, so that's why the price is super high. Really testing out as much tech as I can find. Yeah, very nice. I'm gonna do Buddy the other day, gives Calerva online. He now almost one-shots everything, cannot die. Also been taking Calervos for Ash Excalibur and Umber. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I got you, James. But yeah, there we go. Clairvo, quite tasty. Very good. The cape, it's the TennoCon 2025 signed on. You're not able to, the Rift Guard, whatever it's called, you're not able to get it anymore. It was real money for buying the TennoCon digital or physical ticket. There is a variant of it coming out though for Regal Aya when this year's TennoCon rolls around. So if you like to look at this cape, they're releasing a similar version that you'll be able to get for Regal Aya in like 4 months. What should I get from the Nightwave offerings? Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. You're asking in regards to using or selling? In regards to using, the answer is, of course, just everything that you don't have. So in regards to selling, the two best things to get are aura mods, like corrosive projection, for example, because those can sell for like 10 to 20 plat when they're not in rotation. So it's, you know, good passive plat. And the Nightwave mods that have returned. Let me go take a look, for example. What do we have in here right now?
Who have we got on the line? Oh yeah, I don't have.
This week, the best thing to buy would be Volatile variant. This mod right here is a super powerful mod for the Sporthrix. If you don't already own this, make sure you keep one for yourself and go watch my Coda Sporthrix video because the weapon's absolutely cracked. This makes the Sporthrix super cracked, even though it's a sniper. Super fun to use, super powerful. And in terms of selling, this can sell for at least 30 platinum when it's not in rotation. So if you have like 100 creds, for example, and you can buy 5 of these, you'll make a minimum of 150 plat, if not more. So that's what I recommend for platinum. But again, keep one for yourself, because this augment's really good. Yep.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
Actually, how many creds do I have? I mean, 125. I should spend some of those. I do need to get more. I do need more Nitane. Maybe I'll just dump it into Nitane. Oh yeah, let's do that. There we go. Build 4 more Omnis. That's the thing you should buy. If you're a newer player, if you haven't already built all the stuff in the game that needs Nitane, the only way that you should farm Nitane in the game is by buying it for the Nightwave store. There is technically missions that drop Nitane, like some sabotages, but it's from the caches and the drop rate and how long it takes to farm will make you quit the game. So do not farm Nitane from the missions that they drop from the... Just pretend that the only way to get Nitane is with Nora creds. This is the only way that you get Nitane, especially because it's only 15 creds to get 5 of them, so it's insanely cheap. So this is how you get Nitane. This is also how you get Vauban, the like base non-prime Vauban. So if you still have to craft this Warframe for Mastery, for example, and for Helmuth, this is how you get them. Never knew they were so rare. Yeah, in terms of their drop rate from missions, yes, it's terrible. It's like some sabotage cache. Like you have to find the cache, and then when you do find the cache, the drop rate is still only like 2% or something like that. Something absolutely cancer. So if you try to farm the amount of Nitane that you need to craft everything, you would quit the game. Like I promise you would quit the game. So just pretend that it only comes from Nightwave, because it's so easy to get Nightwave credits. Especially because if any of you are not aware, I am not ranked 23 on Nightwave. I'm prestige 23 on Nightwave. Once you get to max rank on Nightwave, it doesn't stop. It keeps infinitely going after the final normal reward, and every rank gives you 15 credits. So I've gotten an additional 15 credits 23 times. So that's over 300 creds, let alone like the normal creds from the normal ranks. So if you keep doing the prestige ranks, you get infinite credit. Like there's no cap on this. I bet you don't even actively do challenges either. No, I don't. Just the fact that I'm, on it each week makes it like this is all passive basically. In fact, I haven't really specifically done challenges since the second mod, so since rank 25, because as a content creator for the game, I rush the ranks to get the 2 mods to do videos, so I do like every single daily and every weekly. Like I don't miss anything. But after I get this, I stop caring. because I know I'm going to finish anyway. So all of this is entirely passive. Like, it's insane how easy it is to get like 500 credits passively. Didn't 19 used to be from Sorties 2 back when Nej was in there? I forget if it was a sortie reward, but the main way to get it was from, there was 4 randomly timed daily 19 alert missions. So you had to you had to happen to just be on the game when a 19 alert popped. But yeah, 19 is insanely good for new players. You know what? That is one of the videos that I should have included in include in the new player link for my Twitch response. Like, the bot is the video explaining like why you should do Nightwave. That's a very new player relevant video. I should add that. Oh man, this is a super awkward time to get rated because I was just about to get off. Now I feel bad. Is anybody here, by the way? Are you here, Mizo?
Yeah, I've just been very locked in trading.
And Rod is not. I don't know why Rod is still here.
He hasn't been around for the whole disruption.
Where's the disconnect button? I'm blind. Disconnect. There we go. Now I'm kind of considering making myself stay on since I just got rated by 1 billion people. It's like I feel bad if I get rated by like 60 people and I end the stream.
I mean, if you're gonna do something, I'm still awake.
Hmm. Six more, you won't. It's amazing I have 1,000 hours and still feel like a new player most of the time. Yeah, there's a lot to learn in Warframe, so no matter how far in you get, there's always more to find out. For those of you that just came from Raging Terror's stream, for example, he's a fantastic example of that. He's every time that I pop into his stream, he's a great example of a very knowledgeable player. He's constantly saying, showcasing interesting synergies that the average player doesn't understand or hasn't considered. So I would definitely recommend checking him out. If I wasn't such a bad streamer, I would have the shout-out command working. In fact, I'm gonna manually link his Twitch. Here we go. For those of you that are not already familiar with Raging Terror, the guy that just rated me, go check him out because he is a very fun streamer to watch. He's always doing some unholy shenanigans like Zero Shields, Persistence, Hildren, for example.
Wow, so you're saying he just copies T-Spin?
What do you do as endgame? I feel like, or like when you get on besides playing the game, what is there to do? That sentence threw me for such a loop because if I'm doing something in the endgame, I'm playing the game. Just confused me for a second. But my favorite content is doing really long Fisher runs. Like earlier today, we did a 130 wave Fisher defense. We were the entire time it was less than a minute per wave, so it was quite fast relic cracking and a lot of rewards. A lot of one of the guys that we had there was a newer player, and that was his first time doing that, so he like hextupled his amount of Orkin cells, for example, because the map was Helene on Saturn, so he came out with like 300 Orkin cells along with 1 billion prime parts, and we got how many credits did we get? It was like 9 million because we didn't have a blessing.
Yeah,
like 9 million credits, which we weren't there for the credits, but they're just a nice bonus on the side. Yeah, we like doing Fishers. Void Cascade is our favorite typically. Long Void Cascade runs, like 200 Exilizers, 300 Exilizers, whatever.
When's the last time you did a 300?
Literally in the last week. What do you
I
mean?
didn't see it today, so I don't know about that. You might have to run one right now just to show the people.
Can you give tips and tricks to stay sane in mere defense? If you're referring to the Mars mirror defense for farming Citrine, make sure that there's a Titania on your team, constantly grabbing crystals, because one of the ways to stay sane in that mission is minimizing how much you have to do it. So if you maximize your crystal gain per hour, you can finish buying the rest of the parts that you haven't acquired naturally from the pity store. So you always want a Titania just flying around and grabbing those. How do you feel about endurance disruption? We actually just did a level cap disruption. We were there for over 2 hours. We did like 60 rounds. So apparently I like them. And we farmed almost 60, or no, what was it? Almost, no, that was the other one. We farmed like 50 Axie relics from the run today, because we were doing Apollo on Lua, which is the best. This mission right here, Apollo on Lua Disruption, is the best Axie farm in the game. It's basically constant Axies. What to do if Eidolons is at daytime? Eidolons are at nighttime, but oh, what do you mean, like what to do when Cetus is at daytime because you can't do Eidolons? That's probably what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. Like you just have to wait. About a year ago, dropped 200 hours in 2 months, and these past couple months got back in big time, and I've come way further than I ever thought. Very nice. I forget if I already said it since you guys joined, but again, for those of you that are new from the raid, feel free to hop in the Discord. We love always talking about stuff like this, helping you guys out, always answering questions. Lots of streams, lots of videos. You can feel free to ask, people like me and Musa and other people questions in the Discord. Try to help you out. There's also grouping tools in there for like getting people together to do the kind of runs that I'm talking about. Long defense runs, long cascade runs, arbitrations, etc. What are we doing next? That's a great question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Since I was getting off, but then you guys raided me, and it made me feel bad about getting off. So, is there a good Zerman bounty right now? Let me go check. Actually, you know what I will do? Let's do a giveaway. Let's do another giveaway. I barely have any plat left after all the giveaways today, but I have enough for another Omniforma. So let's do an Omniforma bundle to, spread the love to some of the new people here from Rage's stream. Here we go. ! Enter in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a Omniforma bundle. And while you guys are doing that, I'm going to see what is available to do right now. Nope, it's a tier 2 exterminate. That's too bad. Maybe just for something to do, I'll go run a Alvania exterminate.
You got me and Rage and Neighbor all on. You're not doing team content? Why do you hate us?
What do you want to do, broski?
The four of us can do solo level caps, and you can like arrange them so that it forms one stream.
Are you the guy that accidentally did 10k worth of Omniform? I sure am. I sure am. I love how that, for some reason, that short absolutely blew up, and everybody knows about my sins.
I'm just proud to say I was around to see the first moment of human emotion in your face.
There's a lot of people that have said that, yeah. Some people are really offended by how, I don't know, chill I am. They seem like personally insulted that I'm not acting like a court jester 24/7 for some reason.
Have you considered purchasing one of those, fun costumes the jesters had? With the little, the bells on the cap and everything?
You think I don't already have them? Okay, don't forget, ! Enter in the Twitch chat for a chance to win an Omniforma bundle. Once I get out of this exterminate, we will see who the winner is. Man, I hate this room for exterminates. It throws off the freaking spawn flow.
So when are we going to get the Codex Mirage cosplay?
You know what? It's the tunnel down here, isn't it? Man, I'm getting all sorts of turned around. I hate this room on Exterminate so much. We need to code an exclusion into that room that doesn't allow them to spawn from like all 8 entrances. Just freaking keeps in that room for half an hour. Alright guys, we're almost out of here. Make sure you enter the Omniforma giveaway, because we're going to be picking it in a moment here.
Ain't nobody gonna mess with the Hex now. Not Scaldra, not Tech Rock. You feel me? Now extract yourself.
Thank you, Blitz. Appreciate that. I did get all that plat back, by the way. That 10,000 plat. DE reversed the gift, so I didn't actually end up losing it for real. All right, let's go see who the winner is. The winner of the Omni Bundle is Necro Beast 33. The Necromancer Beast. Let me know your in-game name. We'll get that bundle to you right now. What's the build? I should have figured that question was coming. It gets asked every time that I showcase this. I really need to make an updated Mirage speedrunning video. The shards are 2 energy filled on spawn, 2 energy max, 1 casting speed. The actual Mirage build, in terms of the arcanes here, is Expertise and Avenger. The reason why I'm using a unranked combat discipline is to trigger Avenger constantly, because this aura makes you take damage every time you kill somebody. And the reason why I have it unranked is because it makes you take less damage. So you should use the lowest ranked version that you can in terms of capacity. And then the rest is a pretty stock standard Eclipse build. Or I mean Mirage build. You don't have to run Hall of Malevolence as long as you have Total Eclipse. Total Eclipse is the... most people know that Hall of Malevolence is a really good augment for Mirage, but Total Eclipse is actually way more damage for the clones, because a lot of people are not aware that when this says, while active allies within your range benefit from Eclipse, that also includes your Mirage clones. So if you have a 600% Eclipse, for example, that damage multiplier applies to your clones, which is a lot of damage to share to your clones. So this is actually way more than Hall of Malevolence, so if you only want to run one of these to free up a mod space, run the Eclipse augment. The Energized Munitions is the helmet replacing the 2. This is why I was able to spam the Icarius, because it basically multiplies the magazine times 4, so instead of having 8 rounds before reloading, it's 32. And then in terms of the Icarius build, I was actually running the non-ribbon version on accident. That's funny. So this is the non-ribbon version of the build. I have a ribbon on mine, but this is what I would run if I didn't have a ribbon. The Arcanus Fortifier. And there you go. As you can tell, I've had to explain this a few times. Dance monkey type vibe, yeah. Like I said, I had to explain it a few times. Sorry, did the winner give me his name? Oh, same as here? Okay, I got you. Let me, actually, first of all, let me make sure I switch my Icarius back to my actual build. Ribbon. And then here we go. Enjoy. Mr. Beast. Oh my god, Mr. Beast. There's your Omniforma. Spend it wisely. Spend it on Gyre. I'm watching. If you don't spend it on Gyre, I'm gonna know, okay? Well, a nice ribbon, holy. On the, Icarius? Yeah, it's multi-shot, mag capacity, crit damage. The magazine capacity is, like, unironically my favorite thing on this ribbon, because the magazine capacity only adds 2 extra shots. It makes me go from 8 to 10. But when you're using energized munitions, that means that an extra 2 shots is actually an extra 8 shots, because it's 75% ammo efficiency. So it lets me fire 40 rounds before reloading instead of 32. So it's actually quite a nice quality of life bump. And of course, the multi-shot crit damage is nice extra damage. Been trying to roll these other 2 ribbons I have to get similar roll so I can sell them. Hope I love this game's dev team for real. Agreed. They are some of the best devs currently in the market. Synergy is off the charts. That is the idea. That is the idea. We love synergies around here. I think Raging Terror and I have that in common. We like to mix things together to make them work more efficiently. Actually, while I'm here, how much rep do I currently have? Let's take a look-see. Let's go ahead and spend this. Why not? Another Innervate set. What is Innervate selling for right now? Probably like 30, 40 plat.
Yeah, about that.
Not terrible for a little bit of money on the side. Oh, it's only like 25. That's gross. I don't care. I'm listing it for 40. It'll sell for 40 at some point.
Have been kind of low at the moment. Like Cascadia players, about the same, 25.
I'm trying to sell a really good roll on a bow ribbon to get my horse skin. I'm hoping I don't. Doesn't take months. Define really good. Are you the guy who was telling me your bow ribbon the other day, who had a bow ribbon that was actually really bad? Somebody had a bow ribbon that with plus impact, and they thought that was amazing because it's mostly impact damage, when that's actually the worst possible thing you could roll on the bow. You actually want negative impact on your bow ribbons.
Oh, speaking of things taking forever to sell, did you ever sell that like Aeolac ribbon through the auction?
No, and I converted it from an auction to a normal sale. It's still sitting there. It can take its time. I don't care.
Yeah, I was mostly curious if the auction system was very useful.
Nope, still sitting there. But it can take its sweet time. That's fine. You know how much? I should just lower it down to like 200 plat and just watch my inbox explode. Take a 0 off. Put it down to 200. Electric, crit damage, crit chance, negative infested. Okay, yeah. So you do actually have a good bow ribbon. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like the other guy who, you know, had one that was actually terrible. Yeah, that'll definitely sell. That's a good roll. You better get a second Calervo, Doctor. If you subsume Calervo and you don't have another one, I'm going to be very upset. Because Calervo is an amazing Warframe, as we just displayed earlier. Definitely want to have a Calervo. NVIDIA app doesn't have the latest option, just recommended, RTX 4090. Just use recommended. On a 4090, the recommended option should default to the newest 4.5 model. The only time that you have to... The only time that you... Now, since DLSS 4.5 came out, the problem is that 4.5 actually has regressive performance on 2000 and 3000 series. But on the 4 and 5 series, it's pretty much pure, like buffs. Like it's like there's no problem. So if you're on a 4 or 5 series card, you can just use the latest model. But if you're on the 2 or 3 series card, you want to manually select an older preset because you might actually get regressive performance on 4.5.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, Codex. I saw that apparently the exact same model override thing works with Soulframe if you add it as an app manually to the NVIDIA app.
Well, that's nice. I wonder why the fact that it's able to function at all makes me wonder why it's not just auto-detected.
I don't know.
When was Bo reconsidered as a good incarnate? I'm aware about high stats, chance of influence, but follow through was bad on it. Follow through is not usually
irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not usually a relevantly considered stat when you scale it against the sheer status. And well, for one, people just don't consider follow through at all, to be honest. Most people aren't even aware that follow through is a stat that exists or what it even does. So that's part of the reason why it's not considered. It's just lack of people even being aware of its existence. But also, even if you are aware of it, that doesn't change the fact that the normal influence build on the bow has like 408% status chance, and I mean that alone with decent crit just makes it absolutely insane with influence. So it shreds regardless. Yeah, and it has crazy range, so it's it was never a bad incarnate. It's always been like triple S tier, regardless of the conversation around it.
It's a great slam weapon.
I mean, if you're uncertain about me being so confident about that, I can prove it. I'll take off the ribbon, of course. Let me go to a non-ribbon version of the build. Back to Shocking Touch. Oh, that's right. That doesn't. There we go. So here's the generic influence setup. And we'll just put on my test Revenant. I won't even buff myself. This Revenant has no buffs. I mean, I do have Roar, but I'm not going to cast it. We'll keep the Companion on because most people are going to run that. So this is basically just going to be the bow performance. And again, this is the non-Riven build. This is just the standard, stock standard influence setup, and it's going to murder these guys. Actually, let me make sure I have Naramon for my combo. There we go. Now we're ready. But Nami is still a better choice for influence. That's a separate statement from saying that the bow is bad. Something being better doesn't make something else bad. Those are exclusionary statements. Also, whether or not something, you know, like one weapon doing 5 million damage versus another one doing 10 million when the enemy only has 1 million health, it starts to get slightly irrelevant which one is better.
Yeah, Revenant is better than Rhino at being invulnerable.
First time watching, very informative. Glad to hear it. Let me activate the Incarnate form here in a moment. There we go. Now the Incarnate is actually active. And as you're about to momentarily see here, the idea that the bow is a bad melee is exceedingly comical. Again, primarily due to the absurdly high, it has the highest stat chance in the game. It's 62% base status with the status evolution, so it's literally the highest base status weapon in the entire game. And then you pair that with its absurdly high range. And let's go ahead and cast Roar if you want to see a buffed version of it. I mean, yeah, it's just unholy how good it is, so. Yeah, I mean, there you go. About to reach the 1 minute mark here. 1 minute, 188 kills. Without playing as any kind of, you know, crazy buffing frame like Mirage or something. Almost 200 KPM. So, again, the idea of it being bad is comical. Which is a better slam weapon than the Magistar or the Titron? The Magistar is objectively the best slam weapon in the entire game because almost entirely because of its slam radius. There's an evolution on the Magistar that gives it double radius, which gives you like a 20-meter AoE. So even if it didn't do the most damage, which it also typically does the most damage of all slam weapons, the fact that it has the highest range makes it the best. Because again, if the Magistar only did 20 million damage and something else was able to do 40 million, doesn't matter if a guy only has 1 million health. Like, the Magistar is better because it has more range. To clarify, yes, the Nami Incarnate is incredibly good. I'm just saying that that doesn't make the bow bad.
Yeah, there's nothing but Murmur Survivals up for the next hour and a half, so I'm going to sleep. I'll see you.
See you, boss. I guess it's time for another conversation about doing too much damage. Yeah, exactly what I was saying about the Magistar. Like, even if the Magistar, like, again, if the Magistar does 20 million damage, but the Archititron did 40 million damage, which that's not even a true comparison, I'm just saying for hypothetical sake, but the Magistar has 3 times the range, and it still one-shots either way, then it's simply the better weapon. Like, in 99% of Warframe content, the weapon that's actually the best weapons are not the weapons that do the most damage, it's the weapons that get the most kills per minute. Like, if you have a dagger with a 0.5 meter range without influence, for example, that does 2 trillion damage on every hit. So every person that you kill is an instant kill no matter what they are. But you have another weapon that only does a paltry 1 million damage, but it's modded with influence and has a 20-meter AoE basically, and you're getting 150 KPM. Which one of those is better? Not a, you know, it's not your question. It's it's the one that you think it is. Like Clan Leader showed me this a while back when everyone was saying it was last pick. Nice. Oh yeah, it slaps. What's your Arcwing setup? It depends on what I'm doing. Like I use Itzel for when I'm doing Eidolons because the Cosmic Crust lets you easily gather all the Eidolon loot. If I'm doing any actual Arcwing mission, I'm probably using a Meisha. If I'm helping somebody level their Arcwing, I'm taking the Elytron to Salacia Mobile Defense on Neptune to kill everything with the nuke ability. If I'm doing Predator Rebellion, I'm using Odinata, or if I'm doing the Hun Hollis Predator Rebellion, I use Odinata so that I can shoot through the energy shield for the extra crit damage and heat damage. You know, so on, so it depends on what I'm doing. What about Magister's range versus Deviri's Hammer or Shockwave as pseudo additional range? That's true, although the additional range is conal in front of you. It's I think it's like a 40-meter traveling projectiles in front of you, so it does have technically superior directional range, but the Magistar is a spherical 20-meter AoE, which makes it better for 99% of the nominal content that we're typically doing. The main reason why I actually like the Sampites, which is the one that you're referring to, better than the Magistar in some scenarios, is some like attenuation specific. Let me switch over to the chatting screen here. Some like attenuation specific multi-hit enjoying scenarios, like when you're playing as Zephyr, for example. The Magistar is of course still amazing on Zephyr. I mean, it's the Magistar, but the Sampites does have a specific synergy against certain enemies that can only take like a max amount of damage per hit due to the fact that you're landing a slam hit and then also additional projectiles come out of it. So if you're playing as Zephyr, for example, with tornadoes, if you put tornadoes down on top of an enemy, especially with the funnel cloud augment, so you have more tornadoes, and then you Sampati slam into the tornadoes, not only will you hit them with the initial singular melee hit, but that melee hit will have its damage replicated by the tornadoes on top of the additional projectiles hitting the enemy, and those projectile hits being replicated by the tornado. So it's basically functioning like a massive amount of melee multi-shot. So there's scenarios in which the Sampites is potentially the best. Like, for example, when I was doing the Belly of the Beast event where you had to kill a sister, well, you didn't have to. If you optionally chose to kill the sister of Pavros at the top of the elevator for the extra steel essence, I specifically was using Zephyr Sampites for that due to the multi-hit attenuation interaction. That was a lot of words. Sorry about that, but yes, that's a good point. Also, what's up, Mandy? How you doing? What frame is this? This is Revenant Prime with a skin on, but it's not what the frame usually looks like. Up, Skywalker. The tank BS. Yeah, I think the Dark Sword is also a good slam build for the tank. Although I think the Dark Sword is more inclined towards slightly more mandatorily needing a Riven to be as good as how good the Sampites is at a baseline without one. So the Sampites is definitely a good option for the average player. Can you explain the difference between Overshield and Overguard, please? I know Overguard is like knockdown resistance, etc. Overshields is your shields overflowing past their max value. So for example, if your max shields are 1,000, going past 1,000 would be referred to as overshields, and it's when the number turns purple instead of blue. So if your max shields are 1,000, for example, but you have 1,200 shields and it's purple, that means you have 200 overshields. You have 1,200 total shields, with 200 of which being overshields. There's nothing, unless I'm forgetting something, there's nothing mechanically different about overshields. It still has the same damage reduction, and it works the same way as regular shields. It's just you have more shields. The only time that overshields is specifically mechanically relevant is when you're using extraneous factors that are specifically triggered by you having overshields. So, like Cascadia Overcharge, the secondary arcane that gives you extra crit chance to your secondary. Exclusively when you have overshields, that's an example, but the overshields themselves have the same like defensive value as regular shields. It's just extra shields basically. The primary difference between that and Overguard is that overshields are extra shields. Overguard is a layer of defense on top of shields and health. So you have health damage, you have shields, and you have Overguard. If you have health, your health is not able to be hurt until they get past your shields, aside from toxin damage. So ignoring toxin damage. Typically speaking, if you have 1,000 health and 1,000 shields, first they would have to kill your 1,000 shields, and then you could start taking damage to your 1,000 health. If you had 1,000 Overguard on top of that, Overguard is the top level layer, so they would have to get through 1,000 Overguard, and then 1,000 shields, and then 1,000 health. On top of that, Overguard specifically, it gives you status immunity, including knockdown immunity. So that's really nice. That's one of the best things about Overguard. And unlike shields, a very particularly important note about shields is that the way that shield gating works is that the amount of invulnerability period that you have from your shields being broken is based off of the amount of max shields that you have and the amount of max shields that you got back to before your shields broke. For example, you need about 1,150 shields to max out the shield gate at 2.5 seconds. It scales anywhere from a minimum of 0.33 seconds up to a max of 2.5 seconds, which requires about 1,150, 1,200 shields. So if you have enough shields, you can have up to a 2.5 second shield gate, but it's variable amount scaling between 0.33 and 2.5. Overguard, however, no matter how much Overguard you have, it gives you a 0.5 second, as in half a second, Overguard gate, as in you're invulnerable for half a second when Overguard breaks, whether that's 1 Overguard or 10 billion Overguard. The reason why that's really strong is because there's several effects in the game that allow you to continuously generate Overguard. For example, a lot of people think that Dante is a super good defensive frame because he gives your whole team 40,000 Overguard, for example, but at high levels, that's actually totally irrelevant because Overguard, whether you have 1,000 or like 100,000, you can get to a point where it gets one-tapped no matter what. So the amount of Overguard that you have is not relevant, but the fact that every time your Overguard breaks, no matter how much you have, gives you a half second of invincibility becomes super relevant because the other half of what his 224 ability does is, yeah, it gives you that big burst of Overguard, but more importantly, it gives you Overguard generation on kill. So if you keep killing at least one enemy every half second, so, 2 enemies a second basically, if you're constantly refreshing that Overguard, you're constantly refreshing that half second Overguard gate, which means that you're essentially invulnerable, like you can't die, including to toxin. Like it's even better than shield gating because shield gating is still weak to magnetic procs disabling your shield regen on certain shield gate builds, and toxin procs ignore shields altogether, so they'll just hit your health and you'll die. But Overguard is immune to that. So if you're constantly Overguard gating, you're actually like literally fully immortal. So that's also Overguard. Shields and health are able to benefit from damage reduction. Overguard is not. So if you're playing with a frame that has a 90% damage reduction, for example, like Mesa's Shatter Shield, your health and armor will be effectively multiplied by 10. So if you have 1,000 health and you have a 90% DR, you still only have 1,000 actual health, but it's worth 10,000 if you have a 90% DR. If you have a 90% damage reduction and 1,000 Overguard, it's still only 1,000 Overguard because damage reduction is not allowed to work on Overguard. However, damage redirection is, which is not the same thing. A lot of people don't know that there's actually more than reduction. When you're playing as... I just recently put out a Neja build with Arcane Sacrament explaining the synergy. There's multiple different kinds of DR in the game. There's damage reduction and there's damage redirection being the two main ones. Damage reduction is not allowed to work on Overguard, but damage redirection means that, for example, if you have a 90% redirection, such as Neja's 90% Warding Halo, because the Warding Halo creates a separate pool of Halo health that 90% of incoming damage goes to. That's not reduction, that's redirection. So if you take 1,000 damage, what reduction would do is delete 900 of it, and then you take 100. What redirection does is that you take the full 1,000, but 900 of it is sent somewhere else, like with Ness's Warding Halo or an Ancient Healer Spectre, for example, and then you take the remaining 100. So since redirection mechanically works a different way, where literally only 100 of the damage actually makes it to you, that fundamentally means that it's able to work on Overguard. So for example, if you throw down a Ancient Healer Protector, which is a Spectre that gives you 90% redirection, not reduction, to all allies within 15 meters, that means that if you are playing as Dante, for example, and you have 20,000 overguard, that 20,000 overguard is worth 200,000 because it's effectively being multiplied by 10. Or if you're using Arcane Circumvent on a frame like Nezha, who's able to, again, have 90% redirection with Halo, if you roll through an enemy and you get that 10,000 overguard, on most frames it would only be worth 10,000. But on Nezha, it's worth 100,000 because he has a 90% redirection. And then you can also stack those multiplicatively. So if you have Nezha's Warding Halo, for example, giving you 90% redirection, and then another 90% redirection from the Ancient Healer Spectre, that's multiplicative. It's 90% of the remaining 10% after the first one, so now it's 99%. So now that 10,000 overguard is worth 1 million overguard, effectively. It still says 10,000, but it will now take 1 million damage to break. So on, so on, so on. That's I'm gonna stop there because that was a lot of information. So there you go. That was a lot of yapping. You know what would have been super awkward is if Twitch ads started playing during that. It's a good thing they didn't. At least I don't think they did. Let's take a look at chat here. Yeah, the white bar is overguard. No, magnetic does do bonus damage. Magnetic is the equivalent of viral for both overguard and shields. So yes, magnetic does affect overguard. It's overguard and shields. Didn't know that you could overguard gate. Yes, overguard has a static 0.5 second overguard gate value, that's the reason why it's so strong, because even if you only generate a single point of overguard, it's a half second of invulnerability, so it's super easy to keep gating if you have a continuous overguard generation method. What side does dodge chance fall into? Dodge chance is a chance to literally have the hit miss you, so dodge chance does work on overguard. There's essentially anything that's not literally damage reduction does work on overguard. Like, for example, the reason why I mentioned Omamori earlier, like Null Star, for example. If you were, hold on, I'm not in game, my bad. If you were to take this Helmuth ability here, Null Star, and put it on a frame, which gives you 75, the Helmuth version gives you a cap of 75% damage reduction, this would not multiply your overguard value by 4. But if you put Omamori on a Warframe, like Kalervo, for example, with his overguard augment, Omamori is not a 50% damage reduction. It's a 50% block chance. It's a 50% chance to ignore an incoming hit and convert it into a heal instead. So since it's not reduction, this works on overguard. And even more potently, really funny thing about Omamori is that not only does this work on overguard, effectively doubling its value. So if you had 10,000 overguard, this would make it worth 20,000. You don't lose Omamori charms when you have overguard active, because the way that Omamori technically works is that when you consume a charm is consumed to give you the heal, but Omamori can only heal you into health and shield. So if you are missing health, it gives you health. If you're at max health, it gives you shields. And I think it can, I forget if it can give you overshields, but it doesn't heal overguard. But since it doesn't heal overguard, the charm is also not consumed, but the block chance is always active. There's a lot of people are confused about the cooldown of Omamori. When Omamori says it has a 3-second cooldown, that's actually a positive cooldown. There's a 3-second cooldown for a charm being able to be consumed and receive a heal. The 50% block chance, however, is always active. So that cooldown is actually a good thing, because if that cooldown wasn't there and you were able to spam consume charms, while that would mean that you would get more constant health and shield healing, it would also mean that continuous fire from enemies would instantly eliminate your Omamori. So the fact that this has an internal cooldown only for the heal and not for the block chance is actually a good thing for the purposes of making this ability last longer. And since the charms are not consumed while overguard is active, that means that if you cast Omamori and you continuously maintain your overguard, that cast of Omamori will last forever. So you'll have a permanent 50% DR effectively for overguard, even though it's not technically DR. It's mathematically equivalent to DR because it's a 50% chance to block an incoming hit. And that is mathematically equivalent because, for example, if somebody shoots you for 100 damage twice and you reduce half that damage, then you take 50 and 50. If you have a 50% dodge chance and somebody shoots you twice for 100 damage and one of them hits you for 100 damage and one of them hits you and one of them misses you, that's the same thing. It's 100 damage in total. So it's mathematically equivalent when you're calculating EHP. I think you're trolling me when you said back from ads, because I did not see an ad alert going off. Hopefully there was not ads. That would be awkward. I didn't see the ad alert, though. Thanks for explaining. I got you. I try to mod things myself to avoid making copy builds, but I often fail. The situation annoys me. That's actually probably if you're saying that you are not copying builds, but you're coming up with the same builds as competent people. Like if you're saying that your builds are accidentally turning into the same builds that somebody else has already done, but that person knows what they're doing, that just means that you also know what you're doing. So that's not a bad thing. It might, I mean, it might, from a certain perspective, look like a lack of variety, but if you're like accidentally stumbling upon an efficient build, that just means that you're good at building. That's actually kind of a good thing. It just means that you're good at the game. Yeah, I thought it did count as effectively adding to Overguard, so I down myself from being... yeah, Omamori absolutely works on Overguard, because it's not... anything that's not an actual damage reduction basically is able to work on Overguard. Like damage... like Omamori's block chance works on Overguard because it's a chance to ignore an incoming hit. Redirection works on Overguard because it physically makes a portion of the damage not reach you, which effectively turns it into DR for Overguard. Yeah, that all works. It's as long as it's not damage reduction, it works. Crazy how you can remember all of this. Yeah, I love the game, and I played for 12,000 hours, so it's a matter of passion. Yes, Circumvent is an arcane that gives you Overguard. Yeah, that's true. PoE 2? What? The title of my stream is not PoE 2. Oh no, it's not PoE 2. Your stream is lagging like 6 hours behind. I think more accurately, Omamori's 50% block chance would be treated as a zero. Well, it's a 0 damage hit converted into a. It's not 0 damage because it's a healing conversion, but block chance. I'm not sure if it's technically coded as a 0 damage hit or actually the hit literally not coming in at all. The fact that it. I can't answer that with certainty without seeing the code, but the fact that it works on Overguard makes me think that it's treated as the hit never landing in the first place, as opposed to landing as a 0 damage hit, because I wonder if it ever technically counting as a landed hit would make it... Well, I mean, Omamori has to count as a landed... Well, I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. Would add stat? No. In terms of no, if you take a dodge, if you dodge a hit, you receive no negative effect from it. Like there's no damage, no stats effects, nothing. It's like it didn't happen. Can you show Wukong build? My only Wukong build that I really use is a speedrunning build. So if you want to go to my YouTube channel and see the like the spy and rescue speedrunning setups, you can check that out. But I don't really use Wukong for like survivals or anything like that. Not gonna lie, I think health tanking is probably the best now after the new update. It's not the best, it was just made a better option with new health tanking tools. There's definitely still a wide array of cases in which shield gating is still notably superior, but the addition of primarily arcane persistence certainly brought health tanking more into the limelight. That's for sure. But they're both very good options. It's like one has not replaced the other. Should I put secondary innervate on the Vasto Prime if that's the option? I have it maxed? No. I mean, obviously, depending on the specifics of what build you want to try out, sure, but the Vasto both has, in my opinion, too low of a fire rate to appropriately benefit from innervate, and it also has crit chance, especially with the Death Trap trigger buff that's the crit chance of the incarnate version of the weapon is essentially too good to mod for innervate, in my opinion, because specifically if you are using Death Trap trigger, this is 30% base critical chance. So especially if you're also taking the 18% base from the final evolution. Let me pull up a blank config here. The actual base crit chance of this will be like 138% before mods, which means that this is red critting with normal critical chance modding. So in my opinion, it's much better to mod for the way that I typically use the Vasto is for landing extremely high burst DPS headshots, like in Disruptions, for example. But that's just what I do. So, but no, I don't think the Vasto is a good innervate weapon comparatively. What's your most underrated frame? Immediately off the top of my head, it's Dagoth, which is why I'm glad that this new Dagoth skin came out, and Dagoth was just given out for free, basically through those alerts to drive up the interest in Dagoth. And I will be releasing a new Dagoth video today, as in Sunday, by the end of the day. So you can look forward to a Dagoth video from me very soon, explaining why she's so good. Dagoth is incredible. Also, I didn't even realize that was you asking that question, neighbor. There you go. Now you can ask verbally. Hello. Unless you're down the microphone. Didn't realize the Dagoth alerts were just blueprints, or weren't just blueprints of the built parts. Yes. Yeah, they are the fully built parts. So it's essentially a straight up free Dagoth. Insane. I've been running around for like 150 hours with Lizzie, trying to figure out how to make the Riot work with mods, not knowing what I'm doing, and then this amazing level of knowledge. Well, I'm glad I could help you out. Yeah, the Riot is one of the weapons that requires much higher level and deeper investment to be good at, like, at least higher Steel Path level of content, because to be frank, it's not a good weapon. It's one of those weapons where you're not using it because it's, you know, good meta. You're using it simply because you enjoy it. And weapons like those definitely require more investment to make functional compared to, like, whipping out the dual tox and Karnan, for example. So certain frame synergies, for example, to make it do reasonable amounts of damage, like Mirage or Dagoth or Chroma or whatever. Doesn't need a ribbon. I never want to say a weapon needs a ribbon to excel, because that's like the most nuclear option and the most expensive option compared to just using certain frame and companion synergies that are more than enough to make basically anything in the game function. But yes, of course, getting a ribbon will elevate it even further, but it's not necessary just to make it reach a state of viability. I just tried her due to the event, and in such a short time, she was absolutely tearing it up. Yeah, if you guys want a little sneak peek on what is most likely the final build for the video, or very close to it, I'm using 2 Equilibrium Shards, 2 Duration Shards, 1 Casting Shard. The Helmuth is Ophanimize. I'm using the Augment here. My current Arcanes are Concentration and Augmented. I'm not quite set on the Arcanes yet, but I'm pretty set on the mods that I have here. This build really likes a lot of duration. A lot. This is like my highest, one of my highest duration builds outside of my Wukong speedrunning setup. And a good amount of strength, too. Like, even 284 looks like a lot of duration, but that's before the 60% from concentration, so this build is actually 344% duration with this active. Because you really want a lot of duration on this build, in my opinion. But like I said, this will be a video later today. You guys will get the full rundown and showcase and whatnot. But there's a little teaser for you, for those of you hanging out here at 6 a.m. with me for some reason. I like this gun, but I had to buy the Temple bundle to even get it this early, and that's why I'm at the point of Temple. I have Lizzie anytime. Yep. Yeah, especially if you're saying that you're new enough into the game to where you're just in non-steel path. Yeah, basically any weapon is beyond viable in base path. It's once you get to steel path where you start to notice more of the disparity between weapons that are actually innately powerful with standard modding versus weapons that are there's kind of like 3 tiers of weapons in my opinion. You can of course break this down into more specified subgenres, but I feel like there's the weapons that are like clearly grossly powerful just with stock standard modding like the dual toxin Karnan. And then you have weapons that are below that that get the job done, but it's because they're just sitting at the level of viability. Actually, no, I would say there's 4 tiers, my bad. There's weapons, the second tier, there's like weapons that they get the job done because they're viable, but they're just like clearly worse than the meta versions, which isn't a problem. Just because something isn't meta doesn't mean you don't use it. I'm just saying in terms of comparing pure mathematics, we have the grossly good, we have the viable, we have the needs to be made viable, but it's kind of okay. Like the sub-viability, clearly it needs to be buffed by a Warframe. And then we have like the tier 4, like bottom of the barrel, like actual trash weapons like the Stug that you can still make work, but requires like full loadout investment. Like it needs to be buffed by a frame, you need to have companion synergy, you might want a ribbon for it. Like it's just really trash, but yet you can still make it work because it's Warframe. How long is your Wukong duration? It's over 400%. Because it's a Cloud Walker build. I have 4 duration shards, 1 casting shard, basically every duration mod in the game. Essentially the only duration that I'm missing is the 1 shard that's not duration, and I'm not using Arcane Concentration. Other than that, this is effectively max duration. With Molt Efficiency active, this is an additional 36%, so it's over 400 when you're actually in mission, because it's 366 plus the 36. And I'm using Saren's Molt for the speed buff because it's a global speed multiplier that does work on Cloud Walker, so it makes the cloud itself much faster. I'm excited for the insane power scaling once I get to Steel Path. My home is Diablo 3 in Torment 11, or Torment 16. My bad. I can't. Oh my god, I can't fucking read Roman numerals. Torment 16, right? XVI. Am I special? Isn't that what XVI means? Is 16? I haven't had to read Roman numerals for a while. My bad. What was crazy was yesterday I had to use Twin Comac, but I had Araxia, so I was buffing like 400% plus Toxin and 1 tapping level 40 enemies. Yeah, exactly. Like the Twin Comac would be an example of what I would call probably like a tier 2 weapon. It's sub-meta viable. And those kind of weapons, when you buff them heavily with something like Araxia, they become like clearly, you know, beyond viable. Like there's no reason why you couldn't use them. And again, anything in Warframe, in my opinion, is viable in basically any content in the game. It, for the most part, comes down to a matter of game knowledge and access to gear and whatnot. So it's basically everything is just tier listed. I think that the only correct way to tier list items is to tier list them not by whether or not they're able to perform, because they basically can all perform across the board. It's rather the amount of investment required to make them perform compared to things that don't require any or as much investment. Like the reason why the Burstin and Karnan is like a, you know, S tier weapon is not just because it kills everything, it's because it kills everything with solely the investment of modding the weapon itself. It doesn't need a frame buff, it doesn't need a companion buff, it doesn't need a ribbon, just modding the weapon with the Incarnan, obviously. That's what I'm referring to, the Burstin Incarnan. Modding the weapon alone makes it insane, as opposed to stepping down the ladders, you get to weapons that are still capable of killing things, but they need to be buffed in order to, like, you know, match that level of intensity. How did they end up making Incarnan Soma worse? That's objectively incorrect, especially because, before you respond to me saying that, I know that you're referring to you don't like the Incarnan form, but just as a factual statement, this Incarnan Soma is objectively better because even if you don't like the incarnate form, you're still allowed to just shoot the base form of the Soma, and it's being buffed by the evolutions here. Like, for example, if you enjoy firing the normal Soma, it's made strictly better from the evolutions here, because it's, more damage, more crits, etc. So that's an objectively incorrect statement, even aside from, the incarnate form, which I actually think the incarnate form is fine, to be honest. You can just not use the automatic shotgun form. If you just don't activate the incarnate form, then you're just shooting a regular Soma with incarnate increased base. A lot of people actually aren't aware of that. Like maybe you weren't aware of that, because there's a lot of players that think that these incarnate perks only apply to the incarnate form. That's not true. Like when this Soma perk here says increase base critical damage multiplier by plus 0.6, this applies to both forms. So this just makes the regular Soma better. You show the Valkyrie build. That's a video on my YouTube channel, so if you really want to see the whole build for real, you should go watch the video. Go watch my most recent Valkyrie video, because it's exactly this build. But it's 2 equilibrium shards, 2 melee crit shards, 1 casting speed. The helmet is nourished, battery augmented. So when you're actually in a mission thanks to battery, you have over 1,000 energy. I replaced the first ability with nourish. And the reason why it's okay to replace the first ability, even though it's a grouping tool, is because the prolonged paralysis augment is a dramatically superior grouping tool to her first. This augment, in my opinion, is so good that it's mandatory. Like, in my opinion, again, oh sorry, you can't see the game. Forgot about that. I totally forgot that you couldn't see any of that when I was just talking about the summon and whatnot. But it doesn't matter. You heard the math. This augment, in my opinion, is so good that it's like not running it is insane, because it's just like by far the best way to play Valkyrie. And if you don't know why I say that, I can show you. And the claw build is just a generic influence build, except for you obviously don't need the mod attack speed on Valkyrie, because she gets like hundreds of percents from her Warcry ability. So I replaced the Berserker with Spring-Loaded Blade. Other than that, it's just a standard influence build. And the reason why I still rock influence on Valkyrie, because I get a lot of hate for this. Like under the Valkyrie video, I was told by a lot of people that I'm basically stupid for doing this, because she has really low status chance, because she has only 10% base status chance. When you put on the stock standard influence build on her, again, aside from the attack speed mod, because you don't need that, between the status chance of Galvanized Elementalist and Weeping Wounds, this 10% goes all the way up to, I think it's 66%. 66% status chance with the amount of attack speed that she has, and with the amount of range that a double range mod build has, Primed Reach plus Spring-Loaded Blade, this is extra 5 meters, which in my opinion also, again, mandatory on Valkyrie, I mean, because this gives you, it takes her terrible 2.15 meter up to 7.15, so it feels much better. With this much range and her attack speed and 66% status chance, influence is still like by far the best build on her, because if you look at these other arcanes, people are like, oh, she doesn't trigger influence enough, so let's just go with something reliable, like melee exposure, for example, like 240% corrosive damage from casting abilities. She already kills everything, so this doesn't do anything. This doesn't make sense on Valkyrie, because if you're swiping dudes for 10 Gorgillion damage, what is making that 11 Gorgillion gonna do? Everybody's already dying. This doesn't do anything. Same thing with melee duplicate. It's just more damage. It doesn't do anything. Melee dowdy, more damage, doesn't do anything. Melee retaliation, more damage, doesn't do anything. Vortex is one of the only ones you could argue for if you want to use a magnetic build for grouping. Sure, you could make an argument for this. Crescendo, irrelevant. Kareen, more damage, doesn't do anything, and the freeze is irrelevant because you could just run Crescendo on your regular melee. Because if you're using Valkyrie's claws, you're not using your regular melee, so just use the Praetus for parkour velocity with this, and you still have the freeze from Kareen anyway on your other melee. Animosity, more damage irrelevant. Afflictions, more damage irrelevant. So, and Fortifications armor is irrelevant because Valkyrie is immortal. So none of these damage increases matter, except for influence, because even though influence will not go off consistently on Valkyrie due to the fact that Again, she does so much damage that she one-taps most enemies, and unfortunately, Influence doesn't trigger on one-taps. Whenever it does go off, it's inherently the best arcane on her, because whenever it is active, you now have a 20-meter AoE from Influence, so it's just like strictly, objectively the best arcane when you logically think through all of the comparisons, so that's why I'm still running Influence on her. And to showcase that, I'll go hop into a mission here.
I'm back from making a beverage and I've been moved. What's going on?
I was just saying, I didn't realize at first that you were the person who asked about the Vasto, so I dragged you in so you could, you know, not have to type your questions.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, let me make sure I didn't accidentally delist that video when I was delisting the older ones. Poob. Let me check here. Okay, Prime Codex. Let's see here. Let me make sure this is the... Yes, this is the build. Yep, the build is right here. Here you go. It's from 6 months ago, so you maybe just not looked far enough back, but it's this build. Actually, let's go to... no, we'll go to Conjunct. We'll go to Circulus. It's a better showcase for the paralysis. Influence and Vortex, only ones I use. Yeah, exactly. They're like really the only ones logistically worth using. So would it not help to take her damage down some? I mean, I've done that by running 2 range mods, for example. Like some people would make the same consideration as me, as like, oh, you don't need to run an attack speed mod like Berserker due to her war cry, so let's put on another damage mod. That doesn't make any sense because she already nukes everything. So that's why I went for both Primed Reach and Spring-Loaded Blade instead, so I've already, you know, partially made a consideration like that. But yes, you could, like, take off the melee crit shards, for example. That's basically just a meme. As you're about to see, she does exceedingly overwhelming amounts of damage. So here's the augment version of Prolonged Paralysis. You cast Paralysis, and you drag everybody on the ground in front of you. The reason why that's really specifically powerful is not only is this a larger AoE grouping tool than her first ability, and it you know, also automatically applies the Paralysis melee damage vulnerability, but it also is specifically gathering them by dropping them on the ground in front of you, which means that it instantaneously opens them to ground finishers, and the ground finisher melee damage multiplier for Valkyr Claws is like 64x or something insane. So that's why you see me doing, like, there was a 12 million hit, for example. There's a 15 million, so on, and this is without any priming. Like I've hit damage cap on this, like unironic 2.14 build damage cap. So this is what I'm saying about the arcanes, for example. Why would you use anything aside from Influence? Since Influence gives you an AoE, why would you? You don't need to do 20 million damage instead of 15 million damage to an enemy that has 1 million health. It makes no sense. So obviously the 20 meter AoE of Influence is strictly superior. People don't like that because it's, it's boring, quote unquote, because we use Influence all the time. But in terms of like strictly optimal mathematical considerations, Influence is obviously the best arcane on Valkyr, even with her quote unquote low status chance. Because again, these people that are saying her status chance are too low are not considering. Again, she's still able to reach 66% stats chance, and her attack speed is insanely high. Like when it comes to how much does Influence go off, it's a combination of 2 factors. It's what is the status chance and how many times are you attacking per second. If you have a weapon with 1,000% status chance, but you attack once every 10 seconds, that's going to be worse than a weapon with 80% status chance, but you're spamming the fuck out of it. It's a multi-sided variable. Who is this? This is Valkyr. If you want to see the video, it's on my YouTube channel. Sorry you had to hear all my yapping, neighbor. They're asking me questions.
You're all good. I enjoy learning.
Yeah, it's we talk about it like almost every stream. It's the continuous lack of consideration by most players about what is actually optimal. Like there's several layers to think through. The top layer, for those of you that are not used to thinking of builds in this way, if you're doing the vast majority of Warframe content where the primary objective or the resulting effect of the objective of the mission that you're in is leaning towards you wanting to get a lot of kills per minute, realize the fact that the best builds when it comes to damage output are not the weapons or the frames that do the most damage. It's whatever gets the most kills per minute. That's not always true. Like, for example, in like assassination missions, that's not true. But in a context like this, like a survival mission, would you rather do 1 billion damage per enemy but kill 10 enemies per minute? Or would you rather only do a paltry 1 million damage per enemy but kill 150, 200 KPM? Like, one of those is strictly better and will result in you not failing the mission. And even when you're doing a mission where specifically getting max kills per minute is not the objective, it's still technically, what's the term, beneficial to you, because if you're killing 200 enemies per minute instead of 100, you're also getting twice the resources. So if you need any kind of resources from whatever mission you happen to be in, it turns out that getting them twice as fast is a good thing. Who would have thought? So there's a lot of considerations you need to go through aside from just like, oh, you know, me see big number in Arsenal. That's just my take on things. And as you can see, this build is immortal. Let me let them actually kill me. And in fact, if you're watching right now, neighbor, you might want to check this out because it's really funny how impossible it is to kill Valkyrie. Basically, they're about to trigger.
Stream pulled up.
They're about to trigger my passive, where they consume my rage bar, and it makes me immortal for 5 seconds. Cast prolonged paralysis, group them at your feet, instant 300% again. So you have 5 seconds of invulnerability, but I just refreshed my entire rage bar in like sub 1 second, basically. So as long as you have enemy density around you, it is like literally impossible to fucking die. Also, we're about to murder this Acolyte. Yeah, goodbye, Acolyte. Hello. That's another reason why prolonged paralysis is amazing, because the instantaneous ground grouping means that you instantly refresh your rage meter, making it not only insanely easy to maintain your rage meter damage bonus, but you know, you refresh that rage meter invulnerability passive. Because if you don't know what I'm talking about, neighbor, if you look in the bottom right, that melee damage meter she has, as long as that is at half the bar or higher, whenever she dies, you're invulnerable for 5 seconds.
Gotcha.
So if you can refresh that instantly, if you can refresh that in less than 5 seconds, which in my case is typically less than 2 seconds, you can't die. Especially because she's also status immune in her 4th. So yeah, like she does insane damage, you can't die, and yet people still tell me that the way that I built this is incorrect. Because they're making inaccurate assessments of how to view modding, basically. Yeah, and to be fair, Haven, that's like building, like making the build do something funny or memey, 100 billion% totally fine. Because again, it's a video game, so at the end of the day, if your goal is to like make the build funny in some way, you're objectively correct to do so. It's a video game. The only thing that we can objectively discuss is when the argument devolves down to purely objective mathematics surrounding metrics of efficiency. So like when you boil things down to like KPM, DPS, whatever, that's what we can actually discuss. Once you start to get into things like just what you subjectively find fun, it's by definition subjective, and therefore there's no conversation to be had because I can't tell you how to have fun. However, you can't tell me that 200 KPM is worse than 150 KPM when we're discussing objective metrics. It's like, would you rather get 200 kills per minute or 150? One of those is objectively better, so that's what you can discuss. Who is this frame? It's Valkyr. I have the build on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. I'll link it again for those of you asking. Here you go. Oh, if you were asking about taking her damage down some in regards to triggering influence more reliably, yes. The argument is made. It's not as much of an issue because she already has an AoE outside of influence thanks to her prolonged paralysis, you know, like suction effect. So if it weren't for that, it would be a bit more of an immediate concern to trigger influence more often, but it's kind of just a wash either way, so it's up to you. Is Wukong slam build still busted? No, they nerfed the animation canceling on that. What should I build a Grendel boy for? Well, the typical joke for Grendel is that the build is to subsume him to Helmeth and then put Nourish on a better frame. But in terms of actually building Grendel, I would recommend a, if you can afford it, Probably a triple umbral persistence build. Just a pretty standard high strength, high range, triple umbral persistence Grendel setup. I already did that. I got Grendel Prime. Yeah, in terms of actually investing into the frame, I would probably go persistence because it's one of the frames that can easily benefit from it. Bro, you're the one who just said Protea's A tier frame. Hyped you so much. You're the one who never plays with that frame. Huh? What? I mean, you might not see me use Protea as much on stream for certain content, but that's just due to the nature of the type of content that I'm often doing on stream. I've plenty of playtime on Protea. That's also irrelevant to whether or not I can discuss the efficacy of Protea. I mean, I can. All I need for that is to know the math of the frame, whether or not I play it often or not. I can tell you that Protea is a good frame. If you'd like to argue that, feel free. If you're going to try to say she's a bad frame because I don't use her often. Yeah, it's definitely expensive to go triple umbral. That's true. I don't even remember what I have on my Grendel, to be honest, because I don't use them. I do, in fact, have triple umbral. I just haven't changed the build since forever. How the fuck do I have dispensary on this, bro? What? This must be some super hyper specific build I was using for some specific content. Because this is not looking like general purpose. All right, let's drop adaptation. Let's drop Aegis. Doesn't really matter because we're gonna be going persistence, of course. And yeah, I like high range, high strength. Let's go. What am I replacing adaptation with? The reason why we're dropping adaptation is because it's persistence and therefore damage reduction doesn't do anything. Also, what am I changing my aura to? Actually, that gives me an idea. We could... Wait a minute, why the fuck am I not using prime continuity? I just realized that. Yeah, prime continuity is probably the answer. I was gonna say we could go a mecha build on this, so we could put the mecha aura and then the mecha mod, but it probably makes more sense in terms of general purpose to put prime continuity there, because I just realized that's not on here. Yeah, we got the... Or drop Augur Message for prime continuity to, you know, gain like a 30%-ish difference, and then still go to double mecha. You could do that. There's a few considerations here, but in terms of general purpose, let's Omni this, and then go. That still doesn't fit, really? That's crazy. Let's just change the aura temporarily. For now, I need to add another forma for Augur Message, it looks like. We'll put continuity there. That'll make Nourish feel a lot better, for example. And depending on how much strength you feel like the build needs, you could consider dropping Augmented for something else as well. Like if you wanted to use a Duration Arcane, for example, or some other kind of utility, you could do that. But there we go. There's aside from this aura needs to change because Steel Charge is trash. This is pretty much probably the persistence build I would go with. That's true. You could also use the augment. Yes. Yeah. Duration Haven, because I forgot that I wasn't rocking continuity there. But there you go. That definitely makes the build a lot more comfortable for ability uptime. What'd you say that you're doing, neighbor?
I'm currently build testing on Volt. I'm just messing around with ideas on them.
So drop Aura and Augur from Mecha. Yeah, if you wanted to do a Mecha Grendel setup, I feel like you could pretty easily drop Message and the Aura for the two Mecha mods, and then run a Kubra with the other two Mecha mods, and then you could turn your Grendel into more of a, you know, hybrid 30-meter AoE Mecha nuke setup, especially with the toxin damage from Regurgitate. If you were to if you were to hit the mecha marked target with a high toxin proc regurgitate hit, they would most likely nuke the entire room with the mecha detonation, so that could be a fun little synergy you could try out. Dude, my throat's starting to hurt. Been yapping ever since that raid happened. People have been asking me. They're testing me to make sure I actually know what I'm talking about. I'll tell you what.
Their job's to give you a hard time.
I don't, by the way. All of your answers are going straight to Chat GPT. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, just so you guys know.
Damn, you're finally exposing the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, I get all my builds from Overframe and Chat GPT just randomly spewing out some garbage. Oh, yeah, my bad. You should use Archon Continuity, obviously, because he does toxin damage. Good call, yeah. Yeah, use Archon Continuity because he has abilities that deal toxin damage, and therefore you can get the free corrosive procs, so that's my bad. I forget, what polarity is the... Yeah, doesn't... Actually, no, that's universal. Maybe that does fit. Oh, no, it doesn't, because it's less capacity. Yeah, so if I formed for Mecha Pulse, I could then fit on Mecha Empowered. And then, like I said, do a Mecha Kubra setup, and there you go. What's the Gastro one do again? Regurgitate enemies, bounce up to 3 times, creating a gas cloud. I forgot that this existed. Yeah, this is actually pretty gas. But tisk. You know what I'm saying? That's a good idea. Although you would have to, maybe run a 3 out of 4 mecha setup. Because I don't know that I really feel like dropping any of these other mods. We're obviously not dropping the range. That's a no-go. We could... No, that's a strength loss. You would just have to sacrifice some... If you still wanted to run 4 out of 4 mecha, you would just have to lose some strength and I guess drop... Well, hold on. What's my Archon shard situation? You know what? I don't have any shards on, so... I suppose you could actually make an argument for dropping Blind Rage, supplementing some of that loss with Strength Shards, and then dropping the Gastro Augment right there, because, yeah, the Gastro Augment is actually highly synergistic with... You know what? Let's try that, because I can fit that, actually. Still just barely not able to fit a better aura mod, though. Literally 1 capacity away from being able to fit something else for the aura, like Cross Projection, for example. See ya, Anu, thank you. Could you drop Fiber? Fiber? No, that would drop below 400 armor, and therefore disabling persistence. You could drop... If you dropped Umbral Intensify, you would still have enough armor. You would lose like 500 health though, so you would lose a second of... You know, that's actually potentially a viable option. That's still 2.5. That's still 2.5k health. And Nourish on Grendel has a heal. A lot of people forget how Nourish actually works on the actual frame. The Helmuth version of Nourish removes the heal, but on Grendel, casting Nourish is a heal. So it's 2.5k health is still 5 seconds of persistence and vulnerability. Then you can heal that up whenever you want with Nourish. And then maybe instead of dropping Blind Rage, we're dropping Umbral Intensify and putting Blind Rage back on. To get a little bit of that strength back, and then again supplementing the Intensify loss with Strength Shards. I think we're cooking here, guys. Also, this costs more, actually. So now, and with that change, I can fit a better aura, because that mod is cheaper. And we need to do the one we actually need to do, which is the mecha. So there we go. Now we're cooking.
I just had someone try to sell me a maxed narrow-minded for 500 platinum.
Jesus, yeah, it's nowhere near that. It's not even 100. Yeah, use Warframe Market.
Yep.
My favorite fashions. I'll flex real quick. Hold on before we get back to Grendel here. It's my Saren Void Shell fashion. I'm gonna speed showcase these. There's Saren as my Gara, and yes, I do like this cape a lot. Don't judge me. My Glass Queen Gara. My Kalervo. Third frame in a row with this cape. I mean, what can I say? It's a banger, okay? I'll pull out one that I think doesn't have that signed on. Yeah, here we go. Here's finally one without the signed on. By Wukong. There you go. Back to Grendel here. These guys got me cooking with this Grendel. We need to put on a Kubro and a Kubro. If we're doing a partial ability nuke Grendel, then we could consider the Huros Kubro for the stock invisibility, because if you're only casting abilities, the invis does not break, so that's an option. And if you wanted to juice that in particular, thanks to the mecha status mod, you could put on a Paris Incarnate with all the status mods, and now my Kubro has 380% status chance, which is quite nice. I feel like that's missing 20% though. Why is that not 400? I swear that was 400 before. Maybe I was just tripping. I guess it is 380 because the build didn't change, so yeah. 380% status chance Kubro, pretty funny. And let's slap some shards on. You definitely want to have 1 casting speed. And I finally am out of crimsons again. I don't have enough crimsons to do this. I have to take it off another frame. We'll just put on the one that we have. We'll just see how it is with what we have. And I mean, I have 2 regular ones, so I can put those on like an absolute peasant. There we go. To somewhat simulate the full version of the build. And then for the last one, I wonder how much healing we would get with the recover 3 health each time enemies are affected by toxin status effect. I mean, the answer is that it would vary based off of the sheer amount of toxin procs currently active. That could be actually a comical amount of healing for persistence uptime paired with nourish. Let's go an equilibrium shard for a little bit more energy economy. There we go. Got plenty of those. You forgot to put it on Wukong. You caught me, bro. Don't make me put it on Grendel. I swear to God, I'll do it. I swear to God, I'll do it, bro. You can't stop me. There we go. See what you've done? Put the cape on a meatball. I forgot he had a void shell skin. This skin's definitely my favorite, the one I'm rocking right now. What is this Vold here? What do we got going on here?
Just me kind of messing around with what I had.
Yeah, it's pretty decent early game general purpose build, especially with the arcanes that you should not have right now. The augmented expertise, yeah, definitely nice. It is disgusting that you already have blind rage and rolling guard maxed out. I'm surprised your narrow-minded isn't maxed out with all the endo you've gotten.
I'm waiting to form a Volt. I'm trying to wait and see what Musa thinks of it or what you think of it and what I should change.
Although again, like I said, I would not actually recommend putting mods to rank 10. I would only put them to 9 at most at this point because the the final rank costs the same as 0 to 9 combined. So like you could make Blind Rage and Narrow-Minded both rank 9 for the same price of only maxing one of them. So it really helps to spread your endo around, because you still have a ton of mods that you don't even own yet. Like it's not just like it's not. It might look like you have infinite endo right now, but it's because you're missing a ton of the mods that you'll need to rank later, like all the Prime mods and Baron and whatnot.
I get you. I ended up picking up Blind Rage at max. From LR5 from my clan.
I am indeed up late, yes. Yeah, I sure am. I have to go do a little test here with this Grendel build to see how decent it might be or not. I do a test run here. That awkward moment when I said I was getting off like an hour ago. 2 hours ago.
How many subs to keep running?
Please don't. It is also 7 a.m. for me, yes. Oh, I forgot my fucking... Hold on. I still have this stupid helmet on, my bad. Forgot to consider the helmet. What are we... I mean, if we really want to be memey with the mecha damage, it would be Roar, I suppose. Think about it more later, but for now we'll just slap on Roar. You guys are killing me. I gotta do a Goth video today. I wanted to go see my mom. I gotta get out of here. We must also test. I think crafting time for Forma is way too long. It's definitely a problem that's more apparent in the early game. As you get later into the game and you have more and more fully built out items and you're, continuing to craft a Forma every day, it'll eventually get to the point where it's not quite as bad, because you'll start to have more of a self-sustaining supply. And if you start buying it with, platinum as well. But yeah, I understand the sentiment. It's been a long-standing concern. Yeah, as you can see, the Huros does plenty of damage. A 400,000 orange crit right there. $600K right there, very nice. Man, there's the mecha detonation. That blue number that you saw pop up and then the whole room died, that was the Kubro mecha detonation going off. Yeah, considering the 4th is also an armor strip, pairing all of these multipliers together is quite a lot of damage. You need to work on the KPM a bit, but the damage is absolutely not an issue, clearly. And the survivability is definitely not an issue. Not only are we rocking a persistence setup, but we're also staying invisible most of the time, so it's extremely hard to die. You could make this even better by making your secondary the Cyotid for the 15-meter grouping, and you could clump guys up, and then they would be guaranteed to be hit by multiple of the Gastro hits. Yeah, we're killing. We're killing. It's not the best KPM, but we're hitting viability at least. And there's ways to juice this up more. Like playing in a team, for example. Like if there was a Nova here, this would be going insane. I actually totally forget about the armor strip portion of this ability. So, yeah. This is doing a lot more damage than I realized it was going to do. I wonder what happens if you consume... What if you eat the mecha marked target? And he's in your belly. I wonder how that works. I didn't even consider that. Do they stay mecha marked in your stomach? So like if you spit them out, they detonate or what? Do you like Nautilus Prime? Yes, it's arguably the best Sentinel in the game for general use case content. Yeah, it just kills you. You eat the mecha mark targeting, explode. Just deletes your account. Yeah, there's a 5 million. You guys see that 5 million damage tick? That was the Kubro. That was the mecha set. There's no cap to how much damage that does, because when somebody dies to the mecha set, it's able to cascade to another nearby group of enemies, and if there's enough enemies clumped up together that it cascades enough times, the damage will eventually hit literal damage cap. I've seen it plenty of times where the Kubro does 2 billion damage. So not only is this viable, but it's damage-wise, it's so viable that you could take this to level cap. And the survivability as well, because again, it's a combination of both persistence and invisibility, so this is basically a level cap viable build in the works for those of you that do that, which is not most of you obviously, but just to showcase the amount of viability that we're hitting here. Except for that, when that happens, now the reason that happened, I think, is because I took either a heat or a magnetic proc, I assume, because I lost. Oh, actually, you know what? It was probably the slash procs. They're still bugged, aren't they? Where I hit myself. Was that the acolyte that makes you? I wonder if that was the slash procs being bugged, because people are saying that the 500 damage cap per second of persistence is sometimes not being applied to slash proc. So if you get a slash proc, it can sometimes just kill you, even though you're supposed to be able to survive for a minimum amount of seconds from persistence. So that is the only downside. One of the only downsides to the build is if you get a magnetic corrosive or heat proc that disables persistence, or if it's literally just bugged and you die when you're not supposed to. Obviously, I can't do anything about that. So they should address that, but it wasn't bad. We've really come a long way from Smeeter or Bust, yeah. Oh, am I not on persistence? Am I the wrong build? That would be even better, because that might mean that the slash procs are not the problem. I might have been on the wrong ass build, bro. That would actually make me realize why I didn't look like I was seeing bounces. Am I special, guys? I think I am. I sure am. Thank God. That means that it maybe wasn't persistence. That's actually a good thing. I don't have a problem admitting that. There we go. Thank God. So that also means that we weren't getting the... That's actually a really good thing. Wow, that performance was crazy for not having the full mecha set. That's incredible. So we were getting... So we were getting over 80 kills per minute, at least, without the gastro augment. So we were missing all of the extra bounces and the gas clouds, and we were missing half of the distance of the mecha set. So that means that the version of the build that I actually meant to use is actually pretty good. So I'm actually quite happy. I know I should probably be upset and embarrassed about that, but I mean, shit happens. I don't care. Never had a problem admitting that. So that's actually really good. That means that the real performance is probably really fucking cracked. Oh, I need to fix the I forgot about how the config transfer works. Let me copy this so that it's on the Roar version. There we go. Now it's the right config and it's got Roar on it. Is there a way of making Banshee viable? I just haven't yeah, I actually have a evade Banshee video. I'll link it. Hold on. Because it is quite good. Yeah, there's the video. Yeah, that is hilarious that the performance was so viable that I didn't even realize I was on the wrong build. Well, okay. Before I get off, let's go use the correct version of the build. Because you guys deserve to see that, since I'm special. My bad. This bodes well, though, for the performance of the real build.
Is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Later.
Okay, what is... Oh yeah, that's a lot more damage from the 4th. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, that's a lot more damage. Wow. Yeah, and a lot more AoE. Yeah, and the addition of gas is going to be disgusting for those of you that aren't aware of the mathematical scaling of the mecha set. It scales in a very strange logarithmic way. Like each additional damaging stats over time that you add to the mecha set does not linearly increase the damage. It like dramatically, it's like a more dramatic exponential scaling. So going from only toxin to toxin and gas is way more of a damage increase than you think. And we have the heat and slash on the Kubro claws, so there's at least 4 different kinds of dots that's able to be taxied by the mecha set. There's a guy on YouTube, Rowan is a Mag main, is his YouTube channel. You should go watch his mecha set video. He does a fantastic job of laying it out. Recommend that you watch that. Yeah, there we go. The whole room just exploded right there from the mecha set. Just happened again. Oh, 10 million? Yeah, we just saw a 10 million damage mecha spread right there. Oh yeah, this is cracked out of its mind. Oh yeah. 180, 200 kills. 200 kills already. In less than a minute and a half. That was like minute 25. 210, yeah. This is slightly better than when I was using the wrong version of the build, guys. You seeing this, neighbor? This build is literally just me spitting guys out of my stomach. And then my dog kills everybody. Can't see because I'm invisible most of the time, but I'm just eating them. Let's spit them out.
Need to farm base Grendel.
Yeah, 239 kills in 2 minutes, so over 100 KPM just like that, just from fixing the build. So, yeah, this is quite nice. This actually makes me want to play Grendel for like the first time ever. And the survivability is super locked down. You could make the survivability even more cracked by putting Hunter Recovery on the Kubro if I don't have that on already, and then all of the Kubro damage would heal you as well. So then you have a lot of passive healing. Yeah, this is hot. I like this. Grendel video coming, guys? Maybe. Maybe I might finally answer the prayers of all the people who have asked me to make a Grendel video.
Time, for fuck's sakes. About time, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, for real. I have had a few people ask me to make a Grendel video, but it was never really high priority. But, you know, I might have to make one now, because it's pretty funny. Like Grendel, happy I asked. Yeah, sometimes you guys ask me, a random comment in the Twitch chat leads to me spending way too much time putting a new build together. So there we go. Now I really need to go to bed though, guys. So I'm gonna resist whatever shenanigans you're gonna throw in chat right now, and I'm gonna tell you that I gotta get off. If you guys want me to make that Dagoth video in time, and again, I also would like to go see my mom today. So let me get some amount of sleep and get that done for you guys. So it's been fun as always. If any of you that are still here from the Raging Terror raid, let him know next time that you're in his stream that I appreciate that, as always. Hopefully you enjoyed hanging around a little bit. Yeah, it's been fun, it's been profitable. It's been a good day per usual. For those of you watching on YouTube, we're gonna shut down the YouTube stream. If you want to join us over on the Twitch side of things, we're gonna raid somebody to continue to spread the vibes around. And other than that, I will let you go on YouTube.